On the morning rush hour subway, I had a bag of the heartfelt breakfast I'd bought for my girlfriend in one hand and my phone in the other, my face all scrunched up. Whoever wrote this apocalyptic novel really outdid themselves. Even in the end times, people wouldn't actually eat that, right? Reading a story first thing in the morning had grossed me out. I swiped it closed and looked up. The rush hour subway was packed like sardines, wall-to-wall people, everyone hunched over their phones. The lucky ones who'd snagged a seat were dozing off, all wearing that drained look of working stiffs headed to their jobs. Some of the poor drudges in this megacity had to drag themselves out of bed at 6 just to catch the train. My name's Chung Hee, a freshman at the Shanghai Theater Academy. I picked this school for one reason and one reason only. He Yating. She was my high school classmate and my girlfriend. She'd always dreamed of becoming a star, so she tested into this prestigious arts academy. Honestly, I had zero interest in fame, but she wanted to come, so I tagged along. We're both from a fourth-tier small town. My family isn't loaded, but we're pretty comfortable back home. Yet after just 2 months in this city, I'd been given a brutal lesson by the cost of living here. Consumer prices in this megacity are like a different world compared to the rest of China. He Yating's monthly allowance was only 1,500, barely enough to eat, let alone buy clothes or makeup. So what could I do? I gave her half my own allowance, and on top of that I paid for her meals, movies, hotel rooms, and shopping. My 10 grand ran dry in 2 months. I was too embarrassed to ask my parents for more money, so I started delivering takeout at night to make ends meet. But that made living in the dorms too inconvenient, so I rented a cheap place out in the sticks. Every morning, I'd take the subway to school, and after class I'd head back to deliver food. A while back I found a decent little bun shop, so every day on my way to school I'd pick up 2 buns for her breakfast. Is this guy an idiot? Bringing you buns every single morning. A woman's voice suddenly rang out in the quiet car, loud, too. I froze, instinctively glancing at the buns in my hand before looking up. The speaker was a girl in her early 20s, young and pretty, dressed fashionably, with an LV bag on her shoulder. One hand gripped the pole while the other held an iPhone. She was chatting with a friend. Collateral damage. It had to be collateral damage. I comforted myself. I'd never seen this girl before, so there was no way she was one of He Yiting's friends. What were the odds? I'd barely finished reassuring myself when I heard her say, "I'm telling you, you're just too soft-hearted. So what if he's a high school classmate? So what if he's from the same hometown? Why keep a broke loser boyfriend who has to deliver takeout just to scrape together his living expenses? Seriously, how about I set you up with that guy I mentioned? What did you two buy when he took you shopping yesterday? Did you guys get a room?" My head snapped up, my hands clenched, and my heart was pounding. Classmate, same hometown, delivering takeout to scrape by. How could every single detail line up? No way. Absolutely no way. He Yiting would never be that kind of person. Huh? The girl laughed, then asked, "So are you still going to class this morning? If not, just kick back and relax. Isn't the king-size bed at the Bulgari more comfortable than a dorm? God, I'm so jealous. He actually took you to the Bulgari. The hotel I stayed at last night probably cost a fraction of your room." Listening to all this made me sick to my stomach. I couldn't take it anymore. I texted He Yiting. "I'm almost at school. You up yet?" She replied quickly, "I'm not feeling well. Took the morning off. I want to rest in the dorm, so don't bother bringing buns." My face instantly went green. I hit video call. She declined. I called again. Declined again. She texted, "What's with you? I'm in the dorm. Can't take a video call right now." Can't take a video call in the dorm? I sent a share location request. If she was at the school dorm, then it was all a misunderstanding. If not, I didn't dare think about it. She didn't accept, just replied, "What's gotten into you?" I lost it. "Oh great. I hand over my whole allowance for you to spend. I deliver takeout at night to save up, and now you look down on me?" Proving whether it was a misunderstanding was actually pretty simple. I stopped arguing with her. I stood up and snatched the phone right out of the girl's hand. On the screen was a green chat bubble, the contact labeled "Freshman Acting." He Yiting, 95 points. I tapped the profile picture, saw the username, and my whole body went stiff. No mistake. It was He Yiting. There was also a post she'd made the night before, a set of high-end dinner photos, taken in a lavishly decorated restaurant, geotagged at Shanghai Bulgari Hotel. I was clearly her friend on the app, but I hadn't seen this post. Obviously, I'd been blocked from it. In the photos, she was framed with the gourmet food and the city's night skyline outside the window, beaming from ear to ear. Judging by the distance between her and the camera, it definitely wasn't a selfie. Someone had taken it for her. "What the hell are you doing? Are you insane?" The girl jumped, startled, and angrily grabbed her phone back, glaring at me and pointing. "You'd better give me a good explanation, or I'll report you for sexual harassment." I stared at her, completely baffled. He Yiting used to live so simply, never one to keep up with the Joneses. How had she turned into this after just 2 months in the city? "Say something," she snapped, jabbing her finger at me imperiously, instantly drawing every pair of eyes around us. I took a deep breath. I'm the idiot you were just talking about, the one who brings the buns. I'm He Yiting's boyfriend. She was stunned for a moment, then quickly composed herself, curling her lip into a cold smirk and tugging at the strap of her LV bag. Well, since you already know, let me give you some advice. Know your place. 1,500 a month in this city isn't even enough to feed yourself, and you still want a girlfriend? A grown man living off his girlfriend's money every month. Aren't you ashamed? Nearly every eye in the car was on me now, with a strange glint in them. This tall, clean-cut, good-looking kid is actually a kept man? Well, makes sense. With those looks and that build, he's got the part down. I paused, then laughed. It's true. When you're at a total loss for words, you really do laugh. I asked, did she tell you she gives me her allowance every month and has no money left? What else? The girl rolled her eyes hard. Guys like you are just disgusting. I didn't ask anything more. I went back to my seat, not knowing what to do with myself, my head flooded with all the little memories from high school with He Yiting. 2 years together, and this is how it ends? The girl shot me a glance, then turned her back to me, fingers flying across her phone. Moments later, my phone went ding, 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 with a string of new message alerts. I didn't look. The young man sitting next to me turned to glance at my phone, then at my face, like he wanted to warn me about something but was hesitating. Just as he wavered, a burst of chaos and screaming suddenly erupted nearby. It sounded like it was coming from someone's phone. Then more of the same sounds followed, as if everyone in the entire car had opened the same short video at once. Zombies, zombies. The screaming from the phones kept going, and the subway quickly descended into chaos too. I still sat there dazed, as if none of it had anything to do with me. It wasn't until the young man beside me yanked hard on my arm that I snapped out of it. He gripped me with one hand and clutched his phone with the other, his face twisted with terror. Dude, forget about your girlfriend. Zombies are breaking out. It's the end of the world. Only then did I come to. I looked up and saw the car had already dissolved into chaos, a crowd of people surging toward the front. I stayed seated, dumbfounded for a moment, and then suddenly I laughed. The train's still moving. Where do you think you're all running? Zombie outbreak. End of the world? Fine. Bring it on. Right then I was full of resentment and rage, desperate for an outlet. I even wished a zombie would pop up in front of me so I could beat the living hell out of it. The rush hour subway was crammed like a tin can. The crowd surged forward halfway, then, sure enough, got stuck. Meanwhile, the space around me had actually cleared out. I was right. The train's still moving. Where are you all going to run? I forced myself to stay calm. After more than a decade of scientific education, my gut still told me this had to be a hoax. But my phone buzzed again. He Yiting had already sent several messages. Chung-hee, let me explain, it's not what you think. Zhang Shuman is a junior at our school. I don't even know her well. She's just making stuff up, don't listen to her. Chung-hee, say something? I really don't feel well today. You're almost at school, right? How about this? I'll get up in a bit, and we'll talk in person. Everyone's saying online that zombies are breaking out. Is it true? Chung-hee, I'm so scared. Even as I read, she kept sending more. I'm so scared. Chung-hee, where are you? I didn't reply. I switched the phone to silent, shoved it in my pocket, and zipped it shut. Then I stuffed the buns into my backpack and started checking what was inside. In the backpack were a laptop, a few books, some snacks, tape, and a brand new U-lock. The tape was a spare for takeout deliveries. The U-lock I'd just bought that morning to lock up my e-bike. I pulled the books out and taped them around my forearm and neck, then swung the backpack around to my chest, gripped the U-lock, and scanned my surroundings. The car was in total pandemonium, the crowd still crushing forward, everyone shrieking and crying. With this many people, even if zombies got onto the train, they wouldn't be able to push through. Outside the windows was pitch black. The train was still speeding through the tunnel. I was on line 2, and we just passed Zhongshan Park Station. Too bad. Zhongshan Park probably wouldn't have many people in the morning. It would have been a good place to hide. Just then, lights suddenly flooded the windows. A subway station appeared up ahead. The station was packed with people, and it was utter chaos. Zombies tearing into people everywhere, a living hell. There were no bodies on the ground. The moment someone fell, they quickly climbed back up as a new zombie. The platform edge was jammed with people, many of them getting shoved off onto the tracks. People, and zombies too. Push through, come on. Push through. Stop the train, I want to get off. Damn it. Am I going to be late for work? Everyone in the car instantly panicked, screaming their heads off. Some looked like they'd already lost their minds. The short video had been confirmed. A zombie outbreak was really happening. Rush hour, a subway station, a zombie outbreak. Put those three together, and no matter how you looked at it, it spelled certain death. The moment the train stopped, the swarm of zombies on the platform would pour in, and it'd all be over. Line 2 is an old line, so it should have a driver on board. Seeing a scene like this, they shouldn't stop the train. But the most terrifying thing happened anyway. The train began to slow down. My heart went cold. My last shred of hope vanished. The passengers saw the decelerating train and the dense swarm of zombies lunging at us from outside, and they completely broke down. They spun around and bolted toward the rear of the train, instinctively wanting to get as far from the zombies as possible. Getting swept up in that crowd would be a guaranteed death sentence. At the critical moment, I didn't give up. I raised the U-lock and slammed it against a corner of the window, smashing it open, then leaped out without a moment's hesitation. Almost the instant I hit the ground, the train slammed on its brakes and lurched to a stop. The platform was right up against the train, but on the other side, there was a gap between the train and the tunnel wall. Where I jumped, there was still some distance to the platform. I hit the ground and rolled, then sprang up and sprinted in the direction away from the platform, my body moving with almost unreal agility. I'm from Hebei province, a land famous for martial arts. I trained under my grandfather since I was a kid, not flashy showpiece moves, but the real deal. Too bad martial arts aren't much used these days. About the only path they offer is becoming an action movie star, which was exactly why my family agreed to let me apply to the theater academy. The train stopped, the doors opened, and the people inside came pouring out, instantly jamming the narrow passage solid. Damn it. But there was no point in panicking now. All I could do was follow the crowd forward. At least there were plenty of people getting off behind me. Their bodies formed a barrier against the zombies charging in from the platform. Listening to the endless screams behind me, all I could do was fight my way forward through the crush of people. Thankfully, jumping off the train early had let me get several cars ahead, and before long I'd squeezed my way to the rear. With no train blocking the way anymore, the passage suddenly opened up and the crowd moved faster. But staying with the crowd was never safe. God only knew who among these people might suddenly turn into a zombie. Struck by a sudden idea, I turned and jumped onto the back of the train, then started climbing toward the roof. I'd just clambered up when I heard someone behind me shout, "Bro, give me a hand." I looked back to see a middle-aged man standing at the rear of the train, trying and failing to climb up. In moments like these, people tend to follow the herd. He'd clearly been inspired watching me do it. Without thinking, I reached out and hauled him up. The people nearby saw this. Most kept running forward, trying to get away from the zombies, but some stopped, and I pulled them up onto the roof one by one. I'd pulled up 4. As I reached for the 5th, I got a clear look at her face. It was the very girl who'd been chatting with He Yating on her phone earlier, Zhang Chu Man, the junior. By now the zombies on both sides of the train had caught up, but they were all chasing the crowd up ahead and hadn't noticed us yet. "Pull me up, you dumbass." Zhang Chu Man was already scared out of her mind. When she saw me freeze while holding her hand, she immediately cursed at me. The moment I heard that, I let go. This woman was clearly no good. From that contact label, and from her setting He Yating up with a sugar daddy, this so-called junior seemed more like a pimp. He Yating's downfall wasn't unrelated to her. "Ah," Zhang Chu Man screamed as she tumbled backward off the train. Her earlier shouting had been drowned out by the roar of noise, but this scream drew the nearby zombies. A dozen of them instantly rushed over and swallowed her up. I quickly dropped backward, lying flat on the roof, and the others followed my lead and lay down too. The zombies chased the crowd, drifting farther and farther away, vanishing into the pitch-black tunnel, the screams growing more and more distant and faint. By then, a small number of zombies from the platform were still coming after us, squeezing through the gaps on either side of the train, and sure enough, not one of them noticed the roof. Seeing this, we all breathed a sigh of relief. The young man lying next to me reached over and patted me. "That was close. Thank God for you. Don't talk." I was startled and tried to stop him, but it was too late. The zombies on both sides of the train heard the noise from the roof and immediately stopped, then began leaping up toward it. Luckily, the roof was high enough that they couldn't jump up, but the next moment, some zombies started climbing. I cursed under my breath, got up, and crouched on the roof, U-lock in hand, smashing any that poked their heads up. The U-lock was a chunk of iron as thick as a thumb, plenty heavy, and combined with my explosive strength, one swing could knock a zombie right back down. But I couldn't defend a train this long by myself. I just knocked 3 off at the rear when a cry of alarm came from behind me. I sighed inwardly. It's true, you don't fear a godlike opponent, you fear a pig-like teammate. But there was no other choice now. All I could do was swing the lock for all I was worth at every zombie that climbed up. Suddenly, after I smashed in the skull of an elderly zombie, a faint but warm current of energy surged into my body. Immediately after, a whole string of information popped into my mind. Character, Chung Hee. Current level, 1, 1/10. Base physique, S rank. Current skills, Xingyi Boxing LV3, 10%. Bagua Palm LV3, 60%. A note read, physique is graded into 5 ranks, S, A, B, C, D. The elderly and children are typically D rank, ordinary women C rank, ordinary men B rank, athletes and soldiers A rank. The stronger the base physique, the greater the boost per level up. Each level gained adds a 30% base physique bonus. When the first monster is killed, this information unlocks and applies to everyone. Upon unlocking, each person has a slim chance to randomly gain one talent. Talent gained, Eye of Insight, unique. Can view the level and health bar of monsters and humans whose level is no more than 5 above your own. When killing a monster, there's a chance to randomly extract one of its skills. I paused. Information unlocked? So these things had been there all along, and I only unlocked them by killing a zombie? I figured it out quickly. Simply put, a person's combat power was determined by 3 things. First, level. The higher, the stronger. Second, base physique. It directly sets your ceiling and floor. I was S rank, which meant I could roughly punch above my weight and kill an opponent with A rank physique 1 level higher. And physique wasn't unique to humans. Zombies had it too. Earlier, I'd hit 4 zombies but only killed the elderly one, which clearly meant his bones were brittle. He was the lowest, D rank. Third, skills. Needless to say, this information wasn't exclusive to me. It belonged to all of humanity. Anyone who killed a zombie could unlock it, with a slim chance of gaining a random talent. I got lucky. Not only did I get a talent, it was a unique one. The value of those 2 words, unique, speaks for itself. The Eye of Insight had 2 abilities. First, I could see the level and health bar of monsters and humans within 5 levels of me. Second, there was a chance to randomly extract one of their skills upon killing them. It didn't look as insanely overpowered as the talents in those novels, but it was practical and had huge room to grow. It just took a bit of luck. And the fact that I'd rolled it seemed to mean my luck wasn't half bad. Just as I was thinking this, another zombie popped its head up, a middle-aged man around 50. The moment I looked, sure enough, a line of text floated above his head. LV1 Health, 50. Crack. I swung the lock down hard, harder than any swing before. Earlier, I'd been conserving my strength, worried about running out of steam, but now that killing zombies could level me up, of course leveling up came first. The zombie's health bar hit 0 instantly, and another warm current surged into my body. EXP +1. My level went up, but my skills didn't budge. Looks like I have to actually use a skill to gain skill experience. Ah, a scream came from behind me. A zombie leaped onto the roof of the train and bit a woman who was up there. She was a woman in her 30s, dressed in business attire, her blouse buttons torn open, her face turned gray with black veins clearly visible, a chunk of bloody flesh still hanging from its mouth. Zombie, LV1, HP 60. That health bar confirmed my hunch. Zombies of the same level have different constitutions. That middle-aged male zombie from earlier was clearly a physical wreck. His health didn't even match a woman's. The woman the female zombie had pinned down was still reaching out to me. Save me. But before she could finish, her neck was bitten clean through in one bite, and the light in her eyes went out instantly. Almost simultaneously, I swung the U-lock into the female zombie's temple, knocking her off the roof. EXP +2. Getting bitten turns you into a zombie. That's common knowledge. My instinct was to kick that woman off the train, but I held back. While I kept smashing the zombies climbing up, I kept an eye on her from the corner of my vision. A few more zombies were no big deal, but watching a person turn into a zombie up close, that intel was priceless. After about 10 seconds, she twitched a few times and then stood up. With her neck bitten through, her head lolled eerily to one side. Zombie, LV1, HP 20. Crack. 1 hit, and I sent her head flying. This one didn't take much effort, and I racked up the EXP with a smile. EXP +1. I claimed the rear of the train, relentlessly knocking down and killing the zombies that climbed up. Before long, level up. Current level, 2.050ths. A warm current flowed through my whole body. I could feel my constitution jump up a huge notch, and my exhaustion swept away completely. I was thrilled. This meant that as long as I kept leveling up, I was basically a perpetual motion machine. I could keep killing here indefinitely. Huh? My system's here. A young man covered in blood stood there, looking like he was about to throw his head back and laugh. One glance told me the whole story. This guy had just killed a zombie, unlocked the information, and assumed he'd been granted a system. I'm a fan of apocalypse novels too, so I got him completely. When I first received that message, I almost thought I'd gotten a system myself, until I saw the line, applies to everyone. Ha ha. I knew it. I'm the protagonist, He was only halfway through his shout when a zombie that had just climbed up grabbed his ankle and yanked him straight down. No, the protagonist only got out one word before his voice cut off abruptly. Gone just like that. Of the 4 people I'd pulled onto the roof, 2 were already dead. That left 1 middle-aged man and 1 young woman. Both saw me monopolizing the rear of the train and killing non-stop, and both wanted to move over toward me. But two zombies had already climbed up behind them. The middle-aged man panicked instantly, grabbing the girl in front of him and yanking her back so he could get ahead of her. Everybody knows the logic. When a bear's chasing you, you don't have to outrun the bear, you just have to outrun your buddy. The girl, jerked backward, fell, and in doing so tripped the pursuing zombie. Carried by its own momentum, the zombie lunged forward and slammed down onto the middle-aged man, biting straight into his ass. "Ah!" he shrieked. That's when I finally freed up a hand and slammed the U-lock hard into the back of the zombie's head. Splat. The fragile back of its skull caved right in. EXP +2. Saw. Save me. I have money. I'll give you tons of money. The middle-aged man flipped the zombie off his back, wiped the blood off his ass, and was so terrified he pissed himself right there. Getting bitten turns you into a zombie. That's common knowledge. I ignored him, stepped over him, and swung the lock to knock down another zombie. EXP +1. Seeing that I wasn't going to help him, he flew into a shocked, furious rage and grabbed at my ankle. I'd been watching for it. I lifted my foot, letting him grab nothing, then stomped down hard, pinning his hand. But the scream I expected never came. His whole body had already started convulsing. He was about to turn. I kept my foot on his hand and waited a couple seconds, and once he'd fully turned, I brought the lock down hard on the back of his skull. The back of the head really is the weak spot. One hit, instant kill. EXP +2. With the roof cleared, I went back to the rear of the train and kept playing whack-a-mole. The one girl who'd survived crawled over beside me and knelt down, hugging her head and trembling. In less than 10 minutes, I'd hit level 3. Current level, 3,0/100ths. Along the way, I even used the intent of Zingyikwen, which bumped my skill EXP up by 2%. It took me 10 years of practice to get Zingyikwen to level 3, and here I gained 2% in one go. Looks like skills grow way faster in real combat than in practice. Can't be helped. Before this, the most I ever did was spar with my grandpa. When would I ever get the chance to smash people's skulls? By now I'd probably killed around 40 zombies. The U-lock in my hand was soaked in blood, chunks of brain and flesh stuck to it, and my arms and face were stained red too. Once I calmed down, I caught my breath, silently grateful. Thank God I bought this U-lock this morning. Without it, even I would have had a hard time killing zombies barehanded. This thing worked better than a kitchen knife. A knife would have dulled and curled long ago. I was also lucky I'd made the snap decision to climb onto the train roof. Having the high ground gave me a huge advantage. Down on the ground, I would have been drowned in a sea of zombies. In this hopeless situation, I'd carved out a way to survive through sheer force. But it was nowhere near time to pop the champagne. Zombies were still climbing up, and level 2 zombies had already started appearing in the crowd, noticeably faster and stronger. Fortunately, I'd hit level 3, so dealing with them wasn't much of a problem. The girl beside me finally came out of her shock. She didn't dare kill zombies, but she started helping however she could, pulling out tissues to wipe the blood off my face when she got a chance, or giving me sips of water. 15 minutes later. Current level, 3, 85/100. Things finally quieted down. In the narrow spaces on both sides of the train, zombie corpses were piled up into 2 tall walls, completely blocking off the whole passage. There wasn't a single zombie nearby anymore. It was quiet in an almost terrifying way. I sat on the roof gasping for air, took a bottle of Scream Sports drink from the girl, and downed it in one go. Only then did I get a good look at her. She wore a Mishua work uniform up top, jeans below, hair in a single ponytail. She looked to be about 18, gazing at me timidly. I pulled out my phone. Several missed calls, all from He Yuting. I opened WeChat, a pile of unread messages. At the top was He Yuting. I ignored her outright and opened my mom's. "Mom, your dad and I are home, safe. Mom, your grandpa went to the park this morning and isn't back yet. Mom, how are you doing?" My parents hadn't called. Clearly they were afraid the ringtone would draw danger to me. Reading the first line, I breathed a sigh of relief. Reading the second, my heart clenched up again. But Grandpa was only in his early 60s, tough as nails, and better at hand-to-hand than I was. That thought put me a little more at ease. I fired back a quick reply. "Safe for now, talk later." I didn't read any of the other messages and stuffed the phone straight into my pocket. Reading them wouldn't change anything. In Shanghai, He Yuting was my only friend. The rest of my relatives were mostly far away in Hebei or other cities. Even if something happened, there was nothing I could do. Right now, surviving came first. There were 2 paths ahead of me, one forward, one back. After a moment's thought, I decided to check out the front first. I stood, crouched low, and made my way forward along the roof. The Mishua girl followed obediently behind me, not making a sound. When I reached the front, the first car had just about pulled up to the platform, with a few zombies still writhing under its wheels. In the brightly lit subway station, the crowds of people were gone. Only a scattered few zombies wandered around. Looks like the zombies that had been clustered on the platform had all run into the tunnel. The platform, which had originally been a dead end, was now a way out. I mulled it over for a bit and decided to head out. Above ground had to be complete chaos right now, swarming with zombies, but the tunnel wasn't safe either. During morning rush hour, practically every train was packed, so there were just as many zombies here, and the tunnel was narrow. If I ran into a horde, there'd be nowhere to hide. For now, I just have to take it one step at a time. First, break out, gather food and water, and find somewhere to hole up. I gestured to the Mishua girl to stay on the roof for now, then slipped down off the train onto the platform. The cars behind me were still lit up, no people in sight, just some abandoned bags and odds and ends. All the doors were open. Wanting to confirm my escape route first, I climbed into a car. Right away, I spotted several zombies on the floor, bodies twisted and deformed, crawling along the ground, all disabled zombies. I quickly figured it out. These were people who'd been trampled, their spines broken, so even after turning they couldn't stand up. Free kills, right there for the taking. I rushed over immediately and picked off the remaining zombies in the car one by one. When I got to a girl dressed in Lolita fashion, I suddenly heard a faint buzzing sound. It was so soft that if it weren't for the unnatural quiet all around, I never would have heard it. I followed the sound and realized there was actually some kind of device still running on that corpse. Baffled, I crouched down and lifted the hem of her skirt to look. My eyes shot wide open. Holy shit. The two words nearly slipped out. This was a packed morning rush hour subway. That was way too bold. But now wasn't the time to worry about that. I collected the heads of the 5 disabled zombies, earning 5 EXP, and went back out onto the platform. The train was on the left of the platform, a wall on the right, and the strip of floor in between was only about a meter wide, a great spot for killing zombies. With that in mind, I gently tapped the train with the U-lock. Swish. The 7 or 8 nearest zombies on the platform immediately spun around and came sprinting toward the sound. Damn, these zombies had great ears, and they were fast as hell, almost up to World War Z speed. Even worse, the lowest of them was level 2, and 4 of them were level 3. One-on-one, I could hold my own against a level 3, but this many? Forget it. Without hesitation, I climbed straight up onto the roof. A strapping young level 3 zombie came charging in, then launched itself off the platform in a sudden leap, and actually grabbed the edge of the roof. Its astonishing jumping power startled me. I immediately looked at the stat above its head. Jumping zombie, LV3, HP, 360. One glance and I charged in. I had to strike first while it was still off balance. Just from its physique, I had a feeling this one would be tough. I dropped low and slammed the U-lock into its lower body. Crack. It sounded like an eggshell shattering next to my ear. But the zombie showed no reaction at all. It landed and immediately whipped around to lunge at me. Still in a half crouch, I swept its legs. Crack. SSSSS. My sweep caught it on the leg, but it was like hitting an iron bar. It didn't move an inch, and I only hurt my own leg. By then it had already pounced. I rolled to the side to dodge, then kipped up to my feet. Level 3 zombies really aren't that easy to kill. A zombie's advantages are no sense of pain, no fatigue, and reinforced bones. Its weakness is no brain. A human's advantages are intelligence and nimble movement. The weakness is you can't afford to get grabbed or bitten. I struck half a beat slower, dodged one blow, and slammed the U-lock into its jaw, knocking it flat on its back. I immediately leaped over, stomped on its back, and rained blows down on the back of its skull. EXP plus 7. That's all I get. I didn't have time to complain. The second one had already climbed onto the roof. This was a young female zombie. Even though it was November, she was still wearing a black leather miniskirt and stockings, with an influencer face and a nose that looked a little off, like she'd had work done. Zombie, LV2, HP, 230. I dodged one swing and smashed her right in the face. Splat, splat, splat. 3 hits, and her face was pulp. EXP plus 4. Current level, 3, 96 100ths. One more, and I'd level up. After killing for so long, my stamina was near its limit. And this was after my constitution doubled from leveling, otherwise I'd have collapsed long ago. Watching the EXP bar near full, I felt a surge of energy and lunged at the third one. EXP plus 5. Level up. Current level, 4, 150th. Base constitution, S rank. Current skills, Zingyikwen LV3, Bagwazang LV3. Talent, I have insight, unique. I had no time to look closely. 3 zombies had climbed onto the roof at once. 3-on-1 was no problem, but one of them lunged straight at the Mishua girl. My mind raced. I could take a zombie's hit head-on with the backpack on my chest and probably save her. There was a laptop in the bag, so it could absorb one blow, but that was it. Saving her meant wasting one block. And that block was worth my life. Save me. The girl panicked, turned, and ran toward me. That one move settled it for me. The zombie that had been about to attack me turned its head, grabbed her, and bit into her neck. She wasn't wrong to want to get close to me. Her mistake was that this dash sent her running straight into the arms of another zombie. I had no time to lament it. I seized the chance and went all out on the third one. This was a level 3, and even I felt a bit of pressure facing it. I dodged one blow first, then kicked hard at its knee. Crack. The knee shattered. Hearing the bone crack, my heart leaped. After hitting level 4, my strength had clearly jumped. A full power strike now had at least 500 or 600 pounds behind it. One swing of the U-lock and I caved in its skull. EXP plus 8. Random skill acquired. Skill gained. Lockpicking mastery, LV3. I was stunned. Lockpicking of all things. Looks like this zombie had been a lock guy in life, and a pretty skilled one at that. My own Zingyikwen and Bagwazang were only level 3, which meant level 3 was already quite high. In this kind of environment, lockpicking was easily one of the most practical skills there was. But now wasn't the time to celebrate. The two zombies on the roof were still gnawing on the Mishue girl, and more were climbing up. I glanced over. The health bars above those two zombies were slowly ticking back up. Seeing that made me irritable. Of the 4 people I'd pulled onto the roof, not one had survived. Then again, it wasn't really that surprising. Strictly speaking, the fact that I was still alive was the real anomaly. A gray-haired level 1 zombie climbed up and grabbed my ankle, and a level 2 came up right after it. Bam, bam. 2 heavy blows took care of them. EXP plus 1. EXP plus 3. After clearing the last one, I finally freed up and rushed over toward the Mishue girl. 2 zombies were still clutching her and gnawing. I knocked one down with a single blow, and when I saw the girl's face, I froze for a moment. The left half of her face had almost been eaten away, exposing her back molars, and a large chunk of flesh was gone from her neck. The one behind was still gnawing at her spine. Her one remaining eye had rolled back to the whites, her whole body convulsing. She was turning. I circled around and dispatched the level 3 behind her in a few moves. Just then the girl suddenly stopped convulsing, and that eye snapped open. Zombie, LV1, HP, 30. The turn was complete. I brought the lock down. EXP plus 1. The girl fell, her body still warm. I sighed. An apocalypse with zero warning. Breaking out during morning rush hour when the crowds were at their densest. For the people out there, surviving was going to be brutally hard. I caught my breath and started looting the corpses, focusing on the lockpicking zombie. Sure enough, I found a tool kit, a complete set of picks. That was a keeper. I also turned up an unopened bottle of orange juice. The miniskirt zombie's backpack was still on her. Inside were 2 packs of wet wipes and 2 Okamoto 001s. I stuffed everything useful into my backpack, jumped off the train, drew more zombies in, then went back up on the roof to pick them off one by one. A dozen or so minutes later, the platform concourse had visibly emptied out. Level up. Current level. 4 135 150ths. Current skills. Zingyikwen LV3, Bagwazang LV3, Lockpicking Mastery LV3. My backpack had filled out a bit too. I sat down on the platform to rest, ate a steamed bun, drank some orange juice to recover, then carefully made my way across the empty platform. The platform had several exit passages, each with a fair number of zombies. With no people around, they were all wandering slowly and aimlessly. I frowned. Charging out through any of these passages wasn't going to be easy. Worse still, the passages were narrow and the zombies were densely packed. Drawing a single one could easily bring a whole crowd. Just as I was hesitating, boom, a massive explosion suddenly rang out from the subway tunnel. Did some trains collide? Swish, every zombie in the passages was drawn by the blast and came charging in like mad. And I was standing dead center in the platform plaza, instantly surrounded. Damn, I bolted. This time I didn't dare run toward the train. After the explosion, there was a huge commotion in the tunnel, like a large crowd of people was running frantically. If zombies started pouring out of the tunnel too, I'd be completely boxed in, and even standing on the roof, one person would have no way out. For now, I had to gamble. Before the zombies spotted me, I ducked into the nearest women's restroom. I picked the women's over the men's because even if there were zombies in the women's, they'd most likely be trapped in the stalls, safer that way. Sure enough, one look inside, and there was no one. I immediately slipped into the nearest stall and eased the door shut. Even careful as I was, the door still made a bit of noise. It wasn't enough to draw the zombies outside, but it did rile up one of the stalls. A thud against the door came from the stall at the very end. I pressed against the back of my door and held my breath. The stall door was latched, and zombies can't open doors. It banged once, then stopped. I breathed out and listened carefully to the sounds outside, pressed against the door. Soon, a flurry of rushing footsteps came swarming in, passing by outside the restroom in less than a minute. Once all the footsteps had gone by, I gently opened the door. The zombies in the passages had all been lured away by the tunnel explosion. This was the best chance to escape. But the moment I opened the door, I saw another stall open too, and a terrified, pretty face peeked out. I froze for a second. This was a girl who looked like she'd just turned 18. An oval face, fair skin, a pair of almond eyes rimmed red and streaked with tears, clearly having just cried. Korean-style sweet makeup, blunt bangs, long jet black hair, with a pair of fluffy cat ear hair clips on top of her head. Her lips were painted a bold red, forming a striking contrast with her soft, adorable style. We pushed through the door at almost the same moment, locked eyes, and both made a shh gesture at the same time. The sweet girl pointed at the stall next to hers, signaling there was someone inside. I nodded and pointed toward the exit. She nodded too and tiptoed out. She had on a fuzzy pure white top and a snow-white cake skirt, with a little sliver of her waist showing. Her long, straight legs were wrapped in white tights. She crept up behind me and instinctively grabbed the hem of my shirt. I ignored it and peeked out. Off in the distance, zombies were still pouring toward the platform through the other passages, but they were thinning out. Clearly, it was winding down. The passage on my side was empty, with just some bags and junk scattered on the floor. I waited a beat, made sure there were no zombies in sight, and, without looking back, waved for her to follow and bolted out. We hugged the wall and hurried toward the exit. The row of turnstiles at the end of the passage had mostly been smashed to pieces, so we went straight through and reached the corner. To the left was a sloping passage, also empty. I let out a breath and kept moving, the sweet girl clutching my shirt and staying right on my heels. We climbed the long ramp, and at the top was another corner. Rounding it, we found a long corridor with stairs and an escalator at the far end. The corridor and the stairs were packed solid with zombies. At a glance, at least 30 to 50 of them. Whoosh! I threw an arm back around the sweet girl and yanked us both backward, fast. Good thing I was quick. We didn't alert them. With my arm suddenly wrapped around her waist, she went stiff and stared at me wide-eyed, then caught on. Her eyes asked, "Zombies?" I nodded. 30 to 50. Not good. And the top of those stairs was the exit. Out on the street beyond it, there'd definitely be even more. So charging through wasn't an option. I'd have to clear these first. The problem was, this corridor connected to the surface on one end and the platform on the other, both crawling with zombies. Make any noise and draw a horde, and we were done. What do we do? Her eyes asked. I was stumped too. This situation tricky. She pointed back the way we came, suggesting I go grab the bags and see if there was anything useful. That's when it happened. The vast horizon is my love. At the foot of the endless green mountains, the flowers are blooming. A phone in one of the bags on the floor behind us suddenly blasted its ringtone, unbearably shrill in the silent corridor. Both our faces changed at once. There's always some idiot in this world who stabs you in the back in the name of love, in the last place you'd ever expect. I hesitated a second, then grabbed the sweet girl and ran back. I hesitated because this ringtone wouldn't just draw the zombies at the exit. It'd very likely pull the ones from the platform too, and then we'd be trapped from both ends. Running back might get us boxed in from both sides. Charging out meant facing dozens of zombies head-on. I could kill dozens on top of a train car because I had the terrain in my favor. In an open space like this, if I got surrounded, it was basically certain death. Who could guarantee they'd never get grabbed? The exit zombies were right there. The platform ones were a bit farther. For now, running back was the only choice. I pulled the sweet girl back and rounded the corner. But no matter how fast we ran, the lead zombies still spotted us. Some of them stopped to go after the ringing phone. The rest kept chasing us. The footsteps behind us grew closer, and my heart sank. Even more hopeless, dead ahead, at the far end of the corridor, a huge horde came surging up from the platform. There had to be at least several hundred. The sweet girl went white as a sheet, her face full of despair. We were standing at a T-junction. To the right, past the turnstiles, was the platform. Behind us was the corridor to the exit. Straight ahead was another T-junction splitting left and right. The passage on the right also led to the platform, running parallel to mine, with a down staircase and escalator between them. And below that was the Line 11 platform. Heading to the platform was suicide. Going down to Line 11 was suicide within suicide. To the left, I remembered, was a commercial area, more crowded, and even farther from the exit. But I was out of options. I could only gamble that the shops were empty this early in the morning. I dragged the sweet girl forward and turned left the second we hit the end. Behind us, the two streams of zombies had merged into one and were closing in. Straight ahead was empty. Running to the end and turning right, we hit a very long corridor lined with shops on both sides. Convenience stores, restaurants, bag shops, phone accessory stalls. A bright hallway stretching farther than the eye could see. But the instant I saw that corridor, my vision went black, and the sweet girl beside me nearly collapsed. The entire commercial area was packed wall to wall with zombies. We were completely cornered. Ahead was a sea of the dead. Behind us, from the passage we'd come through, dense footsteps as a horde bore down. On both sides, nothing but walls, nowhere to hide. There were plenty of shops, but their doors gaped open, already claimed by zombies. The sweet girl just broke down. I'm going to die, and I've never even had a boyfriend. Shut up. I cursed under my breath and pulled her forward. Our footsteps were light, drowned out by the pounding feet and snarls of the zombies behind us, and the ones ahead hadn't noticed us yet. But the farther we ran, the closer we got to them, and the sweet girl's heart was about to leap out of her chest. Just as she was about to demand why the hell I was running us straight into a dead end, the zombies ahead finally spotted us. Raph. They charged head-on, closing in from both sides. By then I'd already opened the lockpicking kit I'd taken, pulled out a pick, and rushed to a closed rolling shutter. It was a shop still under renovation, maybe a storeroom. I crouched, worked the lock fast, and yanked hard, cracking it open a gap. In. We rolled straight through the gap, and I immediately pulled the shutter down. Bang! The second the door hit the ground, a zombie's hand shot in underneath. Without hesitation, I slammed down, crushing the hand, then dropped the door and locked it. Thank God the lock was easy. The whole thing, picking, getting in, shutting the door, took maybe 3 to 5 seconds, all in one smooth motion. We'd shut the zombies out by the barest margin. Thud, thud, thud. Outside, the zombies kept pounding on the door. Now all I could do was pray the shutter held. The room was pitch black. We both slumped to the floor, gasping for air. Luckily, the door looked flimsy but was actually hard to break through by force. Ordinary zombies are a bit stronger than people, but not by much. After pounding for a while without getting through, they gave up. I didn't dare move a muscle. More than the zombies outside, I was afraid there might be zombies in here. But the odds were tiny, no windows, just the one shutter. Nobody would live in a place like this. Once it went completely quiet outside, I finally pulled out my phone and lit up the screen for a look. The room was small, under 10 feet wide, maybe 15 deep, stacked with cardboard boxes, plus 2 flatbed carts and a pile of junk. Definitely a storeroom. I stood, found the switch, and turned on the lights. One look, and I froze. The place was full of explosion-proof and firefighting gear, ballistic shields, breaching forks, fire extinguishers, fire axes, hydraulic cutters, fire blankets, smoke hoods, fire suits, escape ropes, emergency flashlights, lamps. This was obviously an official temporary supply cache. Never would have guessed we'd stumble our way into this much good stuff. That ballistic shield especially, nearly 3 feet tall and 1.5 feet wide, it could cover most of your body. No problem holding off ordinary zombies. And the fire axe goes without saying, the most iconic weapon of the apocalypse. The hydraulic cutters were too heavy, the fire suits too thin, and the smoke hoods useless against zombies. After taking inventory, I started loading up my bag. 2 smoke hoods, 2 fire suits, 1 fire blanket, 3 coils of escape rope, 5 flashlights. With the ballistic shield, the laptop was pointless, so I tossed it without a second thought, along with everything else that was useless. After dumping all that, I realized the bag was still half empty. Just then the sweet girl came over carrying a backpack too. We'd grabbed 3 bags on the way in, ditched 2 while running for our lives, and never had a chance to check them. I took it and opened it, clearly a business traveler's bag. A few changes of clothes, a laptop, a document folder. The only useful thing was a bottle of Coke. I was a little disappointed. All our food was the 2 bags of snacks and 1 steamed bun in my bag, plus 3 bottles of water total. In other words, we couldn't last a day in here. I cleared out that bag too and repacked based on what we needed. Figuring the power would go out soon, I dug out a whole case of high-power flashlights and stuffed them into both bags. I gestured to the sweet girl, and we kept searching. Near the end, she brought over a box, and when I opened it, a full box of brand-new cut-resistant gloves. These gloves couldn't be sliced by a blade. They probably couldn't take a zombie bite, but they'd hold up against the occasional grab or nip. Better than nothing. Once we finished sorting and packed the 2 bags, I started gearing up. 1 ballistic shield each, 1 fire axe each. The axe was 6 or 7 pounds. The girl could just barely manage it. I also lashed a second shield to my backpack with rope and tried it on. With the pack propping it up, the shield sat away from my body and wasn't too much in the way. To punch through a horde from the front, 1 shield was too risky. A spare could save your life. The sweet girl, forget it. It was already impressive she could handle a fire axe. Any more weight, and she wouldn't be able to run. I tried teaching her to hold the shield and swing the axe a couple of times. Never mind. Better she just focus on protecting herself. Done. We sat down to rest. To charge a horde, your body has to be in peak condition. I pulled out my phone. Mom had messaged again. Grandpa still wasn't back, but they had food and water at home and could hold out for now. I opened He Yiting's messages next. She'd sent a pile of them, all boiling down to, "Where are you? Can you come save me?" I did the math. I was at exit 2 now. less than a mile from campus once I got out. In the old days, that was a 10-minute walk, but now that stretch would be nearly impassable. Out of the station was Yuyuan Road, lined with lanes and old villas on both sides. Not too many people, but the catch was a maternity and children's hospital up ahead. Why was I even going back to campus? Force of habit. I knocked on my own head. Just as I was trying to figure out where to go, the sweet girl held her phone out to me, leaned in almost against my ear, and whispered as softly as she could. I asked Dobao. It says once we break out, head to Chong Garden. It's only 100 feet or so. Tall buildings in the complex, tight security, and we can still find food. As she spoke, her breath was sweet as orchids, and a faint sugary scent drifted into my nose. I turned to look at her, startled. You asked Dobao? She nodded, like it was the most natural thing in the world. I was speechless, but when I thought about it, it actually made sense. Compared to office towers or malls, residential buildings had fewer people, and therefore fewer zombies. The question was, how do we break out? I thought it over and decided to wait. The doorway was packed with zombies right now. Going out was suicide. What if something stirred up somewhere else and drew the zombies away? While we waited, I scrolled through the news. There was hardly any real news online. Just an endless flood of short videos of zombies. Street corners, subways, office towers, factories, schools, military bases. No sound, but the footage alone reeked of despair. The outbreak had spread to every corner. Not just Shanghai, but the whole country, maybe the whole world. Cause, unknown. Rescue, none. Shanghai had 25 million people, and our location wasn't far from downtown. Getting out of the city anytime soon was out of the question. Once we broke out of the subway station, the first thing was to find a place to hole up. I closed the short videos and opened WeChat. He Yiting had messaged again. Qinghe, are you still alive? I rolled my eyes and typed 2 words, still alive. The next thing was the class group chat. The last message was from Han Shihua. Is anyone still alive? That jolted me. I quickly typed. Our whole class, is everyone dead? How much time had even passed? Han Shihua. Qinghe, you're alive. Thank God. Bai Yunji's still here in our dorm with me. Shanghai Theater Academy, acting department, beauties everywhere. Bai Yunji, Han Shihua, Hu Xiaoyou, He Yuting. The 4 of them in our class were dubbed the 4 beauties of the class of 26. Bai Yunji had the prettiest face, Han Shihua the fullest figure, Hu Xiaoyou's 5'7" and long legs turned the most heads, and He Yuting had the sweetest voice. Who'd have thought that in a class that big, 3 of the 4 beauties had survived? Only Hu Xiaoyou was unaccounted for. Of course, not talking in the group didn't mean you were dead. He Yiting was proof, and so was I. I'd only just now surfaced because I'd been so busy. School had only been in session 2 months, with military training and the October break eating up 3 weeks, so most of the class barely knew each other. I hadn't even learned everyone's names. Han Shihua. I'm so scared. Qinghe, where are you? What do we do? Qinghe. I'm trapped in a subway station. Stay in your dorm, lock the doors and windows, and don't make a sound. Han Shihua. But we're out of food, only some snacks left. I was quiet for a moment, then wrote back anyway. Hold out, and we'll find a way. If it's possible, I'll come back to campus to save you. Han Shihua. Well, hang on. It's more dangerous out there for you. Please be careful. This Han Shihua could barely save herself, yet she was still worrying about others. Han Shihua. Qinghe, He Yiting's with you, right? Is she okay? He Yiting was in the group too, but never said a word. Instead, she messaged me privately. Qinghe, be careful. I'm out of food here too. Seeing that, a cold smile tugged at the corner of my mouth. I replied, aren't you in the girls' dorm too? Once I'm back, I obviously won't let you starve. Of course she wasn't in the dorm right now, but would she dare tell me? If she said she was at the Bulgari Hotel, wouldn't that just prove that Senior Zhang Chuman wasn't lying? But if she wouldn't give me her exact location, how was I supposed to go save her? Let her stew over it. I turned off the screen and looked over at the sweet girl beside me. She was staring at her phone, but her eyes kept flicking sideways toward me. I suddenly realized this girl had an even smaller face, but her looks were every bit a match for Bai Yunji. Her top was loose, but it couldn't hide her ample development. The high swell of her chest was a stark contrast to that baby face. Just eyeballing it, I figured she was 2 cup sizes bigger than He Yiting. Earlier, because He Yiting seemed to have cheated on me, I'd been consumed with anger, hating the crow for the roof it sat on. I'd soured on other girls too and hadn't really looked at her at all. Bringing her along was pure instinct. Now, with the slaughter over and the resentment faded, one good look and I realized I'd stumbled onto a treasure of a girl. The kind who's a gem through and through, with looks and a figure a notch above He Yiting's. What did she say earlier? That she'd never had a boyfriend? The sweet girl watched me out of the corner of her eye, her pretty face slightly flushed, thinking who knows what. Under my gaze, she seemed to finally work up the courage and spoke. We're going to die, aren't we? Hearing her say it for the second time, I reached out, slid my arm around her waist, and pulled her in. Two red lips, the distance closing to zero. Her body went rigid in an instant, her two small hands balling into fists and pressing weakly against my chest. But in under 2 minutes, those little fists and her whole body went soft, her dropped arms lifting again to wrap around my back. In the sealed storeroom, the oxygen seemed to run short. We both felt like we were suffocating. I don't know how long it lasted before I felt myself about to lose control. Then I shoved her away and gasped for air. The sweet girl was panting too, her already flushed face now like a ripe apple, a pair of big watery eyes fixed on me, about to brim over. She watched my gaze slowly clear, and disappointment welled up on her face. But the next moment, that disappointment turned to resolve. She suddenly shoved me down to the floor, straddled me, and started pulling. Wait. Her sudden move left me dumbfounded. The girl in front of me yanked up her camisole, exposing a stretch of pale, tender waist. My mind went blank for a second, and I quickly grabbed the hem of her camisole and pulled it back down, hard. No, absolutely not now. This girl was clearly a first-timer. When it actually came to it, she wouldn't be able to hold back. The second she cried out, the zombies outside would come flocking. With that huge, frenzied horde, this shutter wouldn't hold at all. And even if it did, with the doorway jammed with zombies, how would we ever escape? She'd clearly lost her reason and wasn't thinking about the consequences at all. Maybe, the way she saw it, dying like that wouldn't be so bad. But I couldn't. I still wanted to live. She looked at me, and her eyes instantly went red. I sat up, pulled her into my arms, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, "Let's wait until we're out." Her face worked with conflict for a long while, like she was weighing something, until she finally mumbled, "But what if we die on the way?" She only said half of it. The other half I understood. Wouldn't that be a waste? I said, "We won't. We're not going to die. Not the Lord of Heaven himself is taking our lives." She nodded and went quiet. I crept back to the shutter and pressed against it to listen for a while. It was pretty quiet outside, just the occasional low growl from a zombie's throat and slow, dragging footsteps. From the sound of it, the horde at the door seemed to have scattered. I lay down on my side and used the fire axe to pry the shutter up bit by bit into a crack, pressed my right cheek to the floor, and leaned in to look out. An eye suddenly appeared in front of me, the eyeball laced with black veins, the lens cloudy, less than 4 inches from mine. Holy sure. The words almost burst out. I choked them back so hard I bit my tongue. I held my breath, fought the urge to jump up, and kept looking. Outside was a zombie's head, pressed to the floor just like mine, tilted to the side, eyes wide, peering in through the crack. Zombies peep like this too? That wasn't at all what I'd imagined. But the next second, as my view opened up, I understood. It was a stone-dead zombie, lying motionless on its side. How did it die? I racked my brain and came up with nothing. Maybe when they'd first come charging in, my adrenaline had spiked so high I'd accidentally killed one without even remembering it. I fought back my nausea and kept my eyes moving to look around. The standing zombies. I could only see their legs, not many, just scattered around. Some wore leather shoes and dress pants, some sneakers, and one had on black stockings and red high heels. That one in heels even wobbled with every step. The zombies really had spread out. They weren't clogging the doorway anymore, which gave me a chance to open it. But I had to move fast. The roll-up gate was loud. The second it opened, it'd draw the zombies right over. Once I was out, I had to bolt as fast as I possibly could. My biggest worry was, what if a huge horde had gathered at the subway exit? I thought about it for 3 seconds, then decided to go for it. I had no idea what it was like out there, but staying put meant getting cornered and dying for sure. I signaled to Sweet Girl, threw on my pack, and got my gear in order. Riot shield in one hand, fire axe in the other, I moved to the door. First I set the shield on the ground, unlocked the gate, then yanked the roll-up door up hard, about 3 feet, grabbed the shield, ducked low, and slipped through. Sweet Girl was right behind me, gripping her own shield. Getting surrounded was inevitable, so before they could close the ring, every bit of ground I could cover counted. Go. I hacked through one zombie's neck with my axe and never broke stride. Shield hooked on my left arm, I plowed straight through 2 zombies in front of me, knocking them flying. Roar, snarls, and a frantic stampede of footsteps came from behind me. My scalp prickled, and for a second I regretted it. Maybe I'd been too reckless. Too bad there's no undo button in this world. Don't stop. Keep going. I growled, half a warning to Sweet Girl behind me, half a pep talk to myself. In a moment like this, stopping means dying. Using the shield's momentum, I bulldozed zombie after zombie out of the way and burst into the commercial area. The so-called commercial area was a round atrium in the center, ringed by storefronts, all their doors wide open, shelves inside packed with goods and food, now all up for grabs, ownerless. But besides the merchandise, there were also zombified clerks and customers inside. I couldn't spare the time to scavenge, not even for life-saving water and food. You have to be alive first before food and drink even matter. I didn't glance to either side, just barreled forward, killing almost nothing along the way. The shield cleared the path. Thank God this thing was tough as hell. It took a beating the whole way and never broke. Even luckier, the escalator at the exit was somehow still running, with not a single zombie on it, just a few scattered ones on the stairs beside it. I made a beeline for the escalator without hesitation. The escalator was narrow, just wide enough for two people side by side, wall on one side, railing on the other, which meant once I was on it, I couldn't get surrounded from all directions. But when I was still 5 or 6 meters from the escalator, 4 zombies came charging in from the stairs, attacking my flank. Worse, the zombies behind me were closing in, and Sweet Girl couldn't help crying out. I gritted my teeth, swung the shield sideways, and rammed straight into the ones charging from my left. Sweet Girl wasn't dumb. She immediately shot past me and onto the escalator. Bam! I knocked all 4 flying. But the zombies behind me were now only 3 or 4 meters back, with a black mass swarming behind them. There was no time to turn toward the escalator now, so I just rode the momentum forward, adjusting my angle as I ran, cutting diagonally toward it. 4 or 5 more were still coming at me, all old men and old women, slow on their feet, lagging behind the rest. Move! Dealing with the old and weak was almost effortless for me now. Without changing direction, I plowed straight through them, took a flying leap up 4 steps, then sprinted up, nearly clearing 4 steps at a stride. Sweet Girl was scrambling up too. By now the zombies behind us had reached the escalator and the stairs. Luckily the stairwell was long. Only the bottom had zombies, the upper part basically empty. I didn't worry about anything, just charged up. With nothing blocking me ahead, my speed shot up, while the zombies were clearly clumsier on the stairs than on flat ground and slowed down. Halfway up, I'd actually left them behind. Sweet Girl on the escalator wasn't as fast as me, but she'd gotten a head start, and with the escalator's boost, she wasn't far behind. She'd gone nearly full speed the whole way, everything in her path already knocked aside by me. The cat ear hairpin on her head was long gone, her hair a mess, panting hard, but she didn't dare stop for a second. I was the first to burst up to the top of the stairs, and before I even made it out the door, I heard an explosion in the distance. I glanced back. The escalator was already packed with zombies chasing Sweet Girl. But the escalator was too narrow, crammed together. They actually slowed each other down, unsteady on their feet, some constantly toppling over, which dragged their pursuit down even more. The ones on the stairs were faster, but I figured it'd still take at least 7 or 8 seconds for them to cut her off. I climbed up to the exit first to look outside. Out there was a small side road, 20 or 30 meters from the main street ahead. The side road was actually empty, the intersection jammed with cars, and in the distance I could still hear crashing, explosions, and the occasional scream. It looked like all the zombies on the side road had been drawn toward the main road. Next to the exit was an entrance to an underground parking garage, and behind it stood a short, old-style office building. With a crash of glass, a person plunged out of a window and slammed hard onto the ground. There were obviously zombies in that building, number unknown. But no matter how many, it couldn't be more than the subway station. One glance, and I decided to head up and hide for a bit, to shake off the zombies chasing us. I spun around and headed back down the stairs to meet them head-on. By the time I got there, several zombies had already caught up to Sweet Girl. Only the railing kept them from pouncing on her. Her face was full of despair, but her feet never stopped. When she saw me come back, a light flickered in her hopeless eyes. I didn't waste words. I used the shield to shove the zombies on the stairs down one by one. The high ground made it easier. After clearing the stairs, I leapt onto the escalator, axe in hand, went down, and killed the front 4. The 4 corpses immediately clogged the escalator, tripping up the ones behind. All their heads were now presented right in front of me, so I raised my axe and hacked away. In no time, the whole escalator was running with blood, corpses piling higher and higher until it was almost completely blocked. I didn't linger to fight. I turned and ran up, burst out the top of the stairs with Sweet Girl, turned left out the door, and headed straight for the office building. The building was only 5 stories, pretty old. The front entrance was a passageway leading to a small courtyard in the back. Beside the door was a bubble tea shop, its glass door shattered, the floor covered in broken glass and stained with blood. I led Sweet Girl straight into the courtyard. A few cars were parked inside, and 2 zombies were wandering along the base of the wall. The moment they spotted us, they charged. I ignored them and made a beeline for the stairwell, glanced inside, no one, and rushed in. The instant we entered, those 2 came in right behind us. I climbed half a flight before stopping, killed the first one with an axe, pinned the second against the wall with my shield, and finished it with another swing. Both were level, 1 zombies, worth only 3 experience points. I kept moving, climbing up. The higher I went, the closer the commotion got, Clearly, the building's survivors had all fled to the top floor and gotten cornered by the zombies. Sure enough, near the 5th floor, I could see the shadowy shapes of at least a dozen zombies above. Seeing that the whole crowd of zombies had been drawn up to the rooftop, I didn't rush up. After reaching the 5th floor, I slipped into the hallway. The hallway was a mess, blood everywhere on the floor and walls, a couple of high heels tossed around. I spotted an office with its door open and slipped inside. The room wasn't big. A set of reception sofas, a coffee table, 2 desks. On one desk, a computer monitor had toppled over, papers scattered all over the floor. I signaled Sweet Girl to shut the door, then walked to the window and peered out from behind the curtain. I've got a good memory. I remembered this room faced the street. At a glance, the once empty street was now packed with zombies, more still pouring out of the subway exit. Lucky for me, I'd run fast. The horde had lost its target, then got drawn toward the bigger commotion on the main street. Except for a small group that had rushed into the courtyard, the vast majority surged toward the main road. I could imagine it must be one hell of a scene over there right now. Ah, another scream. Not from upstairs, but from deep in the hallway on this same floor. Don't come near me. Get away. A woman's voice, followed by rapid footsteps drawing closer. The side of this room facing the hallway had no window, so I couldn't see outside, but from the sound of it, a woman had clearly been caught by a zombie. After one scream, the shouting cut off abruptly, followed by a bone-chilling sound of tearing and chewing. I glanced over and saw a few packs of bottled water stacked in the corner. I hurried over and started loading them into my pack. Sweet Girl had long since collapsed from exhaustion. The moment she came in, she sat down on the floor, back against the door. Seeing me packing water, she wanted to help, but couldn't get up no matter how hard she tried. The classic aftermath of an adrenaline surge. When a person hits a dead end, adrenaline explodes, forcing out extraordinary strength and stamina. That's exactly how she managed to escape the subway station. Otherwise, no matter how young you are, you can't outrun a zombie. But the price is that afterward your whole body goes limp. It only took us a few minutes to run from the subway station to here, yet we were as wiped out as if we'd finished a marathon. I filled the pack with water, leaned against the desk, twisted open a bottle, and drank. I already had good stamina to begin with, and now that I'd leveled up to 4, my constitution had roughly tripled. That little exertion was nothing to me. I checked my stats. Level 4, 145 to 150. Base constitution rank S. Know a bit of shingy boxing, bagua palm, and lockpicking. Only 5 experience points short of leveling up. I planned to hit level 5 right here first. Before I'd even finished the water, footsteps came from outside. The zombie had finished eating and started wandering the hallway. From the sound of it, there was just one. I immediately set down the water, walked to the door, yanked Sweet Girl aside, and opened it. Rural. Standing outside was a big-bellied middle-aged man in a suit, jacket hanging open, white shirt soaked in blood, still chewing a chunk of flesh in his mouth. Behind him, on the floor, lay a woman in business attire, black suit, pencil skirt, black stockings, white shirt. Her shirt buttons had burst open, exposing a mangled mess of flesh, gnawed down to nothing. Her long, slender neck was a bloody ruin too, gurgling out blood, which gushed faster or slower as her body twitched. I only gave her a passing glance. But after leveling up, my constitution had been enhanced. My eyes were sharper, my ears keener, my mind clearer, and with just that one glance, I took in most of her features clearly. Before, I never could have done that. As for the big-bellied middle-aged man, he was just a level 1 zombie. It took almost no effort. One swing of the axe split him open and killed him. Experience +2. I stepped forward a few paces, grabbed the still twitching woman by the ankle, and dragged her into the room. The moment the door closed, she suddenly stopped twitching, jerked upright, glared at me, and let out a low snarl from her throat. Her body was still warm, her skin only slightly pale, but her eyeballs were already webbed with gray veins, her lenses clouded, her face rapidly turning ashen, veins bulging. Then, spreading like a virus, the skin on her chest began to go ashen too, veins swelling and protruding. Zombie, LV1, HP, 50. A half-health female zombie. Bam. I slammed her back down with the riot shield and looked up at Sweet Girl. She froze for a moment. Only when she saw me pinning the struggling female zombie did she catch on, pointing at her own nose and staring in disbelief. My meaning was obvious. I wanted her to kill this zombie. She said, "Me?" I nodded. Nobody in this day and age had ever seen a zombie in the flesh, but everyone knew them well. And Sweet Girl had just watched me kill several, so of course she knew the weak points were the neck and head. She picked up the fire axe and stared uneasily at the female zombie thrashing on the floor. My shield pinned down its torso and thighs. The zombie's 2 arms flailed outside, desperately clawing at me, but never reaching. Its head strained to lift, but with the shield pressing on its neck, it couldn't rise. Sweet girl walked over with the axe, looked at that face, and her expression turned pained. Watching someone else kill and doing it yourself are two completely different things. I let out a soft mm. She understood. I was screening a teammate. Someone who didn't even dare to kill a single zombie didn't deserve to follow me. At a time like this, you can't expect other people to protect you forever. She took a deep breath, raised the axe, and hacked down hard at the neck. Thunk. She missed, the blade landing right on the face instead. The female zombie's eyes went wide, and it stopped all movement. Sweet girl struggled to pull the axe free and saw a face nearly split in two. Bleak, she threw up on the spot. She retched for a good while, until her stomach was completely empty. I handed her the half bottle of water I had left. She rinsed her mouth, then chugged the rest, and finally felt a little better. I didn't waste words and went straight to what I cared about most. Did your talent awaken? She nodded. After killing the zombie, she'd unlocked the information. My talent is marksman. As she said it, her eyes flickered with excitement. Give me a gun, and I can hit anything, every shot. She looked at me and took a breath. Thank you, Chung-hee. I gave my name, thinking, not bad luck. What she awakened is actually a practical talent. Thank you, Chung-hee. I'm Lin Chuin. I asked, your talent, is it physical, or does it operate on the rules level? Every shot on target. If it was physical, it just meant she was a good shot. But if it was rules level, that'd be terrifying. She'd clearly played video games and got what I meant. Physical. I can hit wherever I aim, but the bullets don't track. Do you have any skills? Skills. She shook her head. I kept my eyes on hers the whole time. She didn't look like she was lying, and I relaxed a little. If she was holding back about her own abilities, I couldn't take her as a teammate. Just then a troubled look crossed her face, and I noticed her eyes were a bit red. What's wrong? She bit her lip, and in the end said nothing. Just pulled out her phone and handed it to me. It was a chat window, labeled Mom. The profile picture was a very beautiful, graceful woman, 30-something, like a celebrity. I assumed it was a stock photo off the internet and didn't think much of it, going straight to the messages. I read them bottom to top, seeing the latest first. Mom. Choo-choo. Your dad got bitten by a zombie. I've tied him up. Mom. Your dad got bitten rushing home to save me. Mom. Choo-choo, how are you? Did you get out safe? Further up was the back and forth between mother and daughter. When the outbreak hit, her mom was hiding alone at home, and she was hiding alone in a subway station restroom. Her dad was a public safety officer. He'd just gotten to work when the outbreak struck, with many people at the station turning into zombies and everything descending into chaos. Her dad grabbed a gun and ammo and fought his way home, but in the end he still got caught by a zombie. He told his wife to kill him. She refused, so he tied himself up. From the last messages, her dad had clearly already turned into a zombie. Her mom was now stuck in the same room as a zombie. Extremely dangerous. Lin Chuin didn't say a word, but her meaning in showing me the phone was crystal clear. She wanted to go save her mom. Only human. But if she went alone, it'd be suicide. So she wanted me to help. She just couldn't bring herself to say it out loud. After all, she wasn't the only one with parents. Who doesn't have family? She wanted to go home. And of course I wanted to go home too. I saw through what she was thinking and said, I'm from G province. My parents are both back in my hometown. Her eyes lit up instantly. My home is right here in Chanyuan. Actually, I'd figured that out even without her saying it. She'd mentioned earlier that Dobao had suggested heading to Chanyuan for shelter after breaking out of the subway station. Put the two together, and how could I not have guessed? I nodded. It's close to your place, but getting there won't be easy. She said, I've got plenty of food at home, and my dad brought a gun back. My mom should be safe for now, no rush. Hearing the word gun, I was tempted too. No matter how good I was in a fight, I couldn't beat a gun. Add her marksman talent, and if we could get our hands on a gun, our safety factor would jump up a whole level. Besides, I needed a place to shelter anyway, and Chanyuan really was the best option. I said, let's go up to the roof and check out the street. Are you rested enough? She hesitated. Can I rest another 5, 10 minutes? I didn't refuse. As long as no horde showed up, this building was still relatively safe for now. But it was an office building. The office doors weren't sturdy enough. There was no food storage, and there were too many corridors, so zombies could sneak up at any moment. By comparison, residential buildings were safer, and Chanyuan was a high-end complex, so its security level was inherently higher. While she rested, I dug through the office drawers and cabinets, but didn't find anything useful. 10 minutes later, we headed out right on schedule and made our way to the top floor. Above that was the rooftop. Surprisingly, the rooftop was quiet. I quietly climbed up and peered out through the little door. There were at least 20 or 30 zombies wandering the roof. The survivors who'd fled up here, not one had made it. From their clothes, these zombies were clearly employees of this building. One glance told me that out of the 20 or 30, only one was a level 2 zombie. The rest were all level 1. far weaker than the ones at the subway station. I didn't hesitate any longer. As usual, I gave the iron door frame a light tap. The faint sound instantly drew 7 or 8 zombies, sprinting this way. The doorway was narrow, so I planted the riot shield right in the middle and had it almost completely blocked. Bam! The fastest one slammed into the shield. A level 1 zombie might be stronger than an ordinary person, but in front of me, it was nothing. I shoved it back with the shield, swung the axe at the second, and blocked the third with the shield when it rushed in. One man holding the gate, and 10,000 can't break through. I defended with my shield, cut down 2 of them, and leveled up. Level up. Character: Chunghee. Current level: 50300. Base physique: rank S. Current skills: Shingy Boxing LV.3, Bagua Palm LV.3, Lockpicking Mastery LV.3. Talent: Eye of Insight, unique. Level reached 5. Talent: Eye of Insight has been upgraded. A new ability has been added. New talent ability: can view the character panels of others whose level is more than 4 ranks below your own. Huh. So after hitting level 5, my talent leveled up too? That's a unique talent for you. After cutting down a zombie that came charging in, I turned to look at Lin Shuin. Character: Lin Shuin. HP: 98. Current level: 1, 2/10. Base physique: rank C. Current skills: none. Talent: sharpshooter, rare. Rank C. An ordinary adult woman's physique. No surprise there. Sharpshooter is a rare talent. Makes sense too. In a zombie apocalypse, firearms are hugely valuable. Just then, zombies in the distance heard the commotion and came rushing over. At level 5, my physique was now nearly triple what it used to be. And keep in mind, my base physique is rank S. For times a rank S body already blows past any normal human. To me, a level 1 zombie was about as threatening as a kindergartner. But I quickly discovered something depressing. Killing level 1 zombies now actually drained my XP. Level 1 zombies used to give 2 kinds of XP. 1 point if they had under 50 HP, 2 points if over. But now every kill only gave me 1 point. Level 2 zombies still gave normal XP though. In other words, if the level gap is 3 or less, XP is normal. More than that, and it gets docked. Level 1 zombies give so little XP that I couldn't even tell exactly how the penalty worked. Once I cleared the rooftop, I walked to the edge to scout the area. Unfortunately, this building was too short. Every building around it was taller, seriously blocking my view. At least I could see UUN Road, and even the intersection. Right now the whole intersection was jammed with cars, some still burning. Zombies swarmed the crossing, hunting down survivors, smashing through car windows, and crawling inside to feed. But there were very few survivors left here. Soon the whole intersection went quiet, and the horde surged off toward some other noise in the distance. In no time the intersection emptied out. Not a single zombie left. I couldn't help but freeze for a second. Lin Shuin was even more thrilled. She grabbed my arm. Let's go. An opening like this couldn't be missed. I immediately turned back toward the stairwell. Just as I was about to head down, I heard a whir-whir sound. I looked up. A helicopter was flying in from the distance. Military. It hovered over a rooftop somewhere and opened fire, clearly clearing out zombies. The military had mobilized? But why just one? My heart sank. This wasn't good news. It was worse. If the military had deployed normally, there was no way they'd send just one. A single chopper meant only one possibility. Most of the army had turned into zombies. The few who hadn't grabbed a helicopter and got out. But they didn't flee. They still chose to fly into the city and clear zombies, to carve out a path of survival for the civilians. But the effect? A city as massive as Shanghai, 25 million people. Tossing one attack helicopter and wouldn't even make a ripple. I gave it one glance, then stopped paying attention and kept heading down. Back at the little courtyard, I found 2 more zombies had shown up. They were in horrible shape. Their whole bodies were like blood-filled gourds, unable to even stand, just crawling on the ground. Clearly, they'd been bitten or scratched first, then jumped from a building and died on impact, then turned. Zombie, LV.1, HP, 20. Zombie, LV.1, HP, 15. Only 2 XP. I couldn't be bothered, so I let Lin Shuin grab the kills. She already knew killing zombies earned XP, so she wasn't as reluctant as before. She shot me a grateful look, grabbed her axe, and charged in. After finishing off the 2 of them, we headed out and hurried to the main street. Before we even got close, a sharp, acrid smell hit us. Normally car collisions don't catch fire, but electric vehicles are a different story. The flames at the center of the intersection were spreading fast. More than a dozen cars piled together had all caught fire. Inside one of them, a driver who'd turned into a zombie was pinned by a seatbelt, thrashing endlessly but unable to get out, burning along with the car. Most of the piled-up cars were like this. Drivers turned mid-drive, lost control, and crashed into one big heap. Compared to the intersection, the middle stretch of road was actually in better shape. But it didn't matter. With the intersection blocked, no car could get off the street anyway. The two of us quickly slipped past the edge of the intersection, turned onto another road, and headed north. We'd barely gone a few steps when zombies in a nearby building spotted us and came charging out in pursuit. Luckily, Chong Garden was close to the intersection. We'd barely run any distance before reaching the south gate. The big iron gate was shut, with only a small pedestrian door left open. The zombies in the complex had obviously all gone out through it. The courtyard was completely empty. We hurried inside and locked it right away. The zombies chasing us were shut out, left clawing at the iron gate and snarling. I'd meant to grab a couple more kills while I was at it, but Lin Shuin was too worked up. She grabbed me and rushed inside. Bam! Just then, a window on an upper floor nearby suddenly shattered, and a figure plummeted down, hitting the ground with a thud. Somehow this person survived a 5-story fall. Instead, they got back up and charged at us. Then a second, a third, a fourth. Zombies threw themselves out the windows one after another to come at us. The ones falling from lower floors were fine, but the ones from higher up were a gruesome sight, their HP plummeting, unable to even crawl. Even the ones on lower floors who managed to get up had mostly broken their legs. I felt no fear toward these crippled zombies. I kept running forward, following Lin Chuin, dispatching any I ran into. Before long, we arrived at the door of one of the residential blocks. It was shut tight and locked. This block had only this single entrance. Once that heavy iron door was locked, zombies outside couldn't get in, and those inside couldn't get out. This block was clearly where Lin Chuin lived. I noticed there was facial recognition on the door. She should be able to open it just by scanning her face. But standing at the door, she hesitated and looked at me. She was worried that if there were zombies behind the door, they'd rush out the moment it opened. I held up my shield and stood guard beside the door, then gave Lin Chuin a nod. She immediately scanned her face to open it. The moment the door opened, a zombie lunged out. I smashed its head in with one axe blow. There were 3 more inside. I took them all out. We both stepped in, bolted the security door behind us, and let out a breath. Elevator or stairs? She asked. What floor? 20th. I rolled my eyes. You even have to ask? She stuck out her tongue and led me to the elevator. One car was stopped on the 1st floor. I braced my shield against the doorway while she hit the button. The doors opened, empty inside. We got in, and she swiped her card and pressed the floor. Taking the elevator risked a zombie ambush and a power outage, but upscale complexes like this had dual power supplies, far less risky than climbing 20 flights. I kept my shield braced at the doors, ready for anything. The elevator rose smoothly to the 20th floor, and no one was outside. She poked her head out to check, then turned left. This was a 2 units per floor layout with big flats. Hers was 2001. The security door looked pretty solid. She didn't dare knock. She pulled out her phone and texted her mom. Unit 2001 didn't open, but behind us came the sound of a door opening. I'd been on guard and turned around immediately. A tall young woman stood there, long, straight black hair, wearing loungewear, very pretty. She stared at us with wide eyes. Are you human or zombies? Her voice was too loud. I frowned, too late. The pounding of frantic footsteps and zombie snarls immediately came from the stairwell. The girl jumped in fright, shrank back into her apartment, and slammed the door shut with a bang. Whether she did it on purpose or by accident, she made a huge racket. I cursed under my breath and rushed to the stairwell to shut the fire door. But the fire door couldn't be locked. The next moment, heavy blows landed against it from the other side, with enough force to push me back half a step. Lin Chuin reacted fast, putting away her phone and banging on the door. Mom! The pounding on the fire door and her knocking blended together. Bracing with my riot shield, I found it a real struggle. There was definitely more than one zombie ramming the door out there. Click! The security door finally opened. Lin Chuin glanced inside, but didn't go in. She waved at me. Get in here, hurry. A gentle, magnetic woman's voice came from within. I'd meant to deal with the zombies first, but then it hit me. Leaving a few zombies at the door was a kind of protection, too. I didn't care about these ones anyway. I waved at Lin Chuin to go in first, then suddenly bolted for 2001. The instant I released the shield, the fire door behind me burst open with a bang, and a pack of zombies came chasing practically at my heels. That stench sent a jolt through me. These zombies were at least level 4 or 5, more explosive than any I'd ever seen. I dashed to the door of 2001, where a woman was standing to greet me. The entryway was too narrow. There was no way to dodge. I plowed straight into her and slammed the door shut behind me. Oof. I'd rammed headfirst into 2 soft mounds. The woman staggered back a few steps and landed on her, but on the floor. I couldn't spare her any attention. I bolted the security door first. Bam, bam, bam. The zombies outside started pounding on the door. Thankfully, it was sturdy enough that they couldn't break through anytime soon. Mom, are you okay? Lin Shuin helped the woman up. She had one hand clutching her chest and the other rubbing her backside. I turned to look and froze. She looked to be only around 30, with a head of jet black long hair, half her face stunningly lovely, her features somewhat resembling Lin Shuyan's, but with an added mature charm. Her purple dress wasn't tight, yet it still couldn't hide her ample curves. Only then did it click that she was Lin Shuyan's mother. I stepped forward with an apologetic smile. I didn't break anything, did I? The moment the words left my mouth, I realized they came out kind of ambiguous. Luckily, she didn't seem to catch it. She shook her head, her face slightly flushed. It's fine. She'd come to her senses too. She'd been the one standing in the narrow entryway blocking the path, so getting rammed wasn't anyone else's fault. But my collision had been no light thing. It hurt enough that she kept rubbing her backside. Lin Shuin helped her toward the living room sofa. Before I could get a good look at the place, I heard pounding coming from a bedroom door too. Bam, bam, bam. Zombies ramming the door outside, and something ramming a door inside, each one fiercer than the other. It clicked instantly. The thing locked in that room was Lin Shuyan's father, and he'd already turned into a zombie. I couldn't let him keep ramming like that. The zombies on both sides would hear each other and only grow more frenzied, which would draw even more zombies. But after all, this was her real father, this woman's husband. I couldn't push too hard. I scanned the place, a 4-bedroom, 2-living-room flat, 200 or 300 square meters, floor-to-ceiling windows framing Shanghai's night skyline. How could her dad, a low-level boss at the Public Security Bureau, afford a place like this? But that wasn't my concern. At a glance, I spotted 3 guns sitting on the coffee table, a suppressed pistol, a suppressed submachine gun, and a police shotgun, along with 3 magazines, 3 boxes of shells, and 1 grenade. Clearly her dad had brought them home. Lin Shuin had gotten her mother seated. Feigning nonchalance, I walked over to the coffee table, picked up the guns and ammo, and started loading them onto myself while checking them over. This stuff was safer in my hands. Lin Shuin glanced over but said nothing, and her mom was too busy rubbing her backside to notice. Sure enough, in just those 2 or 3 minutes, the pounding on both doors egged each other on and grew louder and louder. Both mother and daughter went pale. Only then did I speak. We need to make him quiet down, or the zombies outside will keep ramming and eventually break through. The woman panicked the moment she heard it. From the look on her face, I got the picture. A textbook case of someone kept too sheltered, with zero ability to adapt. It took Lin Shuin a moment to grasp what I meant by quiet down, killing her father. Grief welled up in her eyes as she asked her mother, "Dad, turned into a zombie?" The woman's eyes reddened, tears spilling out, her voice hoarse. He got grabbed by a zombie on his way home, and then he locked himself in the room. I could roughly guess the rest. Her dad knew he was going to turn and wanted his wife to shoot him. She refused, so all he could do was lock himself away, afraid he'd hurt her. But he'd clearly underestimated the strength he'd have as a zombie. From the sound of the pounding, he was about to break free. I looked at the mother and daughter. I know this is cruel, but the one's still alive. We have to keep living. Just as they were wavering, bam, the bedroom door was rammed open from the inside. A male zombie appeared in the doorway, hair disheveled, wearing a public security officer's uniform. He was on his knees, his right wrist cuffed, the cuff having already ground through skin and exposed bone. The other end of the cuff was locked to the headboard. He'd actually dragged the entire bed all the way to the doorway. The bed was wedged in the door frame, so he couldn't move. All he could do was kneel there and let out unwilling snarls at us. Every time he thrashed, the cuff scraped against bone, making a skin-crawling sound. "Ah," Lin Shuin cried out, then saw that face clearly, and her tears burst like a broken dam. She clapped a hand over her mouth, desperately stifling her sobs. Her mother was the same. One standing, one seated, mother and daughter wept in agony. Clank, the cuff bit viciously into bone again. He felt no pain and kept struggling. From the look of it, he'd soon break his hand free. I hesitated no longer. Shield in one hand, gun in the other, I walked toward him. Lin Shuin knew what I was about to do. She collapsed onto the sofa and clung to her mother, sobbing. It was my first time using a gun. I had no confidence in my aim. I walked to within a few meters and took aim at his face. Zombie, LV.5, HP, 960. Level 5 for sure, nearly 1,000 HP. Level 5 zombies seem to have a bit of a brain now. Seeing the muzzle aimed at him, he actually sensed the danger and stopped lunging outward, trying to shrink back into the room, only to slam headfirst into the bed, knocking it 2 meters away. Startled, I fired immediately. Piu. He moved too fast. The shot hit his back. Zombie, LV.5, HP, 940. Damn. A shot that would have been fatal to a human only knocked off 20 HP. Missed the head, and you can't hit anything vital. Piu. The second shot hit the back of his skull. Though the zombie had a faint premonition of danger, It didn't know how to dodge bullets. Zombie, LV.5, HP, 20. A headshot didn't kill him? Still a sliver of HP left. PU, the third shot dropped him. Experience plus 19. Level 5 zombies really pay off in XP. Random skill obtained. Skill acquired. Gunfighting technique, LV.1. Gunfighting technique. I stared at the corpse in shock. Lin's dad knew this too? Character, Chung-hee. Current level, 5, 10, 300ths. Base physique, rank S. Current skills, Shingi boxing LV.3, Bagua palm LV.3, lockpicking mastery LV.3, gunfighting technique LV.1. Talent, Eye of Insight, unique. Level reached 5. Talent, Eye of Insight, new ability. Can view the character panels of others whose level is more than 4 ranks below your own. It suddenly made sense. His marksmanship and combat skills must have both been solid, and he'd worked this out for himself through real fights. So-called gunfighting technique is a combat style that blends shooting, close-quarters combat, and footwork/positioning into one. It's somewhat like Lin Shuyan's sharpshooter, but also different. Her sharpshooter lets her achieve near 100% accuracy. Gunfighting technique, even at max level, can't do that. 99.9 at most. But being able to hit is one thing, and whether the target can dodge is another. Ordinary people and zombies can't dodge bullets, but a skilled fighter might. Take me. My physique is enhanced more than threefold, my strength, agility, and reflexes all far beyond what they were. I can't dodge a bullet once it's left the barrel, but in a face-to-face fight, I can use observation to predict where an opponent will shoot and dodge before they even pull the trigger, which makes 100% accuracy useless. And that's exactly what gunfighting technique solves. Faster draws, dynamic shooting, predicting the enemy's movements. Of course, to bring out its power, your physique has to keep up. All things considered, the sharpshooter talent is still stronger. Lin Shuyan can learn gunfighting technique, but no matter how much I train with a gun, I'll never hit 100%. If she learns gunfighting technique with sharpshooter backing it up, that would be terrifying. And she's better suited to a sniper rifle. Only long-range sniping can bring her ability to its full potential. Dad, Lin Shuyan now cried out and threw herself at her father's corpse, her mother following. Careful, infection. I stopped her. Grief-stricken as she was, she hadn't lost her reason. Looking at her father's corpse, she instinctively hugged me. Her mother was still lost in grief and didn't think much of it. Right now she, too, wanted a shoulder to lean on, but all she could do was force herself to stay upright, her swaying body barely holding. After they'd cried for a while, I wiped away Lin Shuyan's tears and patted her gently. Okay, that's enough. Don't cry anymore. Then I turned to the woman, pointed at Lin's father's corpse, and asked, he didn't grab you, did he? Not even a tiny wound. Her expression changed in an instant. Seeing that change, I raised an eyebrow, and my face darkened too. By my earlier observations, a person bitten by a zombie mutates in 10 seconds. But Lin's father didn't fit that. Even if he'd been grabbed right at his own doorstep, 10 seconds wasn't enough time for him to meet his wife and then lock himself away. There was only one explanation. Being bitten and being scratched have different mutation speeds. A bite, especially to the neck, is fastest, turning in 10 seconds. But a scratch, with a light wound, might drag the mutation out for a long time. This was not a good thing. If someone lightly scratched, just a broken bit of skin, might not turn until much later, then they'd be extremely dangerous to their companions. Seeing her husband come home, she may well have done something like hug or hold him. If she'd been scratched even once, then we were in serious trouble. I have to eliminate this threat. After being betrayed by my girlfriend, all I've got left in my eyes now is myself. Only my own survival matters. Everyone else comes second. Manners, morals, those are luxuries only the living get to talk about. I'm not some deranged killer, but me first. That's my bottom line. Lin Shuyan doesn't override it, and her mother sure as hell doesn't either. Hearing me say that, Lin Shuyan jumped and instinctively ducked behind me. Then she realized it was her mom and hurriedly asked, Mom, did Dad get you? Her mother froze for a second. I don't think so. You don't think so? I didn't feel any pain. I said coldly. You hugged him, didn't you? If he accidentally scratched you with a fingernail, you wouldn't have felt a thing in a moment like that. Lin Shuyan grabbed my sleeve. Then what do we do? I was quiet for a moment, then said it anyway. I need her to take off her clothes so I can check her whole body. For our safety, it has to be done. Her mother's whole body shuddered, and she stared at me in disbelief. Lin Shuyan hesitated. Chinghe, how about I check her? Her mom looked relieved, but I flatly refused. She's your own mother. Even if you found a wound on her, could you actually say it out loud? Could you stand there and watch me beat her to death? Lin Shuyan froze up and fell silent. I turned to her mom. Ma'am, you don't want to turn into a zombie and hurt your own daughter, do you? The woman trembled and lost all her nerve. A woman this indecisive. Someone else has to make the call for her at a time like this. So I just said, go to the bedroom. I dug a flashlight out of my backpack, walked into the bedroom, drew the curtains, and turned on the light. Women all have that ostrich mentality. Ask her outright, and she'll never agree to undress in front of a strange man. But arrange it directly, and she'll most likely just shut her eyes and go along with it. Sure enough, a moment later Lin Chuin came in pulling her mom along. I kept my back to them. Go ahead and check. Her mother's fingers were trembling so hard, she couldn't bring herself to do anything. Lin Chuin had to do it herself. Mom, it's fine. People fighting to survive don't fuss over stuff like this. I glanced back and paused. Sure, I said to check, but they were way too literal about it. It took me 3 minutes to snap out of it. Then I pulled out the flashlight and started carefully checking, beginning with her face, ears, and neck. Her skin was so pale it looked flushed. This was serious, so I held my breath and didn't dare get careless. When I finished, I let out a breath. She's clean. Both mother and daughter exhaled at the same time. Who'd want to turn into a zombie, after all? I headed back to the living room first and sat down on the couch to rest. After fighting all morning and running for my life the whole way, I was exhausted. The zombies outside the door had stopped banging and gone quiet. 7 or 8 of them were wandering around the stairwell. I didn't mind them. In fact, I deliberately left them there as guard dogs. The way apocalypse novels always put it, people are scarier than zombies in the end times, so using them as sentries was actually pretty useful. The 2 of them finished up and came out, sitting down on either side of me. Lin Chuin lowered her voice. So what do we do next? Honestly, I didn't have a plan either, but faced with those 2 pairs of clueless eyes, one big, one small, I still had to be the one to figure it out. I looked away and thought about it. Let's wait and see for now. See how things develop, whether any rescue shows up. Then I asked, is there any food in the house? We'd rushed straight back from the subway station without a chance to grab supplies, only bringing 2 packs of water and some snacks. Her mom said, there's some bottled water and 4 bags of rice. That'd last us a while. I said, then we sit tight and watch. It's already chaos out there. After resting a bit, I threw Lin's father's body out the window and took the chance to survey outside. Unfortunately, Shanghai is packed with high-rises. Even from the 20th floor, I couldn't see far. The streets nearby were already in chaos, and there were still living people. The moment one of them made a sound, a huge swarm of zombies would chase and bite at them like crazy. The crashing, the screaming, the shouting hadn't stopped since morning. Her mom went to the kitchen to cook, and Lin Chuin put in her earbuds and scrolled her phone. I leaned over and pulled one earbud out. Any useful news? She shook her head. No official rescue info, just short videos from people online. Oh, and it looks like the firewall's down. I can get on TikTok now. On the screen, things overseas were just as chaotic, zombies everywhere. I thought to myself, if someone took down the firewall, that means there are still staff alive. Power, water, and internet are all working, which means places like the power plant still have people manning them. Things hadn't hit rock bottom yet. As she scrolled, a not-so-decent video suddenly popped up. Lin Chuyen's eyes went wide, and she stared for a good while before frantically swiping it away. As a result, the algorithm assumed she liked that kind of thing and kept pushing more. Hands shaking, she swiped away 5 or 6 of them before finally getting back to the latest footage of riots and zombies. The zombie outbreak was only half a day old, and already the ugliest sides of human nature were on full display, especially overseas. In places without zombies, people had already started smashing, looting, and killing. Some who'd been bitten were manically showing off their wounds. One guy was dressed like a Wild West cowboy on a rooftop, drinking and sniping zombies with a rifle. There were also survivors who caught footage of a helicopter landing on the roof of a financial tower, clearly there to pick people up. Lin Chuin, though, seemed distracted. She kept sneaking glances at me, opening her mouth and closing it again, until she finally couldn't hold back. Earlier, when you were checking my mom, did you get, a reaction? I was startled. Nonsense, no, absolutely not. I saw it. The words had barely left her mouth when we both sensed something was off. We looked up. Her mom was standing right in front of us holding 2 plates of food, her face bright red. We each had one earbud in, and, in our nervousness, hadn't even noticed her come over. She hurriedly set down the plates, turned, and went back to the kitchen. Lunch was green beans stir-fried with pork, scrambled eggs with tomato, rice, and a soup. She really could cook. The 3 of us ate in silence, until Lin Chuin spoke first. Should we be preparing anything? I said, charge up everything that can be charged, and fill up on tap water for now, but don't drink it yet. I'll test later whether it's safe. Her mom said, already done. It seemed she hadn't been idle all afternoon. Lin Chuin asked, how do you test it? In the novels I've read, once the zombies break out you can't drink tap water anymore, only bottled. I shot her a look. You're using apocalypse novels as a survival manual? She shrank her neck guiltily. Drinking water wasn't a concern for now. Her family had stocked up some, and we'd brought back 2 backpacks of bottled water. We talked it over for a long while, but couldn't come up with any real plan for holing up. But you can't solve this apocalypse by hiding. The zombies keep leveling up, and people who kill zombies can level up too. If you just curl up and never go out to train, then no matter how sturdy your shelter is, sooner or later a stronger zombie will bust it open, and then you're dead for sure. But you can't just charge a zombie horde head-on either. Even I wouldn't dare that. I ran the numbers in my head. I'd take another look this afternoon, and if nothing else, I'd start clearing the building. Stairwells are narrow, so zombies can't surround you from all sides, and there are fewer of them. It's a great place to grind levels, and I could also scavenge supplies from other units. As for the long game, the safest bet was to escape the city, prioritizing an offshore island, or failing that, sparsely populated countryside. Shanghai has such a huge population and so many zombies. Give it enough time, and who knows what kind of monsters might evolve. Too bad I didn't have a helicopter. Even if I wanted to leave, I couldn't get out. After eating, Lin Shuin went back to her phone, and her mom cleared the dishes to wash them. I put on leather gloves and went to help, taking the chance to examine the tap water. Unfortunately, I couldn't tell anything from looking. When her mom saw me come in, her body stiffened and she got all awkward. She finally introduced herself in a small voice. Thank you for bringing Choo-Choo home. I'm Choo-Choo's mom, Wan Qinghe. I almost laughed, but held it in. I'm Qinghe. She realized she'd said something unnecessary, and, blushing, changed the subject. Are you 2 classmates? No. I gave a brief rundown of how I'd run into Lin Shuin. Even though her daughter had messaged her earlier, hearing firsthand that I'd brought her out of a subway station crawling with zombies still left Wan Qinghe too shocked to speak for a long while. After a moment she said, thank you. From now on. The words "from now on" had barely left her lips when it hit her that the world had changed. If the 2 of them left me, they'd never survive. At that thought her face flushed again, and then she remembered her husband's gruesome death. Grief welled up, and she started crying once more. Wan Qinghe and her husband had been childhood sweethearts, more or less. She hadn't done well in school and didn't make it into college, so right after high school she'd pledged herself to him, then got pregnant unexpectedly, and they had to hold a wedding back in the village. After that she'd stayed home raising their child, never working a single day, knowing nothing about the outside world. Everything had always been arranged for her. Today's sudden catastrophe and her husband's brutal death had knocked the soul right out of her. If her daughter weren't around, she wouldn't have cared whether she lived or died. But with her daughter here, the pressure was crushing. Her husband was gone, and she had to find a way to keep her daughter alive. But what could she come up with? Cared for by her parents as a child, cared for by her husband as an adult, and now suddenly left all alone. Her whole world had collapsed, lost and helpless. At least there was still someone by her side. Right now her emotions were tangled to the extreme. On one hand grieving for her husband, on the other, desperately wanting a shoulder to lean on. Seeing her like that, all I could do was pat her shoulder to comfort her. Otherwise she'd break down completely, and if she got loud, it would draw the zombies outside again. She couldn't hold it in any longer and leaned against my shoulder, sobbing. Lin Shuin, hearing the commotion from the living room, came running over and froze at the sight. Wan Qinghe was past caring. She wept. Choo-Choo, your dad's gone. What are the 2 of us going to do now? Lin Shuin had been forcing herself not to think about it, and now she couldn't hold it together either. She rushed over and burst into tears. Mother and daughter clung to each other, crying their eyes out. There was nothing I could do but offer up both shoulders and comfort them at the same time. I don't know how long they cried. My sun protection jacket was soaked with tears, and they were still sniffling. There was nothing for it. I could only comfort them harder. After a while, Lin Shuin suddenly lifted her head, looked at me with red eyes, and said in a tearful voice, Qinghe, stop touching my butt. Only then did I realize my hand had wandered off somewhere along the way. Beside us, Wan Qinghe bit her lip and said nothing. These 2, one petite and pert, one full and rounded, were both top tier, unbelievably. I pressed my lips into a line and said in a solemn tone, the dead are gone. Those of us still living have to find a way to keep living. That's how we honor the ones who loved us. Mother and daughter exchanged a glance, and both nodded. Only then did Wan Qinghe notice my clothes were soaked with tears. She let out an, oh no, and said she'd wash them for me and that I should change. I didn't refuse. It was a good chance to put on Lin's father's tactical vest. Lin's dad had come home well prepared. Besides 3 guns and ammunition, there was a tactical vest, tactical boots, and a tactical helmet. The helmet was crucial. It could block a swipe from an ordinary zombie, and also guard against getting clubbed from behind. Unfortunately, ammo was scarce. The shotgun had the most shells. The Type 79 submachine gun had only 21 rounds left. The Type 92 pistol had 3.5 magazines, 52 rounds total. Cried out and exhausted, the two of them slumped onto the couch. By the time I'd finished getting ready, they finally snapped to and were startled to see me fully geared up, clearly about to head out. Ruan Xinghe, thinking further ahead, assumed I was going to abandon them and leave. Lin Shuin didn't overthink it, though. In her eyes, that brief bit of intimacy right before we thought we'd die already counted as pledging ourselves to each other. So of course I wouldn't leave her behind. She asked in surprise, "Where are you going?" "Out to take a look, and to bring back a zombie while I'm at it." As I said this, I glanced at Ruan Xinghe. Lin Shuin got it instantly. I meant to have her mom kill a zombie and see if she could awaken a talent, just like I'd helped Lin Shuin do at the office building that morning. The thought warmed her heart. She stood up. "I'll come with you." I shook my head and refused. Yeah, right. The state she was in now, all dazed, going out would just get her caught by a zombie. Besides, she'd worn herself out all morning and cried all through lunch. Her strength hadn't recovered at all. No way was I taking her. We'd talk tomorrow. "Oh, then be careful." She didn't press. She had no doubts about my abilities. After all, I'd gotten her out of that subway station. "Don't worry, oh shit." I broke off mid-sentence, my expression suddenly changing. There was actually a person flying outside the balcony. Had someone awakened a flight talent? I rushed over and got a clear look. It was a young guy in glasses, early 20s, with a backpack, gripping a controller. Up close, I saw he was using a drone to hoist himself through the air. This clearly wasn't a professional manned aircraft. It only worked because he was short and light enough for the drone to lift. The guy had guts, I'll give him that. And with a little luck, he might actually make it out of the city. Just then the window on the neighboring balcony was suddenly pushed open, and a girl waved frantically. Hey, cutie, take me with you." It was our neighbor, the girl with long, straight black hair we'd run into on the way up. Glasses guy looked back. Whether he was too naively straightforward or just lusting after a pretty face, I couldn't tell, and actually steered the drone back toward her, getting ready to pick her up. Looking at those clear eyes behind his lenses, I figured it was probably both reasons. I mean, it's the apocalypse now. Taking a beautiful girl along to survive together is exactly how apocalypse novels write it. In that moment, his fear was mixed with excitement. He'd probably already started fantasizing that he was the protagonist. I watched him for a bit, then couldn't help warning him. "Hey man, that junky drone of yours. Can it even carry two people?" Carrying one was already overloading it. Two, and it'd absolutely drop out of the sky. Glasses guy started, and the fervor in his eyes instantly vanished, replaced by calm. He looked at the long-haired girl, shook his head. "Sorry." Then he turned to me, his eyes full of gratitude. Now that's boy helping boy. He was so moved it seemed he wanted to do something for me, then realized there was nothing he could do, and looked a little ashamed. I waved him off. "Don't waste your battery, just get going." He nodded, thanked me, and flew the drone away. "You son of a bitch." A string of choice curses rang out. I turned to look. The long-haired girl on the next balcony was pointing right at my nose, cursing me out, her face twisted with rage. If I hadn't stopped him just now, both of them would have plummeted to their deaths. But looking at her, even if I spelled it out, she wouldn't believe it, let alone offer a single thank you. I couldn't be bothered to educate someone like that, so I just fired back. "Dumbass." "Aya." She lost it and unleashed a torrent of curses at me. I just shut the window, ignored her. Every extra word was a waste of breath. I went back to getting ready to head out. I took a pistol and 3 magazines, slung the shotgun and shells across my neck, plus the riot shield, fire axe, and helmet. All that gear was already no light load. I hesitated, then left the submachine gun behind. There wasn't much ammo, and the 7.62mm rounds weren't interchangeable with the pistol's 9mm, so bringing it wouldn't do much good and would just add weight. The submachine gun had long range and strong penetration, so I'd leave the dozen-odd remaining rounds to Lin Shuin for precision shooting. It'd be a waste for me to just spray with it. Even though I have a habit of assuming the worst about people, I could tell Lin Shuin genuinely cared about me. Going it alone in the apocalypse is brutal, and I needed partners too. More importantly, mother and daughter were each other's tether and still had to rely on me to survive. Stabbing me in the back would mean cutting off their own lifeline, so odds were they wouldn't. This wasn't some female-oriented romance novel, after all. Before leaving, I reminded them, "Keep an eye on your phone. I'll message you before I come back, so remember to open the door." I'll watch it constantly." Lin Shuin nodded repeatedly, and Ruan Xinghe nodded too. I tucked away my fully charged phone, went to the security door, and looked out through the peephole. 3 zombies were roaming the hallway, 3 fewer than before, so the other 3 were probably around the corner in the stairwell or on the stairs. The 3 outside the door were an old man, an old woman, and a young girl, level 1, level 2, and level 2. Beating up a nursing home and kicking around a kindergarten, No pressure at all. If I remembered right, the other three were three middle-aged men, all level 3. Figures the quick-footed ones ran the farthest. The security door was wider than the shield, so standing the shield up in the middle to block the doorway was no problem. I braced the shield with my left arm and gripped the axe in my right, then gave Lin Chuin a signal to open the door. The door opened silently. The old man, with his back to me, didn't react. The old woman in front spotted me and tried to charge, but the old man blocked her. I split the old man's skull with one axe blow, slammed the shield hard into his back, shoving him and the old woman aside, and yanked the axe free in one motion. Two of them, dealt with in seconds. Two level 3s charged from the stairwell on the right. Lin Chuin stood in the doorway aiming the submachine gun, but didn't fire. Using the reach advantage of the long-handled axe, I cut down the first head-on, shoved it away with the shield, then cut down the second. The noisy stairwell fell silent again in an instant. One was still missing, probably held up by something on the other side. I waited a bit, and when it didn't show, I stopped worrying about it. I first made a quiet gesture at Lin Chuin, then flipped the low-health old woman out of the pile of bodies and chopped off both her hands. The old woman had only 5 HP left. Even with her hands gone, she kept forcing herself to crawl forward, mouth gaping. But there were no teeth left inside. Lin Chuin caught on and waved Ruan Qinghe over, motioning for her to pick up the axe and kill the old woman. Ruan Qinghe came over, took one look at the bodies all over the floor, and her face went pale. She clapped a hand over her mouth, but still couldn't hold it in, throwing up her lunch. I frowned to myself, but still dragged the now harmless old woman into the apartment. Lin Chuin made faces at me, wearing an "I'll educate my mom" expression, and shut the door. I stepped over the body and headed right, moving carefully to the stairwell. A quick glance up and down showed it was empty, so I followed the stairs down to the 19th floor. This was an old complex. Pretty much every unit was occupied. Seeing the hallway was clear, I pressed up against the door of 1901 first, staying out of the peephole's view as I knocked. There was immediate movement inside, a burst of frantic footsteps. Then the zombies started banging on the door. I pulled out my lock-picking tools, popped the lock, and yanked the door open. A pale white figure came charging out. I froze at the sight. A long-haired woman, buck naked, not a stitch of clothing on her, just a gold chain coiled around her waist. Was she running around naked at home? Zombie, LV2, HP, 110. The level made me pause. It seemed like she was the only one in the apartment. How did she hit level 2? Could zombies level up without eating anything? It hadn't even been a full day yet. Natural leveling was way too fast. That one glance told me everything. I'd made the right call going out. I had to race the zombies for time now. If they leveled up this fast, I'd be in big trouble. The thought flashed through my mind, and I swung my axe straight at the back of her head. No. Right then, the door to 1902 across the hall burst open. A man in slippers, boxer shorts, and a wife-beater came bolting out with a cleaver, shouting in a panic, anguished, furious, trying to stop me. Too late. My axe smashed the back of her skull open. EXP +2. Aya. The man stared at the fallen female zombie and stomped his feet in fury. His reaction was so intense that it caught me off guard. What are you getting so worked up about? I just killed a zombie. Unless you and this female zombie. Seeing the raw grief on his face, it slowly dawned on me. This female neighbor was his secret crush, and he'd never gotten to have her before she turned into a zombie. I felt nothing for this kind of love. I first glanced into 1901. Empty, no one inside, and only then, reassured, asked him, "Hey man, you okay?" Seeing the bloody hole in the back of the female zombie's head, he actually calmed down a bit. He looked up at me, a flicker of wariness crossing his face, and shook his head. "I'm fine." He said he was fine, but he stood over the body and wouldn't leave. I said, "If you like her, she's all yours." "Huh." He froze, his expression impossibly complicated, and finally squeezed out, "Thanks." I waved him off and walked into 1901, closing the door. He opened his mouth like he wanted to say something, but in the end didn't. He glanced warily down the hallway, then dragged the female zombie's body back into his apartment and shut the door. One sweep of the place told me the layout was basically identical to Lin Chuin's apartment upstairs. The lady of the house clearly didn't live alone. There were men's leather shoes and clothes, and a wedding photo on the TV stand. I hadn't gotten a good look at the female zombie's face, but from the photo, she really was quite pretty. Thinking about the male neighbor's reaction, I understood it all now. Another sob story of the one I love became someone else's wife. Why does this opening feel a little like some apocalypse novel I read? Too bad I'm not the protagonist. This is the real world. I searched the apartment as I'm used. There was plenty of unopened bottled water, and the fridge was crammed with Coke and beer. I grabbed a Coke and took a swig. Ice cold, exhilarating. It had only been one day, but drinking a cold Coke actually gave me a sense of bliss. Strange. This was a classic two-person household, probably newlyweds. The husband had gone to work, the wife stayed home and turned. They clearly didn't cook. The kitchen was practically brand new, no food stockpiled, just some snacks. I grabbed some new, unopened clothes to pack, mainly because I had no clothes of my own. When I saw a drawer full of brand new stockings and yoga pants, for some reason Yuan Qinghe's figure popped into my head, and my hands were stuffing them into my backpack before my brain could weigh in. Then I found a big travel backpack, a name brand, bigger and sturdier than mine, and switched to it without hesitation. I gathered up some other useful little items and finally started loading bottled water. In the freezer, I dug out 2 unopened boxes of sliced lamb, sealed and intact. That's when it clicked why this family had hot pot seasoning. I didn't hold back. I packed a full backpack right then and there. I hoisted it on to test it. It wasn't light, but with my current strength, carrying it was effortless. The bag was long, reaching almost to the back of my head, which, in a way, added a layer of protection to my back. Once I'd gathered the supplies, I grabbed the riot shield and fire axe, headed out, walked over to 1902, and knocked. After a while, the security door finally opened. The man from 1902 had a slightly flushed face. He hitched up his shorts and adjusted his wife beater, looking at me with obvious displeasure. What? My eyes went wide, and my face flashed through shock, astonishment, and finally a trace of understanding. I said, "We're neighbors. I was hoping you could do me a favor." That secret crush wasn't a freebie. I needed to collect a little interest. The man's instinct was to refuse, but one look at the bloody fire axe in my hand, and he swallowed his words, changing his tune. "What is it?" I pointed upstairs. "Help me get rid of the body up there." It was November, but Shanghai was still a little warm, and leaving a body at the door was both disgusting and a breeding ground for germs. It was a job I didn't want to do myself. Why not use free labor when it's available? Besides, this guy didn't seem too squeamish about corpses. The man's whole demeanor screamed reluctance. I looked at him, my gaze drifting past him to glance into his apartment, and said meaningfully, "You wouldn't want the whole building to know about your business, right? Should I knock on every door and spread the word about your heroic deeds?" The man's face went white in an instant. I curled my lips. When I get back, I'd better not see that body at my door anymore. Got it. He gritted his teeth and nodded. I smiled and patted his shoulder. Relax. Once you finish this, your secret, I can keep milking you for the rest of your life. Think, huh? I ignored his bewilderment and turned to head downstairs. Both units on the 18th floor were empty. I opened the doors easily. 1801 clearly housed a big family. The kitchen was piled with rice, flour, and oil, enough to feed a family for 2 or 3 months. I even dug 2 big sacks of salt out of the cupboard, over 200 bags. Why would this family stockpile so much salt? Too bad my backpack was already full. I'd just mark it as a backup spot for now. As for whether to stay in this building long term, I hadn't decided yet. 1802 was empty too, probably a family of 5, all out, and who knew if they'd ever make it back. This building had a high occupancy rate, hardly any vacant units, but when the outbreak hit, the family members were off at work, at school. Even the elderly were usually out for a stroll. I went all the way up to the 21st floor without running into a single person. Still, the round wasn't a waste. I discovered plenty of resource spots. As I got ready to head down to the 20th floor, I'd only gone a few steps when I heard commotion below, like chopping sounds, a zombie snarl, and then a woman scream. Huh, someone's killing zombies? Then I heard a woman's voice. "Shija, is violence the only way you know how to solve problems? She's our neighbor. How could you kill her so easily? What if she could still be saved? What gives you the right to hand down a death sentence so carelessly?" I froze. What the hell? Down 2 more steps. I heard a man's voice, straining to hold back his anger. "Shut up. You want to draw the zombies over here." The woman wasn't entirely brainless, at least, she went quiet. I continued down and, through the open fire door, saw that the door to 2001 was open, with a woman in a pink silk nightgown standing in the doorway. The straps hung off her shoulders, the skirt draping down and exposing half her legs. She wore slippers, her toenails painted blue, the 5 fingers of her right hand done up with long, gaudy nails set with sparkling rhinestones. Her profile was reasonably pretty, no info displayed above her head. One look at those manicured nails told me there was no way she'd ever killed a zombie. She was just an ordinary person. She hadn't spotted me at the stairwell yet, still staring ahead as she said, "Shija, you're just brainless." What if she hadn't turned into a zombie and was just dropping by for a visit? The woman just knocked on the door, and you killed her. Halfway through her scolding, she suddenly sensed something and whipped her head around to look at me. The moment she saw the riot shield and fire axe in my hands, she gasped, "Ah," and raised a hand to cover her exposed chest. "Shija." Around the other side of the corner, noticed her reaction and immediately rushed over. He was a man in gray plaid pajamas, 28 or 29, hair disheveled, obviously just woken up. He held a cleaver in each hand, blood spattered on his front, his face grim. When he saw me, he startled slightly. I got a clear look at him too. Plain features, the look of an honest, harmless man. The vicious glint in his eyes vanished the moment he got a clear look at me. Human, LV1, HP, 89, a level 1 human. I couldn't see his EXP bar. The zombie he'd just killed was probably the first one he'd ever taken down in his life. The woman was 25 or 26. Once she got a clear look at my face, her fear receded a bit, and instead a hint of interest surfaced. Hello, she greeted me first, then, remembering something, threw out an arm to stop Shija beside her. Don't do anything rash, he's definitely human, probably just here to talk. Shija looked kind of speechless. Look at him, shield in one hand, axe in the other, a gun hanging around his neck. Would I dare do anything rash? I nodded to the two of them, walked over, stopped, and turned my head to glance around the corner. In the clean hallway lay the body of a middle-aged woman. Seeing me look at the body, they both got a little flustered. The woman started scolding her husband first. See, Shija, you were way too rash, chopping her up like that. Shija lowered his cleaver in a fluster, ducking his head to secretly size me up. Once she finished scolding, the woman turned to me warmly. Hi, I'm Hishiyan. Are you a neighbor? She sized me up as she asked, trying to figure out who I was from my getup. Surname he? I was about to speak when hurried footsteps suddenly came from downstairs. Clearly, our commotion had drawn the zombies from below up here. All three of our expressions changed. Hishiyan grabbed me. Quick, hide in my place. Her husband Shija didn't overthink it either. Desperate times, desperate measures. I'd meant to refuse, but on second thought, getting inside their place to learn a thing or two wasn't a bad idea. And from the sounds downstairs, there seemed to be quite a lot of zombies. How did so many zombies show up in this stairwell? The three of us hurried inside, and Shija deadbolt the door last. The footsteps outside were already closing in. He pressed against the door, peering out the peephole. All three of us held our breath. The zombies came scrambling over eagerly but found no target, just a body of one of their own, and quieted down in disappointment. Right then, I suddenly noticed a gash on the side of Shija's neck, and my expression shifted. The three of us tiptoed back into the apartment, not daring to speak in the living room, and followed Hishiyan into a guest room. Only after closing the door did Shija say gravely, "There are so many zombies. They've packed the whole stairwell." Hishiyan's face changed again. "What do we do now?" Shija put on a tender expression and comforted her. "Cece, don't be scared. I'll protect you." She nodded, but her eyes were fixed on me. I was staring at Shija's neck, which made him a little uncomfortable. Hishiyan was in a thin, skimpy nightgown, yet I hadn't spared her more than a glance. Instead, I kept staring at her husband's neck. She was stunned for a moment, then suddenly seemed to catch on, her eyes going wide in shock. This guy? Could he be from Rongqing? That's when I spoke, pointing at the scratch on Shija's neck. "Where'd you get that wound?" Shija froze, instinctively reaching for his neck. "What wound?" Hishiyan only just noticed it too, equally stunned. "Where'd that come from?" "It wasn't there last night." My expression changed, and I instinctively took a step back. "When you were killing that zombie just now, did she scratch you?" "What?" Shija's face changed drastically. Hishiyan's face went ghostly pale too as she stepped back, pointing at his neck. "Honey, just now, you didn't get scratched by her, did you?" Getting bitten or scratched by a zombie turns you into one. That was common knowledge in this world. I don't think so." There was no confidence in Shija's words. It had been his first time facing a zombie, adrenaline surging, heart pounding. He had no idea when his neck got scratched, so how could he say for sure? Seeing this, I was already pretty certain, and I sighed inwardly. Back on the subway, I'd first wrapped my exposed neck and arms with books, precisely because I was afraid of getting scratched in the chaos, something I'd learned from an apocalypse novel. Yeah, that piece of crap novel. This Shija was just way too careless. Hishiyan took another step back, her eyes instantly rimming red, her voice hoarse. "Honey, you're not really going to turn into a zombie, are you?" Shija's body swayed, nearly toppling over, his face going white. "What do we do? What are we supposed to do?" Hishiyan's gaze landed on me again. Right now, I was the only man in her home, and she instinctively wanted to lean on me. Plus, being fully armed, I looked reliable. I pulled out a pair of handcuffs. To be safe, let's cuff him first. If nothing happens, we take them off. I didn't finish the second if, but they both understood. If Shija turned into a zombie, there'd be no if about it. Shija looked at the handcuffs in my hand. There seemed to be dark red bloodstains still on them, and trembled all over, breaking into a cold sweat. Those were the cuffs I'd used on Lin Qian's father. Though they'd been washed, the bloodstains on the inside hadn't fully come off. Seeing him hesitate, I took a step forward, my tone full of pressure. Shija, you wouldn't want to hurt your wife after you turn into a zombie, would you? Shija sat on the floor, his back against the bed, his right wrist cuffed to the bed frame, his face ashen. Death might not be so terrifying, but the taste of waiting to die, that's what's truly unbearable. Hishiyin had changed into a short red nightgown. She bent down in front of him and said softly, "Honey, don't be scared. I'll bring you dinner tonight." The dress was very short. As she bent over, the hem rode up. I stood behind her, staring straight at that sliver of springtime scenery, my face doing something strange. The bound husband, the alluring wife. Why does this plot feel oddly familiar? Shija looked up at his wife. "Honey, if I don't turn into a zombie, how long are you planning to keep me locked up?" Hishiyin paused, then turned to look at me. I couldn't be sure about this either. I only vaguely felt the time it took to turn was proportional to the severity of the wound, but as for exactly how long a given wound could hold out, I couldn't confirm. If the wound on his neck really was from a zombie scratch, this would actually make great first-hand material. With that thought, I decided to stick around and observe. I said, "By rights, we should have an answer in 5 or 6 hours. But to be safe, let's make it a day." Hum. Hishiyin nodded repeatedly. With her own life on the line, of course she wanted to play it safe. She raised the stakes right away. "Then let's lock him up for 3 days." Shija froze, opened his mouth, and finally let it dissolve into a sigh. Then something suddenly hit him. He looked up at me, his face going strange. For these 3 days he'd be locked in the guest room, which meant it'd just be me and his wife moving around the apartment together. I pulled out my phone to check the time. It was already 3 in the afternoon. I turned and walked out, going back to sit in the living room. He Yiting still hadn't replied. It seemed my last message had stumped her. She didn't dare admit she was at a hotel, but without admitting it, there was no way I'd go rescue her. Of course, she knew full well that if she did admit it, I'd be even less likely to save her. A string of new messages popped up in the class group chat. A few classmates were chiming in, and even our academic advisor, Jiang Xin, was there. Jiang Xin had sent several messages, telling everyone to stay calm, stay in their rooms with doors and windows locked, and wait for rescue. At the end, she tagged me 3 times in a row, asking if I was safe. She must have seen from the chat logs that I'd been trapped in the subway station. Looking at her avatar, my heart warmed. In Shanghai, aside from my girlfriend He Yating, Jiang Xin was the person I was closest with. Jiang Xin was 23, once the campus beauty at the Shanghai Theater Academy. After graduating, she stayed on as an academic advisor, mainly to prepare for grad school. She was a kind soul. Back when she heard I was delivering food at night to scrape together living expenses, she'd looked at me for a long while with a complicated expression, her eyes even reddening. With her personality, she'd probably have a hard time surviving in the apocalypse. The thought gave me an inexplicable pang of sorrow. She didn't know me any great kindness, but she really did look out for me. Especially after learning I came from a poor family, she didn't look down on me like those snobs did. Instead, she cared about me even more, and even helped me find other part-time work. Society is a big dive vat. School is a small one. Being poor doesn't necessarily earn you sympathy. It might just get you contempt and mockery. I replied to Jiang Xin in the group. "Ms. Jiang, I made it out of the subway station. I'm hiding in a nearby residential building for now, safe for the moment." That one message blew up the group that had been quiet for so long. They'd all seen my earlier message about being trapped in the subway station and had exchanged several messages about me, basically none of them optimistic. A subway station during morning rush hour was practically a death sentence. In their eyes, I was as good as dead. Only that goofball Han Shihua would waste her breath chatting with me. I just posted in the group, and the first to reply was Han Shihua again. "Qinghe, you're a beast." She went on. "That's awesome. When can you come to the dorm and rescue us?" Han Shihua's roommate by Yuanji, normally sparing with her words, broke precedent to chime in this time, even tagging me. "Congrats. Be careful." Lu Qifan didn't buy it. "Qinghe, you're bluffing, right? You escaped the subway station during morning rush hour? If you really got out, I'll livestream myself eating crap upside down." Pei Jing vouched for me. As far as I know, Qinghe delivers food every night and does take the subway back to school in the mornings. Then she shifted gears. "Oh right, Yiting didn't come back to the dorm last night, and she's not answering my messages either. Is she with you, Qinghe?" Pei Jing is He Yiting's roommate. The moment I saw that line, my face went dark. He Yiting rushed to smooth things over. "Pei Jing, don't talk nonsense. I went shopping with Tang Shui last night and got back too late, so I stayed out." Pei Jing pressed. "Since when are you and Tang Shui so close? You have your phone. Why didn't you answer me?" Someone in the group chat started stirring the pot, ready for drama. Lin Boxiao cut in. "Is now really the time for gossip? Let's talk about what we're going to do. I'm alone in my dorm, and it's crawling with zombies out there. I'm scared out of my mind." Chung Jianyu replied, I'm alone in my dorm too. My roommates went out for breakfast and never came back. Whatever you do, don't make a sound. Some idiot in the dorm diagonally across from mine yelled once, and the zombies in the hallway broke straight through the door and killed everyone in his room. Lu Qifan suggested everyone share their locations and band together to survive. He also said he'd made contact with 9 survivors from the class next door, and they wanted to fight their way out to rescue the girls' dorm. Chung Jianyu threw cold water on it. Fight our way out how? It's all zombies out there, and we don't even have a single knife. We'd actually already hashed all this out once this morning and never reached any conclusion. Chung Jianyu turned to me again. Chung He, did you really kill zombies? How'd you pull that off? I hesitated, then decided to tell them that killing zombies could level you up. I was typing it out when teacher Jiang spoke up first. Jiang Xin, Chung He, I'm so glad you're alive. Everyone, don't do anything reckless. Going outside right now is no different from suicide. Zhao Yiren, anxious. But teacher, we've got no food and no water in our dorm. If we just sit here, we'll either die of thirst or starve. Jiang Xin, trust the authorities. Help will come. Just hang in there. Chung Jianyu pressed my point for me. I asked around. Every single survivor either had no one else in their dorm or nobody in their dorm turned. The second even one person turns, the whole dorm is finished. I sent a long message, briefly explaining that killing zombies lets you level up and adding some tips on protecting yourself against them. The moment I hit send, the group chat went dead silent. It was Han Shihua who spoke up first. Level up, like in a video game? What level are you? Me, level 5. She gasped. Level 5 on the very first day? How many did you kill? Lu Qifan sneered. Hilarious. Level up by killing zombies. What do you think this is, a novel? But the words had barely left his mouth before he ate them. Pei Jing dropped a video. Confirmed. Someone already posted this on a short video app. It's exactly like what Chung He said. She also mentioned, I remember Yiting said you're from Ji province, and you know martial arts? I opened the video. On screen, a hulking man built like an iron tower, drenched in blood, shouted arrogantly at the camera. I hit level 3. First on the whole server, right? Haha. Apocalypse. Who Ben has arrived. I wasn't surprised. Chaotic times never lack for fierce men. But I knew in my heart that my level 5 was definitely not first on the whole server either. The truly strong were keeping their heads down and grinding right now, not posting videos to show off. Han Shihua defended me in the chat. Quit posturing. Level 3 and already yelling about being first on the server. Our Chung, he is already level 5. I already went to the comments to roast that guy. Teacher Jiang settled it with one line. Chung, he does no martial arts. The talent he demonstrated in his interview was martial arts. The group chat exploded, and a whole crowd started firing off messages begging for help. Just then, I heard footsteps. He Xian had come out of the guest room. Just as I was about to look up, I caught another long message from Pei Jing flash by. He Yiting, you really deserve this. If you just stayed put in the dorm last night, Chung he definitely would have come to save you. And he could have pulled me out too along the way. Now you've gotten yourself killed and doomed me right along with you. I glanced at it, set down my phone, and looked up at He Xian. She was looking at me, her expression a little strange. Her husband had been scratched by a zombie, yet there was no fear or worry in her eyes. Instead, there was a trace of odd excitement. I stared at her for a moment, and something suddenly clicked. But I didn't say it. I just asked, my face composed. Is your husband okay? She nodded. He's fine. Didn't wet himself. Then she sat down right beside me. For a stranger, that was way too close. The couch was so long, yet she insisted on pressing right up against me. The scent of perfume mixed with shampoo drifted over. She said, you're so young. You're a student, right? No girlfriend yet, I bet. I was starting to get a vague idea of what she was after, and I frowned. Was it that I was just too irresistible, or was this lady just that shameless? She tied up her own husband. All for this? I decided to lay my cards on the table. That wound on your husband's neck. You scratched him, didn't you? She froze. From the look on her face, I knew I'd guessed right. I kept going. You could clearly have defended yourself. Why did you stay quiet and let your husband think a zombie got him? Instead of getting defensive, she seemed relieved and brushed a lock of hair back from her temple. Don't you think it's kind of fun this way? She dropped the act entirely. I looked at her for a good while, then suddenly laughed. You're something else. She shot a glance toward the guest room and smiled at me. So, do you like it, little brother? I was a little speechless. Do all these innocent-looking women turn out like this on the inside? Or is it just that city folks know how to play? Just then my phone buzzed several times against my leg. Seeing that I was unmoved, she assumed I was some inexperienced kid, and her eyes grew even hotter. She raised her hands and started tying up her hair, getting ready to pull out all the stops. I picked up my phone to look. A pile of friend requests from the Green Bubble app. Almost everyone in the group chat who'd said anything had sent one, even by UNG. I accepted Han Shihua first. This time she skipped the chatter and sent an address straight away. Girls' dorm, building 13, room 518. By UNG and I are both here. You have to come save us, Chung-hee. I smiled, relieved. So even the clueless girl had her calculating side. Not all of them were naive. Once I finished smiling, it was like a door had opened inside me. It's the apocalypse. Death could come at any moment. Why keep up the act? Don't let the good girls slip away, and don't waste the bad ones. I accepted by UNG next. She quickly sent a photo of her dorm, tidily arranged. She didn't take a picture of herself, but she'd captured Han Shihua from behind, an oversized t-shirt paired with hot pants, and a pair of long, gorgeous legs. Holding my phone in one hand, I felt that little flame inside me slowly start to burn. Besides those two, Teacher Jiang and He Yaoting had each sent several messages. I opened Jiang Xin's first. Chung-hee, I live in a studio apartment near campus, room 905. There are several zombies outside my door that just won't leave. What should I do? I'd always assumed she lived on campus. I never expected she'd rented a place off campus. When I opened the map, I froze. She was on the same street as me, just 2 intersections away, a little over 300 meters. I sent her my location. Teacher Jiang, hang in there for now. I'll find a chance to come save you. She replied, that close? But there are a lot of zombies out there. Don't be reckless. Be careful. Then I opened He Yating's chat window, and the moment I finished reading, I laughed. The location she'd sent was the Bulgari Hotel, room 7012. Her lie exposed. She dropped the act too. I'm sorry, Chung-hee. I lost my head for a moment. It's all Zhang Chuman's fault. She took money from some rich kid and sold me out. But don't worry, my body didn't betray you. Attached was a photo of a blood-stained sanitary pad. My period just happened to be yesterday. Chung-hee, do you remember our high school graduation day? We gave each other our first time. As I was reading, a pounding sound came from the guest room. She, what are you two doing? Why are the zombies outside pounding on the door? Honey. Then came his furious roar. He Xian, you animal. You filthy animal. You're all animals. And then, silence from his side. Shija? Honey, say something. Honey, why aren't you saying anything? My phone buzzed again. It was Lin Chuin. She'd gotten anxious because I hadn't come back for so long. Chung-hee, are you okay? I sent her a reply, then stood up and started putting on my gear, getting ready to leave. He Xian's face was still flushed, and she froze. You're leaving? Where are you going? Home, of course. I looked back at her, a trace of mockery on my face. A man's first lesson in growing up is learning how to pull up his pants and walk away. Put down the responsibility, enjoy your life. You. She was shocked, and just as she was about to say something, she clapped a hand over her mouth. I'd already yanked the door open, and the zombies rushed in, snarling. I raised my riot shield to pin them in the narrow entryway, and swung my fire axe. Thunk. The heavy axe had buried itself straight into the first zombie's skull. He Xian couldn't help crying out and stumbled back 2 steps, her legs going weak so that she nearly toppled over. She knew I was formidable, but formidable applied in different arenas felt completely different. The scene was too bloody, and for the moment, she'd lost all appetite for preaching. Bam! I rammed the rest of the zombies out the door with my shield and launched into a killing frenzy. As I hacked away, I noticed the fire axe's flaw. It didn't swing smoothly one-handed, and each swing and recovery wasted too much time, nowhere near as efficient as a single-edged blade. A blade in one hand and a shield in the other, like the ancients did. There really was wisdom to it. Too bad a knife was something I couldn't get my hands on for now. Once I cleared the doorway, I turned around. He Xian was still standing in the living room, frozen in shock. With your silver tongue, I'm sure you can talk your husband into forgiving you. I tossed out that line, turned, and headed downstairs. It went even more smoothly than I'd expected. For as long as I could remember, my parents and society as a whole had taught me to understand responsibility, to shoulder my burdens, to treat my woman well. I learned it, and I did it. To feed He Yating's suddenly ballooning desires, I wasn't afraid of being laughed at by my classmates for delivering takeout to earn money. But what I got in return was betrayal. And the most despicable part was that she betrayed me and still tried to hide it, to lie to me. Playing both sides feels great, huh? Well, who couldn't? This broken, twisted world. Fine, then let it stay broken. I looked at the corpses littering the ground and kept heading downstairs. There was still some time before nightfall. Today, I'd start by clearing all the zombies out of the stairwell. And He Xian was still standing dumbly in the doorway. She'd wanted that little thrill, and she'd also had her eye on my strength. Her husband gentle and considerate, me strong and fierce, the 3 of us living together. She thought it sounded pretty good, but she'd failed to keep me on the hook, and I'd actually walked away. This wasn't how the world was supposed to work. By the time I made it back to room 2001, night had already fallen. After all that work, There weren't that many zombies left in the residential building. I'd killed 30 or 40 in total, not even enough to rack up 200 experience points. The higher your level, the harder it really gets to level up. Chunghee, are you okay? Seeing my riot shield covered in blood, both Lin Xuan and Ruan Qinghe looked a little worried. I'm fine. I dropped the heavy backpack onto the floor. Ruan Qinghe took the riot shield to the bathroom to wash it, and Lin Xuan handed me a bottle of water, then started rummaging through the backpack. Whoa, so much water. Seeing the backpack stuffed full of water, she instantly lit up. Food wasn't urgent yet, but you can't go a single day without water. I sat on the couch and thought about it. Bottled water alone wouldn't cut it. It was enough for drinking, but nowhere near enough for bathing and washing up. It was the very first day of the apocalypse, and we were all being extremely careful. We used bottled water even for washing dishes and hands, not daring to so much as touch the tap water. I needed to test whether the tap water was actually poisonous, whether it was usable. The test would be easy to run. After all, we still had neighbors. But first, dinner. Today I'd cleared out all the zombies in the entire building's stairwell and locked the front entrance on my way, so we were safe for the time being. As for the zombies shut away inside the individual apartments, I'd cleared some of them, but hadn't finished. Having walked around, I figured this place made a decent base. The building's front door was heavy and lockable, and even if zombies did break in, the narrow stairwell would keep me from getting surrounded. Easy to defend. Plus, there weren't many residents left. Aside from He and her husband, there was just one old man living alone and one middle-aged woman. The rest were either empty or already turned. Whoa, there's mutton and hot pot base too. Are we having hot pot tonight? Lin Xuan had nearly emptied the backpack, pulling things out one by one and laying them on the floor. Huh, what's this? At the very end, she dug out the stockings from the bag and looked up at me, giving me a long, meaningful stare. And it wasn't just stockings. There were also those little garments sealed in plastic, in red, pink, and black. She held those things up and looked at me. Ruan Qinghe had just finished washing the shield and came back over, and the moment she saw them, her face flushed bright red. I could guess what she was thinking. This kid seems decent enough, so why is he into stuff like this? Oh, maybe she'd never seen them before and thought they were normal underwear women wear. Understandable, then. Mom, let's have hot pot mutton tonight. Lin Xuan quickly changed the subject and gathered up those little red and black bags. Dinner was a steaming pot of hot pot, and the three of us scrolled through our phones as we ate. From the outbreak at 8 this morning to now, it had been 10 hours. Most of those who were going to die had died, and the survivors had all found temporary shelter, so news online was gradually picking up. The nuclear power plant on our side blew up. Most of the cities lost power. Look, pretty spectacular. Someone posted footage of a nuclear plant exploding. With no one to maintain it, a nuclear plant's biggest problem is losing its cooling, and then it blows. This guy who posted the video had some nerve. A nuclear explosion comes with serious radiation. But maybe he'd made his peace with it. Given the current situation, without rescue, the survivors probably wouldn't make it either. Would rescue come? A whole day, and not a single word from the authorities. It was as if they'd been precisely wiped out overnight. It was actually people in key positions who started posting some encouraging news. I'm on Douyin's ops team. I'm the only one left in the server room now. As long as the power stays on, I'll keep Douyin online so everyone can keep posting videos and sharing news about the disaster. Also, Douyin's current active user count has already dropped to 50 million. Its daily active users used to be 900 million. Think about that. Seeing that, I fell silent. Most places still had power and were still connected. At a time like this, even people who normally never use Douyin would probably open it to see what was happening outside. 50 million online. The number of survivors nationwide had likely already dropped from over 1 billion to the tens of millions. And this was only the first day. Tap water is not safe to drink. Skin contact is fine, but if you drink it, you'll turn into a zombie exactly 5 hours and 8 minutes later. I'm boiling tap water right now, and I'll use another neighbor to test whether the boiled water is safe to drink. Wait for my good news. 5 hours, meaning he'd started experimenting on his neighbors this morning. I thought I was ruthless enough, but next to a truly ruthless person, I was nothing. Well, that saved me the trouble of doing it myself. No, better to test it myself to be sure. Ma'am, go boil a kettle of tap water. Ruan Qinghe's expression changed. What are you planning to do? I looked at her. It's for survival. She had a vague sense that something was off, but in the end she went and did it anyway. I kept scrolling. The city will probably lose power on a large scale tonight. For those with backup generators, a diesel reserve usually lasts 1 to 7 days. The most practical power source in the apocalypse is a hydroelectric plant. It can keep running on its own for a long time, even with no one to manage it. After that, tidal, solar, and wind. If you've got a generator, get ready to go out and scavenge for fuel. Electricity is the cornerstone of modern civilization. Without it, All modern equipment is just scrap metal. Besides this kind of legitimate know-how, the most common posts were still cries for help, people sobbing in pitch-black rooms, the glow of explosions still flickering outside their windows. At times like this, places like chemical plants are the most dangerous, with no one maintaining them. They'll basically all blow. Luckily, I was in the core urban district of Shanghai, so there shouldn't be any factories. There were also ambitious types announcing the founding of survivor settlements and recruiting members, perverts taking advantage of the lack of oversight to livestream depraved acts. Someone teaching how to cook zombies in a kitchen, and even a clever soul trying to use zombies as a perpetual motion machine to solve the power crisis. A carnival of demons, all shapes and sizes. But what I cared about most was still leveling up. That killing zombies lets you level up was no longer a secret. Plenty of people online were showing off their talents, all kinds of them. Someone had even awakened 100% conception. Seeing that reminded me of something, and I asked Lin Shuin, "What talent did your mom awaken?" The moment I'd gotten home, I'd seen the LV1 above Wan Qinghe's head. Clearly she'd killed the crippled zombie I'd left for her. But after they came back, neither of them had brought it up, which was a little odd. Lin Shuin's face went red, and she looked awkward and squirmy. I narrowed my eyes. What ability had she awakened? And she was hiding it from me. Finally, she glanced at her mother, who was boiling water in the dining area, and lowered her voice. Every time she makes love, she can produce 1 ton of pure water. Absolutely uncontaminated. What? I turned to stone on the spot. See? I didn't want to tell you, but you insisted on asking. She squirmed. Only then did it register that she was talking about Wan Qinghe's talent. That's what you'd call a talent? 100% conception was already broken enough, but this was actually pretty useful. 1 ton of pure water. Impressive. After dinner, I looked at the line of info above Wan Qinghe's head. Character, Wan Qinghe. HP, 95. Current level, 1. Base constitution, grade C. Current skill, none. Talent, holy water, rare. I'd seen it before, but only after Lin Shuin's explanation did I understand what holy water meant. Rare indeed. I poured the water Wan Qinghe had boiled into a mineral water bottle and put it in the fridge. "Mom, I want to take a shower," Lin Shuin said. Wan Qinghe hesitated. "Let's be careful. Who knows whether this tap water is safe even for bathing? The mineral water Chung he worked so hard to get still needs to be saved for drinking. Don't waste it on a shower." Lin Shuin pursed her lips. She couldn't stand going a day without a shower, and on top of that she was covered in sweat after the hot pot. She looked at her mom, then at me bustling around, mulling something over. I was just filling an empty bottle with tap water, and one look at me made it obvious I was up to no good. It went without saying. I wanted to use a neighbor to test whether the tap water was still usable. Lin Shuin shook her head at me, thinking, why go to all that trouble? Just then, a knock suddenly came at the door. All 3 of us froze. Wan Qinghe had only just moved in not long ago. Who could it be? She set down her phone, walked to the door, and peered through the peephole. "Who are you looking for?" A man answered from outside. "We're your neighbors from upstairs. We heard the tap water isn't safe to drink anymore. You must be short on water, right? We've got plenty at our place, so we came to bring you some." I just hurried over, and hearing that made me laugh. Well, so I wasn't the only one with the idea of feeding water to the neighbors. I'd already checked out the floors below us. These 2 were probably from upstairs. Our building was 30 stories, and Wan Qinghe's place was only on the 20th floor. There were still 10 floors above that I hadn't had time to check. Lin Shuin got it too, and turned back to stick her tongue out at me, as if to say, "See? Before you even went looking for a neighbor to experiment on, the neighbors came knocking to experiment on us." Wan Qinghe looked back at me uneasily, and seeing me come over, quickly stepped aside. I put my eye to the peephole and looked. 2 middle-aged men stood outside, and the one in back held 2 bottles of mineral water. What a coincidence. I prepared 2 bottles for the neighbors too, 1 boiled, 1 raw. Neither man had any level info above his head, which left only 2 possibilities. 1, they'd hit level 10 or above, so I couldn't see it. 2, they hadn't killed a single zombie. The corner of my mouth curled up. I stepped back 2 paces and signaled Wan Qinghe with my eyes to open the door. I'd become the family's backbone now, so she didn't hesitate. She opened it right away. The moment the door swung open, the 2 men's eyes landed on Wan Qinghe. They stared for a beat, and their eyes instantly lit up. Wan Qinghe said hesitantly, "Your neighbors? How come I've never seen you before?" "Huh. Well, it's just how it worked out. You head out early, and I come home late." The one in front spoke with a thick Tianjin accent. After looking Wan Qinghe over, he caught sight of Lin Shuin, and his eyes lit up even more. The one behind him gazed at the mother and daughter, all but drooling. Both men's eyes were completely stolen away by the view. They didn't even notice me standing behind. Seeing them just stare without speaking, Ruan Xinghe instinctively took a step back. Is there something you need? Oh, the Tianjin man finally snapped out of it. The tap water's not safe to drink anymore. Drink it, and you turn into a zombie. I figured you two must be short on water. We happen to have stockpiled quite a bit, so I specially brought you 2 bottles. His voice grew a little hesitant toward the end. Free pie falling from the sky was of course impossible. The two of them just wanted to use the neighbors to test the tap water. But seeing these 2 beauties, it seemed a waste to use them as test subjects, hence the hesitation. As he spoke, the Tianjin man suddenly noticed me, and his eyes lit up. Huh, wasn't this a prime test subject? Sure, he was tall, but he was skinny, and it was 2 against 1. The odds were on their side. Little brother, care for some water? He took the 2 bottles from his companion's hands. I glanced out the door and smiled. That'd be great. Come on in first. I hadn't searched the floors above yet, so I wasn't sure whether there were still zombies in the stairwell. Making a scene at the door and drawing zombies down would be bad. I wasn't afraid of them myself. I was just afraid of ruining my 2 test subjects. The 2 men grew even happier, thinking this dumb kid was inviting the wolf into the house. Good, good, good. They nodded eagerly and walked inside. Ruan Xinghe looked worried as she shut and locked the door. Lin Xuan, though, wasn't the least bit scared. Her face even carried the anticipation of watching a good show. She'd charged out of the subway station with me firsthand and knew just how fierce I was. We'd forced our way through all those zombies, and even now, thinking back, she found it unbelievable. Back then I'd barreled around like a raging bull, sending every zombie in my path flying without ever slowing down, and she'd had to run for her life just to keep up. Mind you, she was the school's sprinting champion. Have a seat. Seeing the door locked, the 2 men immediately dropped the act. A healthy, perfect test subject and a pair of gorgeous women. Wonderful. The Tianjin man walked toward me with a bottle of water, while the other reached a hand toward the small of his back. Come on, young man, have a drink first. His voice still sounded kindly, but there was menace in his eyes. I couldn't be bothered to waste words on them, and just called out, come here, Choo-choo, give these 2 gentlemen some water to drink. Lin Xuan had already gone back for the submachine gun. Kachuk. She racked the bolt and leveled the muzzle at the 2 men. Ruan Xinghe also brought over the 2 bottles of water I'd carefully prepared. Seeing the gun, the 2 men froze at first, instinctively assuming it was a toy. But looking closer, clatter. The 2 bottles of mineral water in the Tianjin man's hands dropped to the floor. That submachine gun of Lin Xuan's was clearly an old piece, its body badly worn, which if anything made it look more genuine. Ruan Xinghe, her face uneasy, held up the water bottles, so nervous that her chest heaved sharply. This is quite a to-do. What's all this about? The Tianjin man tried to crack jokes and bluff his way through, but my foot had already slammed into his gut. He flew backward, knocked the couch over, then crashed into the coffee table, sweeping everything on it to the floor. Seeing this, the other man turned tail and bolted for the door. I swept a leg sweep at him, and with a crack of bone, the man toppled to the ground screaming, sliding several meters before his head smashed straight into the wall. Lin Xuan watched from the side, her eyes shining. Standing there empty-handed at this moment, I seemed even more intimidating than the submachine gun in her hands. Once I'd taken both men down, I waited for them to crawl back up, then pointed at the 2 bottles in Ruan Xinghe's hands and said, this one's boiled water, this one's raw tap water. 1 bottle each, drink it dry. Drink it, and you might turn into a zombie. Refuse, and you die right now. As for which to choose, I don't need to spell it out. They knew this whole routine all too well, because it was exactly what they'd been planning to do to us. Only now, the attacker and the attacked had traded places. The Tianjin man gritted his teeth and lunged first for the bottle of boiled water. The other, his leg broken by my sweep, could only crawl on the ground, a step too slow. The Tianjin man tilted his head back and chugged it down in gulps, while the other could only drink the remaining bottle with a mournful face, then lay flat on the ground, motionless. After drinking, he actually got worked up instead, eyeing me sideways. If I die, doesn't that mean your experiment failed? Then he set his sights on Ruan Xinghe, his eyes full of filth, and started spewing crude remarks, trying to force us to back down, even threatening to kill himself otherwise. Bang, a gunshot. The bullet punched through his palm. Lin Xuan had fired it, and afterward she planted herself in front of her mom. Mom, don't be scared. Ruan Xinghe's eyes reddened at once. Her daughter had grown up and knew to protect her mother. I frowned. Waste of a bullet. I stepped up, grabbed his hand, and with a couple of twists snapped it, then stomped his knee to pieces. Wanna die? With your hands and feet all ruined, dying isn't so easy either. The one beside him was still reveling in the schadenfreude, so I walked over and cracked off both his hands too. The screaming rang through the apartment for a good long while. In the end, I shut the two men in separate second bedrooms and waited to see how they'd change. These two good neighbors had delivered themselves right to my door, sparing me the trouble of going out to find people. For rooms, two now held prisoners, leaving two, and the three of us would have to squeeze in. In the middle of the night, Wan Qinghe was jolted awake by a scream. The power had gone out. The entire urban district had gone dark, with only scattered firelight in the distance. She wasn't panicked. Shanghai was so vast that once order collapsed, a large-scale blackout was only to be expected. What really made her heart drop was the water. That was cut off too. Her talent had awakened at the most unfortunate time. When her body was short on water, it couldn't hold up. And of all things, that fact had been discovered by me. That night she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Her husband was dead. The apocalypse had come, and a mountain of troubles bore down on her. She'd gone so numb, she didn't even know how to grieve anymore. The only thing she was grateful for was that her daughter had made it home safe, and had brought me back too. Otherwise, tonight there'd be only her left in the house, and she truly didn't know how she'd get through this long, dark night. I was genuinely exhausted, so tired I couldn't keep my eyes open. How much running? How many zombies killed? How many brain cells burned through today? At the time I hadn't felt much, but now, lying quietly in bed, my whole body felt like it had fallen apart. Seeing my breathing gradually steady, as if I'd truly fallen asleep, Wan Qinghe finally believed my words a bit. That Choo-Choo loved to make mischief, but this time she'd gone way too far. Look how worn out she'd left this kid. Bringing Choo-Choo back from the subway station had truly exhausted him. As she thought this, her heart gradually calmed. But with me sleeping right beside her, she couldn't fall asleep no matter what. When she opened her eyes again, it was already broad daylight. Wan Qinghe blinked her eyes open groggily and found her face pressed against a broad chest, her arms wrapped around a warm person. She closed her eyes again and nuzzled in. That's not right. My husband. Isn't my husband already dead? She jolted awake and looked up. It was a young, handsome face, sound asleep. And she herself, at this moment, was. When they'd gone to sleep last night, the two of them had been far apart, and she'd even put a pillow between them. So how were they tangled together now? Her face went red in a flash. She knew her own bad habit all too well. She was never still in her sleep. Thankfully, I hadn't woken yet, and knew nothing. Still thinking it over, she quietly pulled my arm off of her, drew her own arm out, inched away bit by bit, and then got out of bed. She opened the bedroom door to find the living room quiet. She scanned it, then finally looked toward her daughter's door. Pushing it open, she saw her daughter's bed in disarray, Lin Chuin fast asleep hugging her little bunny pillow. The moment she saw that face, Wan Qinghe remembered last night's business, and her anger flared up in an instant. She couldn't hold it back any longer. She shut the door, walked to the bedside, sat down, and reached out to twist Lin Chuin's ear. Ow, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Twisted awake, Lin Chuin opened her eyes and saw it was her mom. She said crossly, "Mom, what are you doing? What am I doing?" Wan Qinghe let go, her temper rising even more. "Last night. Was it you who told Cheng-He to come to my room?" The moment the question left her mouth, her heart was in turmoil. She both hoped it hadn't been her daughter's idea and feared it hadn't been. If it wasn't her daughter's idea, then it was Cheng-He himself who'd. This man already had Choo-Choo. And yet he'd set his sights on her mother. Wasn't that the mark of a beast? And if he really was a beast, then what were they to do? In the old days, you'd just call the police. But now, at that thought, a chill ran through her. Because she realized that now, even the two of them, mother and daughter combined, were no match for Cheng-He. On the contrary, they had to rely on him for protection. Her heart in a tangle, she looked at her daughter with a complicated expression. Lin Chuin rolled her eyes, utterly nonchalant. "Yeah, I told him to go." Wan Qinghe nearly choked to death. Have you lost your mind? It's not me who's lost my mind. It's this world that's lost its mind." Lin Chuin spread her hands and pointed toward the window. Wan Qinghe turned to look. In a floor-to-ceiling window of the building across the way, a woman in pajamas glared at them with a hideous face, pounding on the glass with all her might. If the glass of a high-rise floor-to-ceiling window weren't so sturdy, she would have smashed through it by now. This woman had turned into a zombie right inside her own home. That one glance dragged Wan Qinghe straight back to reality. Right, this world had indeed gone mad. "Mom, have you ever read apocalypse novels?" "I have. It's only the second day of the apocalypse, and in the apocalypse, being short on food and water is the norm. Since you have this talent, shouldn't you hurry and stockpile some water? Otherwise, what'll we do when we need it down the road?" Wan Qinghe's face went livid. "Even so, I can't just do that with you." "TCH. Lin Chuin cut her off with a soft laugh, as if laughing at her naivety. "In all those apocalypse novels I read, the male leads are all selfish and self-serving. every one of them with a whole harem, and they'd never let another man lay a finger on their women. She looked at Ruan Qinghe. With your ability, if you brought in some other man, how would you get along with Cheng He afterward? Besides, there's no suitable man for you right now anyway. Rather than let some outsider benefit, it's better for us to be together and tie Cheng He's heart down. Ruan Qinghe's eyes went wide with shock, as if she were meeting her own daughter for the first time. Lin Xuan, however, remained perfectly calm. Don't look at me like that. In those apocalypse novels, Ruan Qinghe frowned. What kind of trashy novels have you been reading all day long? Lin Xuan gave a heh laugh. In the past you could call what I read trashy novels, but now that it's the apocalypse, are you still going to say that? If I hadn't read so many apocalypse novels, I'd have died at the subway station yesterday. That line clutched at Ruan Qinghe's heart in an instant. Yesterday, besides grieving over her husband turning into a zombie, what she'd worried about most was her daughter. Her daughter had taken the subway to school, and that was the morning rush hour subway. Emotionally, she couldn't accept it, but rationally, she'd figured her daughter surely couldn't have survived, and even if she'd survived by some fluke, there was no way she'd make it back home. Who could have known that her daughter had cleverly hidden in the restroom, and then, against all odds, been rescued by me? Yesterday she'd kept thinking it was heaven's blessing, but now, hearing her daughter say this, it wasn't only heaven's blessing, it was also her own daughter's astonishing wits. But, Ruan Qinghe said again, wasn't Cheng He running an experiment yesterday? If it succeeds and proves that boiled water is usable, then even with the water cut off, we can figure something out. Figure what out? Lin Xuan stumped her with a single question. Figure what out? Would she dare go outside to get water? In the end, wouldn't it still come down to Cheng He going out and risking his life? And besides, Lin Xuan went on, how long can Cheng He run this experiment? That man drank the boiled water. Does one day without turning into a zombie prove it's safe? What if he turns 10 days later? 50 days later? Can we afford to wait that long? Ruan Qinghe was left speechless by the string of question marks. If there's no other way right now, then fine, we'd have no choice. But since we have a safer, more reliable water source, why should we go take risks? Ruan Qinghe fell silent. She had to admit, setting morality aside, her daughter did have a point. Which raised the question, where on earth had she been reading these apocalypse novels? So, Mom, where's your water? I sweated all day yesterday. I'm filthy, I want a shower. Ruan Qinghe was suddenly put on the spot. Seeing that expression, Lin Xuan's eyes went wide in an instant. You, last night, you didn't. That can't be right. Cheng He. Where's Cheng He? Still sleeping. Ugh. Lin Xuan looked at her with an expression of exasperation, the same look she'd given her back when she flunked an exam. Then she lay back down on the bed and struck a pose of giving up entirely. Tired, whatever. Bam. Just then, the woman across the way who'd turned into a zombie finally smashed through the glass and lunged forward, plunging out of the building. Ruan Qinghe instinctively shuddered all over. All morning long, Ruan Qinghe's mind was full of her daughter's words. She was distracted at everything she did, and even oversalted the stir-fry. The power was out, so the fridge didn't work either. The vegetables and meat inside would spoil if they weren't eaten soon. At breakfast, I was thinking about this too, and asked, doesn't your complex have an emergency generator? Huh. Both women were stumped. You're asking me. Seeing those expressions, I understood. This too was something I'd have to handle myself. Last night the urban district had descended into chaos, and if anything there were even more zombies in the streets. I decided to keep clearing the building today, and look into the generator situation while I was at it. It looked like there'd be no rescuing teacher Jiang today, and with the power and internet cut off, I'd lost contact with the outside world. I didn't mind going to save her, but of course I had to ensure my own safety first. I'll go with you. Two people can look out for each other. Seeing me about to head out, Lin Xuan immediately volunteered. I looked at Ruan Qinghe and said nothing, but Lin Xuan had already read my meaning, and her expression changed. If we both went out and left Ruan Qinghe home alone, would she be safe? Especially with the test subjects still in the house. Yesterday, I'd made 2 men my test subjects. The one who drank the cold water had turned into a zombie last night, much like the video someone had posted online, turning a little over 5 hours after drinking. I'd already dealt with that one. The other, the Tianjin man, had drunk the boiled water and was fine so far. Seeing Lin Xuan hesitate, I said, let's wait till next time. Today I'll finish clearing the whole building, and then it'll be safe. Lin Xuan nodded. All right then. Only then did Ruan Qinghe understand the silent riddle the two of them had been exchanging, and she was somewhat shocked. Wait, you two are worried it's not safe for me to be home alone? Yes. Lin Xuan and I answered together. Ruan Qinghe shot her daughter a glare. It was one thing for me to say it, but who was this little girl to look down on her own mother? Still, she knew her own temperament was timid, and that she was indeed slow to adapt to the apocalypse. So she secretly resolved that she absolutely had to toughen up. I stepped out the door, and just as I was about to head for the stairwell, I suddenly sensed something. My expression changed. I halted abruptly, then turned and walked toward the elevator bay. When I got to the elevator bay, I saw that the indicator lights on both elevators were lit, and the emergency lights at the corner of the stairwell were on too. That's when I understood. This building had backup power. It just didn't supply the residents. It only powered the elevators, fire escapes, and other emergency uses. It looked like the emergency generator had already kicked on automatically, so there was no need to ask around about it. If you wanted electricity, you could just run a line into your unit from the emergency lights. Never mind, the backup power probably wouldn't last long, and I couldn't be bothered to mess with it. Just as I was about to leave, an elevator suddenly moved. One that had been on the 27th floor abruptly started descending. I paused. Who was this bold, still riding the elevator at a time like this? My curiosity piqued. I pressed the call button, raised my riot shield, and stood by the doors to wait. The elevator descended floor by floor, finally stopping at the 20th. Ah! A woman's scream immediately came from inside. Hearing this monster-luring special move, I frowned. There was a living person inside, but clearly not a very bright one. Whoosh! The doors opened, and I was instantly stunned. Inside stood a woman in a red spaghetti-strap dress, barefoot, her hair hanging loose. But her face was ashen, covered in bulging black veins, and her murky eyes held only cloudy white orbs, no pupils. Zombie, LV4, HP, 489. She was the only one in the elevator. The instant I saw this female zombie, a chill shot up my tailbone. Zombies could scream like humans? She didn't give me a moment to collect myself. With a snarl, she raised both claws and lunged. Thankfully, the riot shield was blocking her. She slammed into it, knocking me back a step. Then she raised her hands again, trying to reach over the top of the shield and grab my neck. I gave a hard shove with my left arm and swung the fire axe sidelong with my right. CHK. One powerful, heavy swing severed her neck clean off. EXP +9. Huff, huff. Just from killing this one, my breathing had turned heavy. It felt even more intense than the subway station yesterday. I'd seen plenty of zombies, but why could this thing make human sounds? I couldn't figure it out. Just then the elevator doors closed. The head I'd just chopped off happened to roll right to the doorway. The doors closed halfway, pinched the head, then released again automatically. I caught my breath a few times and had no choice but to set the puzzle aside. Seeing the doors about to close again, I kicked the head into the elevator. Ah, another shriek from inside the elevator, exactly like the one before. Damn. So there was another woman hidden in the elevator? I understood in an instant. Somehow she'd hidden inside, probably climbed up onto the elevator ceiling, which was why I hadn't seen her. By now the doors had fully closed, and the elevator continued its descent. Puzzle solved. I let out a small breath of relief, turned, and headed upstairs to keep clearing. Floors 21 to 30. I finished clearing all 10 and hauled back a big bag of water and food. It was already noon by then, so I decided to head home for lunch. But just as I got back to the door of 2001, I saw a girl in a yellow delivery uniform crouched by the elevator. 25 or 26, still wearing a helmet. Her face slick with sweat, plain looking, her skin a bit dark. The moment she saw me, the girl immediately stood up and stared at me with a terrified expression. The two of us locked eyes for a long while, and then it suddenly clicked. I asked, "You were the one hiding on top of the elevator earlier, the one who screamed?" The girl nodded. "You came back to this floor to find me because I killed that zombie?" The girl nodded again. I asked her again, "How long have you been hiding in the elevator?" The girl's face crumpled miserably. "Yesterday morning, I went to the 27th floor to deliver an order. I knocked for ages and no one answered. There was just this horse roaring behind the door. Then I saw a zombie, and I had nowhere to go. So I hid in the elevator, and I've been hiding until now. Big brother, I'm begging you, can you take me in?" I sighed. "Sure, but it's not for free. You'll have to work." She nodded over and over. "I'll work. I can work. I'll do any job." I pointed at the headless corpse on the ground. "Then right now, first thing, you toss this body out the window." "Oh, okay." She didn't hesitate. She just dragged the body straight toward the window. I knocked on the door, and Lin Shuin opened it, first peering outside. That delivery girl's been crouching there for ages. She came and knocked earlier, but I didn't dare open. I nodded. "She looks fine. In a bit, check her over for scratches or bites." Back home, Wan Xinghe had already made lunch. Seeing me return, she went to the kitchen to bring out the food. I went to the second bedroom first. The Tianjin man who drunk the boiled water was slumped on the floor, and the moment he saw me, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. I raised my hand to slap him, and he flinched in terror, his gaze instantly turning clear and meek. This guy had been drinking the water for 20 hours now and still hadn't mutated. It seemed Raw water exposed to the air couldn't be drunk, but boiled water was fine. So using it to bathe was even less of a problem. Of course, the issue remained. Every container in the house that could hold water was filled, but it still fell far short of enough. As for fuel to boil water, that was no worry. With 60 units in this building, there was more than enough furniture to burn. When I came out, Lin Chuin had brought the delivery girl inside, had her wash her hands, then took her into a room for a physical check. 10 minutes later she came out and gave me a nod, no problems. The girl was still in her own clothes. The helmet had been tossed in the living room. Come on, you eat too. Seeing her timid face, Ruan Xinghe felt a pang of sympathy and warmly invited her over. Thank you. She murmured her thanks before sitting down at the table. For a woman in her 20s to be willing to work delivery, she counted as someone who could endure hardship. Taking her in to do odd jobs was no big deal. Ruan Xinghe asked, "What's your name? Where are you from? How long have you done deliveries? And who do you have back home?" The girl answered honestly, "My name's Tian Fongfong. I'm 25, from Anhui province. I've been doing deliveries in Shanghai for 3 years. Right now I rent a place with my boyfriend." Ruan Xinghe was a little surprised. "What does your boyfriend do?" "He doesn't have a job. He's putting everything into studying for the civil service exam." The three of us exchanged glances. Well, doing deliveries to support a boyfriend studying for the civil service exam, and for 3 years. Seemed like she didn't have much of a head on her shoulders. After the meal, I told her to bring food to the Tianjin man, then clear out the room next door to live in. After resting for an hour, I headed back downstairs, planning to finish today's building sweep. This time I brought Tian Fongfong along, specifically to carry things. Yesterday I'd swept down to the 8th floor, leaving 7 floors unswept. Today I planned to clear all 14 remaining units. I didn't bring Ruan Xinghe and her daughter. Not that I was worried about them. But there was a Tianjin man imprisoned at home, and even though I'd broken his hands and feet, I still wasn't entirely at ease. In any case, there weren't many living people left in the whole building, and there was no rush to strip all the resource points bare at once. Besides, I didn't plan to stay in the complex forever. The supermarkets and convenience stores outside had far more food. The longer-term stuff, I couldn't spare a thought for right now. Once I finished clearing the building today, as long as I sealed off the building's main entrance, I'd more or less have a relatively safe base. The prerequisite being that entrance door to the underground parking garage also had to be sealable. Unit 701. The door opened to reveal a chaotic mess inside. It was under renovation. This was an old complex, and it looked like someone had bought a second-hand apartment and was planning a full remodel. I glanced around and my face lit up with delight. The renovation was only half done, and there was a huge pile of tools and materials stacked up: a rotary hammer, an electric drill, an angle grinder, an axe, a hammer, steel pipes, electrical wire. And most of the tools were battery-powered, still usable. I could make some weapons out of these. I picked out some tools and stuffed them in a bag, grabbed 2 steel pipes as well, and had Tian Fongfong take them back first. The zombies in the stairwell had all been cleared out, so it was very safe. While she was hauling the stuff back, I went to 702. The moment I started on the lock, I found the security door had been bolted from the inside, which meant there was someone, or a zombie, inside. I immediately went on alert. After some effort I got the door open, but there wasn't a single person visible in the living room. I held my shield in front, frowned as I scanned the room, and cautiously moved inside. Just as I stepped past the entryway, the door to a second bedroom suddenly swung open, and a middle-aged woman charged out, gripping a boning knife in both hands. Its tip pointed at me, her face contorted with ferocity. Get out of my house." I looked her over, 40s, medium build, plain-featured, the boning knife in her hands clean, yet I immediately caught a whiff of blood. More importantly, the top 2 buttons of her long-sleeved shirt were undone, and through the collar I could see a few drops of dark red blood spattered on her neck. These were the marks of arterial spray, definitely not zombie blood. Her gaze was vicious too, both her eyes gone bloodshot. Of course, I couldn't conclude from just this that she'd killed someone. But strangely, after she spoke, a low, scraping sound came from another room, like a rat moving about. The door was shut and I couldn't see inside, but as my eyes swept toward it, I clearly felt her expression tighten. Something was off, very clearly off. I turned and looked at her coldly. "What are you so nervous about?" And with that, I walked toward her. "Don't come over here." She grew more furious, but this time her shout instead dropped lower, and she took a step back. "Don't you come over here." She held the knife tip out level with both hands, raising her arms a bit higher, but looking at how calm I was and the weapon in my hand, her eyes were clearly panicked. I couldn't be bothered to waste words. I charged forward abruptly and rammed her flying with the riot shield. My strength was too great. She went sailing backward, slammed hard into the wall, and crumpled down. This woman was a tough one too. Even smashed up like that, She wouldn't let go of the knife. I dashed forward in a single stride and stomped down on the wrist holding the knife. Ah, she screamed. Her hand opened, and the knife slipped free. I picked up the knife, kicked her aside, and walked over to kick open the door behind her, the one she'd just come out of. It was a study, and on the floor lay a heap of torn-up women's clothing, along with black underwear. I rounded the desk and saw a young girl sitting on the floor behind it. Her feet were bound, her hands tied behind her back, and she was propped against the wall, completely naked, a rag stuffed in her mouth, motionless, tears streaming down her face, her eyes wide and staring at me full of terror. Even more horrifying, her chest was covered in blood, with a chunk missing from one side, clearly cut off with a knife while she was still alive. A white camisole lay tossed on the floor, soaked with blood, obviously just used to wipe the knife and then discarded. I truly hadn't imagined this middle-aged woman could be so cruel. It had only been one day since the zombie outbreak, and already someone was using such brutal methods against their own kind. Why? I stepped forward and yanked the rag out of her mouth. The girl had clearly lost too much blood. Her consciousness was hazy. But before I could ask, she spoke with great difficulty. She begged me to come help, to help her look after her kid. I came, and then she did this to me. Her voice was very faint, halting and broken. If my body hadn't been enhanced, I probably wouldn't have caught it. Still, I roughly understood what had happened. This middle-aged woman had exploited the girl's youth and naivety, lured her into the apartment, and then cut off her. But why would she do this? I asked, "What's your name? Where do you live? Is there anyone left in your family?" She begged me to come help her look after her kid. I came, and then, whether she hadn't heard or her mind had already gone muddled, the girl only repeated this one line over and over, saying nothing else. I backed out of the study and returned to the living room, where I saw the middle-aged woman kneeling at the base of the wall, struggling to get up, but my stomp had been too heavy, and she couldn't rise. She could only glare at me with a venomous stare. It wasn't until I walked toward the other room, the one that had made the noise, that her eyes filled with panic again. No, don't. I walked over and kicked the door open. A stench of blood hit me in the face, mixed with a trace of rot. In one glance I saw it. There was a boy tied to a chair in the room, looking only 5 or 6 years old, but he'd already turned into a zombie. His face and chest were covered in blood, and he opened his mouth and let out a low snarl at me, his mouth full of blood and leftover scraps of white flesh. No, don't. The middle-aged woman was still shrieking outside the door, her voice growing from far to near. She'd actually crawled over. At this point, I understood everything. I turned back and looked at the woman, who had crawled to the doorway. Your son turned into a zombie, so you went and caught living people to feed him? And exploited others' sympathy to lure them in. Seeing she couldn't hide it anymore, she just turned shameless and gave a cold sneer. For her to serve as food for my son, that's her good fortune. Look at what our family is, what status my son has. A little slut like her is only fit to be my son's food. Don't laugh. People aren't born equal. Our family status is simply nobler than others. Forget my son. All your lives put together aren't worth even a dog from our household. I laughed in anger, the left half of my face still furious while the right half smiled. I looked at her. I'd genuinely love to hear this. Just what noble status does your family have? I'm afraid saying it would scare you to death. I own 3 companies, worth hundreds of millions, and my husband's a bureau director. Kid, I advise you to get lost fast. Don't meddle in what's not your business, or when my husband comes back with men and guns, he'll flay you and pull out your tendons for sure. If you get lost now and catch me a few more living people, maybe I'll show some mercy and put in a good word for you before my husband. Spare a lowlife like you your worthless life. Some people, like my son, are born noble. Some people are born worthless. What? You don't accept that? Listening to her spout this with such righteous conviction, the smile vanished from my face. I looked at her. Oh, then I'm genuinely curious. What's your husband's esteemed name? She let out a tisk of a laugh. No harm telling you. Remember it well. My husband's name is Zhengji. Got that memorized? I nodded. Got it. And with that, without even turning my head, I abruptly swung the fire axe backward. XP+1. Before the woman's horrified eyes, I smashed the little zombie's skull in with one axe blow. You dare kill my son. I'll kill you. Kill you. I'll have my husband chop you into 10,000 pieces, pull out your tendons and skin you, throw you in a vat of oil. I ignored her frenzied screaming, hefted my axe, and walked out the door to the apartment across the way, where I fetched a hand hammer, rope, and a marker, then came back. The woman was still screaming madly. I stepped up and smashed her mouth in with one hammer blow, and the screaming cut off abruptly. Then I smashed her ankles and wrists, stripped off her clothes, and wrote a few words on her body with the marker. Finally, I looked at her. I'll hang you like this at the doorway, so your husband can get a good look when he comes back." Having dealt with her, I turned and walked out, slamming the security door shut with a bang, and let out a heavy breath. But the knot of gloom in my heart still wouldn't dissolve. How could a person become like this? Or was it that some people were just like this all along, and once the apocalypse came, the evil in their hearts was instantly magnified? Of course, there was another possibility. I didn't let myself think any further and continued downstairs. After clearing the remaining floors, I packed another bag for Tian Fong Fong to carry back while I went to inspect the building's main entrance myself. The security door at the entrance was still locked and very sturdy. Of course, zombies kept evolving, and no one knew how strong they might become in the future. But I didn't plan to be a turtle, curled up at home doing nothing. In this apocalypse, hiding was a dead end. The only way was to kill, kill, kill. Only by killing enough zombies could I grow stronger. Having checked the ground floor, I continued down with my flashlight. B1 was the storage level, probably with some useful things, but I didn't have time to check each one right now. Unfortunately, B1 had no entrance door, which meant zombies or other people could still get into our building from underground, and I couldn't block them. I shook my head and continued down to the B2 garage. There were quite a few cars parked inside, no lights, pitch black. I pulled out a set of car keys from my backpack, all scavenged from the building. An SUV was of course the top choice. I picked out an 80 M7. Electric cars were quiet and wouldn't attract zombies with engine noise. The self-driving feature could also free up my hands to kill zombies while making an escape. As for range, there was no need to even consider it. The one thing there was no shortage of out there now was cars. Of course, given the road conditions outside, the car most likely wouldn't get far, but I still decided to prep one. Better safe than sorry, and who knew? Maybe it'd come in handy? Tomorrow I'd go up to the rooftop and take a look, survey the surrounding roads, and see if there was any drivable route. I took out the AITO's key and pressed it once. Beep. The lights of a car not far off immediately lit up, especially conspicuous in the dark. Roar. Clang, clang, clang. Bang, bang, bang. Zombie snarls and pounding on doors immediately erupted all around. It looked like more than one zombie was trapped inside a car. Zombies couldn't open car doors, and in the empty, silent garage, with no people and no sound, they'd probably stay quiet the whole time. Whether, barring some disturbance, they'd eventually starve to death inside the cars, that I couldn't say. It was pitch dark all around, and the flashlight beam could only illuminate a small patch. Ignoring the zombies trapped in the cars for now, I dashed toward the car with its lights on, planning to first check its condition, then drive it to the building entrance so I could get in it whenever needed. I pulled open the car door, tossed the riot shield in the back seat, threw the fire axe and my backpack onto the passenger seat, then climbed in and started it up. I took one look and let out a quiet, approving whistle. Full tank, full charge. The owner was a man of taste. Feeling reassured, I fired it up right away, eased out of the parking spot, and got ready to reposition the car. Beep, 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 beep. The alarm chimed inside the cabin, and a line of bold text popped up on the center console screen. Please fasten your seatbelt. Fasten my seatbelt? At a time like this, that was not happening. I ignored the beeping and kept my foot on the gas, driving forward. The headlights swept across the pitch-black underground passage, and a woman suddenly popped up ahead. Black office wear, black stockings, high heels, long hair hanging loose over half her face. A zombie. The second she spotted my car, she charged straight at me, running so hard that one of her heels flew right off. Seeing this brave soul deliver herself to my doorstep, the corner of my mouth curled into a cold smile. Come on, baby. I floored the gas pedal. Vroom. The front of the car barreled straight at her. But the next second, screech, the brakes slammed on, and Xiaoyi's voice came from inside the car. Please lift your foot. Please lift your foot. Huh. I stomped on the gas again. The car didn't budge an inch. Please lift your foot. Please lift your foot. Please lift your foot. I couldn't take it anymore. That's not a person up there, it's a zombie. Haha. You actually managed to make me laugh today, but please lift your foot. The female zombie had already climbed onto the hood and slammed into the windshield. The glass instantly cracked into a spiderweb, but luckily it didn't shatter. Bam, bam, bam. She kept ramming it. Useless piece of junk. I cursed, stopped the car, shoved the door open with one hand while grabbing the fire axe with the other, got out, and took a full swing. One axe blow sent it flying. The thing sailed a good 10+ meters and crashed hard into a pillar. Experience plus 10. I spat on the ground and pulled the car door open to grab my stuff, ready to ditch it. This piece of junk was impossible to drive in an environment like this. Just as I was about to leave, I glanced down at the center console and froze. The screen showed a dial pad, and the number being called was 110. I was stunned for a moment, then laughed. The sight of me axing that zombie had been picked up by Xiaoyi, automatically triggering the emergency call function. I got curious. What's wrong, Xiaoyi? Scared? Xiaoyi's voice actually carried a hint of fear. Sir, please stay calm. Whatever you do, don't do anything rash. Do I look worked up to you? Sir, please remain where you are and wait for rescue. Did your call even go through? It went silent. I chuckled softly, shouldered my pack, grabbed a riot shield and fire axe, turned, and walked off, leaving the car right where it was. I'd only made it halfway when something suddenly fell off, and I stopped in my tracks. From far off came a burst of rapid, dense footsteps, coming from the direction of the garage entrance. My expression changed. Had all the zombies outside rushed in? But I hadn't made that much noise just now. The footsteps surged closer like a tide. I didn't have time to think it over. I bolted for the building's entrance door. Under the AITO's bright lights, a huge swarm of zombies came pouring in, all of them lunging at that car. The instant I slipped through the door, I could still hear Xiaoyi's voice drifting from far away. Please don't touch me. Please don't touch me. And it was quickly drowned out by the zombies. I sprinted up 5 flights in one go, and only when I heard nothing behind me did I let out a breath of relief. Good. The zombies had all been drawn away by Xiaoyi, and no one had seen me. With that many zombies suddenly flooding into the garage, I couldn't tell whether it was good or bad. While there was still daylight, I decided to head up to the roof and take a look. 30 floors. My stamina had leveled up to 5, so I climbed the whole way without even breaking a sweat. I went into Unit 3001 and followed the interior staircase up to the attic. The top floor came with a bonus attic level, floor-to-ceiling windows on all 4 sides, an excellent view. I looked out. The zombies that had once packed the streets were gone. My feelings were mixed, part worry, part relief. The worry, so many zombies gathering in the garage was bound to be a hazard sooner or later. The relief, did this mean I could go outside now? The zombies had all funneled into the garage entrance, which meant the ground level and streets were actually safe now. I decided to leave first thing in the morning and go pick up teacher Jiang at Asang Apartments first. It was getting late today. Back home, I unloaded my pack, scavenged another backpack full of supplies, and brought it back to 2001. After dinner, I sent Ruan Qinghe to boil water. We were leaving anyway, and there was no way to carry all this water, so we might as well have a nice, satisfying bath tonight. The master bedroom's double tub was plenty big. To save water, I bathed first, and Lin Chuin came in too. We soaked for about an hour before the water went cold. I thought about getting up to add some hot water, but Lin Chuin stopped me. You've been at it all day, rest. I'll go. She braced herself against the tub, struggled to her feet, and stepped out. You good? Just rest. Heh, quite the tough one. She moved the low-heat candle from the tub's edge down beneath the rim, so the candlelight lit the floor but left everything above the tub in pitch darkness. After a good while, I heard footsteps approaching, hot water poured into the tub, and the temperature rose, much more comfortable. A pair of long legs stepped in, and with a splash, I reached out and wrapped an arm around her waist. Ah, a startled cry. But I hadn't caught it. That voice wasn't Lin Chuin's at all. 5 minutes later, I was so shocked my voice actually trembled. Uh-huh. The reply was faint as a mosquito's buzz. By this point, I understood everything. Lin Chuin had played me, and she'd tricked more than just me. The atmosphere turned instantly awkward. After a long standoff, I realized nothing I said now would help, so I just tried to find a lighter topic. Suddenly remembering Ruan Qinghe's talent, I cleared my throat. Did your talent kick in? I hadn't noticed any purified water appearing. I mean your talent, not. She hurried to answer, afraid I'd keep going. I feel like there's an extra space, and it's got a whole lot of purified water stored in it. All natural, no contamination. A space? Can it hold other things? She shook her head. No, it only works with the talent, can't store anything else. I was a little disappointed, but it'd do. Having to carry a ton of water on someone's back would have been a joke. Qinghe, you, hee. I realized Ruan Qinghe couldn't take a joke at all, not even one. Fine then, I just focus. Hey, why did this scene feel oddly familiar? Had this girl Choo been watching some kind of video? Outside the window was pitch black, the room was pitch black, and only that stub of candle on the floor lit a small patch, flickering dim and bright as water droplets kept splashing onto it. I woke up the next morning and, as usual, went to check on the Tianjin guy in the second bedroom, the one I was using for experiments. He was gone. My expression changed and my eyes narrowed. Had he turned into a zombie? But right away that didn't add up. The rope tying him wasn't snapped, it had been untied. Besides, even if he'd turned, all 4 of his limbs were still broken. Someone had let him go and helped him escape. Who? I turned and went next door, kicking open the room of Tian Fongfong, the female delivery driver. Ah. She woke with a start, cried out, sat up, then quickly yanked the blanket over herself. Seeing it was me, she said, annoyed, "What are you doing? Don't you knock before barging into a girl's room?" I strode in and fixed my eyes on her. Where's the guy next door? Her eyes flickered in panic. You snuck out in the middle of the night and let him go? He was just too pitiful. He kept begging me. She mumbled, then stiffened her neck defiantly. All 4 of his limbs were broken. How could you have the heart to keep him tied up like that? Do you have any compassion at all? I sneered. Sounds like you think you did a good deed. I just did what I thought was right. What you thought? I sneered. Who do you think you are, with your what you thought? Her face went from pale to flushed and back, and in humiliated fury she pointed at the door. Get out. I'm not dressed. I need to change. I just grabbed the blanket and yanked it right off her, throwing it on the floor. What are you doing? She screamed. Smack. I slapped the scream right back into her. She started to cry out again, so I gave her 2 more slaps across the face, until her lips were swollen. She stopped screaming, just lifted her head and glared at me with hatred. I'm going to report you. She probably never dreamed I'd dare pull off her blanket, much less hit her. In the old days, this would have earned me 3 years in prison. Where did you take him? She stared me down and said nothing, her eyes saying, What? You gonna kill me too? I wasted no more words, circled to the side of the bed, shoved the window open, grabbed her, and dragged her toward it. What are you doing? She completely panicked. That one scream drew every wandering zombie below, and they all lifted their heads to look up at our window. Too bad. This was the 20th floor, so all they could do was look. Seeing me act without the slightest hesitation, Tian Fong Fong finally caved. I'll tell you, but Before she could finish, I'd already thrown her out the window. Then I closed it, not even sparing her another glance. Outside, in free fall, her face was full of horror and full of disbelief. The script wasn't supposed to go like this. That thought had barely flashed by before she slammed hard into the pile of zombies. I went out and headed downstairs. Tian Fong Fong, one woman dragging a full-grown man, couldn't possibly have gone up, only down. It was just this one building, so I'd find him easily enough. Sure enough, when I got down to the 19th floor, I spotted the Tianjin guy slumped against the door of Unit 1902. He was still alive. Tough life. Nearly 2 days had passed, and he was unharmed, which basically confirmed it. Sealed bottled water was safe to drink, raw water exposed to the air was not, and boiled water was fine. As for whether this discovery could solve the zombie problem, I couldn't say. Heat an infected person to 100 degrees to keep them from turning? Seemed kind of pointless. The Tianjin guy jumped when he saw me, his face full of despair, and he was still muttering. That dumbass woman, she just dumps me here and takes off. I almost laughed out loud. She wasn't saving you. She just wanted to give herself a warm little moment, and you actually bought it? I looked at him, turned, and walked off. Behind me, he first breathed a sigh of relief. Then his face turned to horror. All 4 limbs broken, left all alone. How was he supposed to survive from here on? Hey, don't leave. Hurry up and take me back. Hey, buddy. Slam. I got back to the apartment and shut the security door. Wan Qinghe was busy in the kitchen. I went to Lin Xuyan's room to get her up. She wouldn't get out of bed, though, and ended up dragging me back into it instead. Probably because her little scheme had worked last night. Now she'd completely let loose, not holding back one bit. Wan Qinghe, who'd just finished up, was in the kitchen listening, her ears turning bright red. These young people, once they've had a taste, really don't know when to stop. I'd have to have a good talk with her later. We actually hadn't stayed up late the night before. No power, no internet, and nothing to do in a pitch-black room. So Wan Qinghe and I both got up pretty early this morning. But even after fussing around all morning, we didn't get everything packed and out the door until 10. The 3 of us were fully armed, each with a big backpack, and the 3 riot shields worked out to 1 apiece. I carried the fire axe, a shotgun slung around my neck, and a pistol at my waist. Wan Qinghe followed behind me with 4 steel pipe spears strapped to her back, and 1 more gripped in her hand, a hollow steel pipe 5.5 feet long, both ends ground into points with an angle grinder, hemp rope wrapped around the middle. Just stabbed the zombies straight on, convenient. The 4 on her back were each a bit over 3 feet long. I'd prepped those to use as javelins. Lin Xuyan had a submachine gun around her neck and a steel pipe spear in her hand, bringing up the rear. I hesitated between the spear and the fire axe, and in the end went with the axe. Besides chopping, it could clear obstacles, and it handled better than a spear against a swarm. The stairwell had been cleared out yesterday, but with all those zombies flooding into the garage, I didn't dare let my guard down. I made my way down step by careful step. When we reached the 2nd floor, my ears twitched. Sure enough, I heard movement downstairs. I stopped immediately, raised a hand, and signaled the 2 women to sit down and rest for 5 minutes. We were going down, sure, but 20 floors with all that weight. Both Wan Qinghe and Lin Xuyan were a little out of breath, Lin Xuyan especially. Her legs were shaking. She was probably regretting this morning's little indulgence right about now. But she was only 18. Right at that age, Who could hold back? Looking at the two of them sweating, I thought to myself, I need to get them leveled up to 2, fast, or they'd never keep up on stamina once we were outside. I'd see how many zombies were down there and try to get them some levels. After a full 5 minutes rest, I was the first to get up and head down. I'd only gone halfway when I rounded the switchback corner, and the sight below made me suck in a cold breath. The stairwell down there was jam-packed with zombies. Not only was the ground floor completely blocked, they were spilling down the stairs toward the basement level. Had all the garage zombies come up here? I made a snap decision. Out the window. I planted my shield across the stairwell to block it and buy them time. The window was a bit high off the ground, so Ruan Xinghe immediately crouched down to let her daughter climb up on her back. Lin Shuin didn't put on any airs either. She stepped on her mom's back, climbed to the window, and pushed it open. Outside was a lawn with only a scattered few zombies, mostly old men and women. She straddled the window, pulled her mom up, then rolled out. After yesterday's training, she was a lot calmer facing zombies. Not exactly fearless, but far steadier. Even I hadn't expected the two of them to move that fast. By the time they were out, the zombies below had only just spotted me and started charging up. I wasn't about to go toe-to-toe with them either. I pulled out my last remaining grenade, yanked the pin, dropped it right there, then leapt onto the windowsill and vaulted out. Lin Shuin and her mother had just gotten to their feet when a few old geezer and old lady zombies came rushing at them. Not fast. Go. I took the lead, charging ahead, not stopping for any zombie in my path, just shield bashing them out of the way. Once 6 zombies had jumped out through the window, boom. The grenade went off. By then I'd already gotten the two of them running to the building diagonally across, and just past it was the south gate. Lin Shuin and I had used this gate coming into the complex, and now both sides of it were empty. Out the gate was the intersection of Su Road and Yuyuan Road. Every zombie on the street had been sucked into the garage, leaving only a pileup of cars jammed together, blocking the intersection, with a few zombies still struggling in the gaps. I reached back and locked the complex's iron gate, sealing the pursuing zombies inside. Seeing it was safe for the moment, I glanced at the zombies clinging to the fence and gave the 2 women a look, signaling them to start stabbing. There was no safer way to kill. Lin Shuin was thrilled. She grabbed her spear and jabbed it straight into a zombie's neck. Ruan Xinghe, though, went pale, her face full of reluctance. Lin Shuin killed 4 in a row and hit level 2. Feeling the change in her body, her eyes lit up. As the front ones fell, more kept charging in. She stopped and looked back at her mom. She already understood my intention. The 2 of them were physically weak to begin with. Without leveling up, they couldn't even manage to run. Meeting their eyes, Ruan Xinghe gritted her teeth and thrust her spear forward. Squelch, squelch, squelch. Looking at the zombies she'd killed with her own hands, she opened her mouth and threw up, twice, but kept going. Before long, the space inside the fence gate was piled with corpses, and Ruan Xinghe made it to level 2 as well. Constitution up 30%, strength didn't rise much, but the endurance boost was considerable. Only once the corpses had completely blocked the gate did the 2 of them stop. Lin Shuin reached level 3. Ruan Xinghe had killed fewer and didn't level up again. Let's go. I led them across the intersection to the other corner. On this corner was a Starbucks, next to a KFG, a bakery, and a China merchant self-service bank. The glass walls of both the Starbucks and the KFG had been smashed in by cars that had plowed straight into the storefronts. There was no one inside, but in the Starbucks there was a sapphire blue Maserati, its driver's window shattered, with a well-dressed female zombie who looked like she'd been trying to climb out the window, only to get tangled in the seatbelt. Her head and upper body inside the car, her hips and legs hanging out the door. She had a killer figure. Her legs were in black stockings with a letter-patterned print, her red dress left behind in the car. The weird part, her underwear was somehow bunched at the crook of her knees, the stockings all tangled around her calves. What the hell? Who did this? And the key thing was, this zombie was still alive, still moving. In the apocalypse, there really were all kinds of twisted people. Ruan Xinghe was the first to catch on, her pretty face going instantly red. Lin Shuin's eyes lit up once it clicked, and she shot me a sidelong glance, a certain meaning hidden in it. Seeing I hadn't caught on, she just jutted her chin toward the female zombie. Go on. I shot her a look and kept walking. We passed through the KFG, and up ahead the self-service bank had a room with a locked door, holding a zombie in the cramped space that was pounding away at an ATM. This wasn't a place to make noise. Drawing in the zombies from farther off would be trouble. Besides, I'd long lost interest in this little scrap of meat. Once we got to Teacher Zhang's apartment, there'd be plenty of zombies inside. This stretch was short, 100-some meters, and we reached the next intersection. The cross street, Huaxian Road, was a small lane. On the southwest corner stood 2 buildings. The nearer one was a bank, and the one behind it was Asang Apartments, where Teacher Zhang lived. Across the street was a row of restaurants. The outbreak had come too early, so none had opened. A good number of zombies were scattered along the street a few dozen meters into the distance on the right, though I couldn't see any in the shop fronts. I sized it up and, doing my best not to disturb the zombies on the road, quickly crossed the street to the bank on the far side. Two cars had flipped in front of the bank, and others had crashed together and stacked up over a person's height, both a roadblock and a screen against the zombies' line of sight from across the way. There were far fewer cars on Huaxian Road to the right. Most had fallen over along the roadside, which actually cleared a path. We walked along the front of the bank, and before long we reached the entrance of a wet market. Both doors opened onto steps leading inside, dark and impossible to see into. Farther on was a small convenience store, a modest storefront, unopened, a U-shaped lock on the glass door, and empty inside. Perfect. A good break like this, I of course wasn't about to pass up. I stepped up onto the stairs, easily pried open the U-lock, and pushed the door open. The storefront wasn't big, but inside was way more spacious than I'd expected, shelves packed with a dazzling array of goods, and not a soul around. Jackpot! Lin Shuyan's eyes lit up, and she let out a low cry. Looks like nobody's immune to a free shopping spree. She was no exception. Too bad there were only 3 of us, and our packs were already stuffed with food. A store this big, we couldn't carry much away. I gave it one sweep and made a snap call, dumped the extra water and rice, grabbed the chocolate, canned stuff, that kind of thing. They weren't short on water, and most of what we'd hauled from home was rice, which was a pain to cook. The 3 of us jumped right into it, cherry-picking chocolate, compressed biscuits, and canned goods until all 3 packs were crammed full. Wan Qinghe also grabbed some needles and thread and a couple of raincoats. I dug up a pile of candles and grabbed a few lighters too. Finally, Lin Shuyin filled another bag with self-heating hot pot and rice packs and slung it across her chest. That's enough. We can always come back. No need to overload. These convenience stores were all over the place. Seeing the 2 of them still wanting to load up, I cut them off. Up ahead was the mouth of an alley, and the apartment entrance was right there. A few runaway cars had plowed into the alley and jammed it full, which, conveniently, left the apartment entrance clear. But there was a whole crowd of zombies milling around the entrance, dim shapes in the shadows. One of them spotted me and, whoosh, came leaping out of the pack, actually vaulting straight over the heads of the other zombies, hurling itself right at me. I looked up, and my heart lurched. Oh crap, a tough one. This female zombie had a bizarre look, a red trench coat draped over her, nothing underneath. Each swing of the coat flashed a glimpse of ashen gray skin. Maybe she'd come down to grab a delivery in the middle of the night and hadn't bothered getting dressed? No time to dwell on the details. She was already on me. Compared to the other zombies, this thing was terrifyingly agile. Ordinary zombies, no matter how fast, always moved clumsily, with basically zero combat instinct. Her fingers were freakishly long, the nails grown out a full 2 inches, like hooked eagle talons. I'd just been thrown off by the open coat look and hadn't even thought to check her stats. All I could do was raise my shield to block and swing my axe. To my surprise, she dodged my axe blow and tried to circle around the shield to hit my flank. A chill ran through me. This was no dumb zombie. That's when I saw her stats. Elite zombie, LV 5 HP, 1480. Skill, martial arts. An elite zombie? A mini-boss? That HP bar was insanely long. And it had a skill. Martial arts. No wonder it moved so well. Zombies could do kung fu now? Terrifying. Lucky for me. Though so could I? I immediately dropped the fire axe, blocked with the shield in my left hand, dodged, and drew the suppressor-fitted pistol with my right. Uffed. I'm a man with the gunfighting skill. A point-blank shot to the face was a guaranteed hit. A bloody hole opened at the bridge of the female zombie's nose, and she toppled backward. Experience plus 320. Level up. Current level 6. Base constitution S rank. Skills: Xingyi boxing LV3, Bagua palm LV3, lockpicking mastery LV3, gunfighting LV1. Talent: Eye of Insight. TCH. I curled my lip, flicked the safety on, holstered the pistol, and scooped up the fire axe on the way. What kind of grandmaster relies on a gun when he's got one? Still, for these small fry, no point wasting bullets. I tilted the shield in my left hand and gripped the axe in my right, then charged straight into the tide of zombies pouring in. Formation, Lin Shuyin called out, and she and Wan Qinghe rushed to catch up. The 3 of us fell into a triangle formation, shields out and interlocked. I took the tip as the charger, cutting a path through, like some fierce general on an ancient battlefield. At level 6, my constitution was already 4 times what it had been at the start, and my strength no less. The fire axe felt like a toy in my hand. Now I finally got why the green dragon crescent blade weighed 82 caddies. A heavy weapon in the hands of someone strong is what mows down whole armies. Pity this fire axe was only about a meter long, a lot less punch. Lin Shuyin and Wan Qinghe had their hands full just holding the formation, only occasionally getting to stab one of the zombies I'd already crippled. Good thing their frontline guy was carrying the load. The pressure on them was minimal. The zombies at the apartment entrance had looked dense, but the space was tight, so there were only 20 or 30 total. Before long, I'd cut my way to the front of the pack and push through into the building. Inside was a lobby, with a supermarket off to one side, its doors standing open, everything visible through the glass walls. Neither the lobby nor the supermarket had any zombies. They'd all been drawn outside. No time to look closer. The second I got in, I spun around, shield out, hacking down the zombies charging in, and barked. Line formation. I'd already drilled the two of them on formations at home for this outing. I come from a family of martial artists, and I've always been interested in ancient battle tactics. I've studied some formations and gotten a lot out of it. The gap between ancient elite troops and a loose rabble is enormous. Even lightly armored soldiers in formation could slaughter scattered fighters one-sidedly. The only question was stamina. No wonder the great generals of old put so much stock in formations. I'd only taught them a few of the simplest ones. 3 shields lined up abreast, completely sealing off the apartment's main entrance. By then, more than half the zombies charging at us had already taken a hit from me. Not dead, just wounded, or missing an arm or leg. To get in, they had to climb the steps and attack upward, which killed most of their momentum. Even Ruan Qinghe and Lin Xuan could just barely hold them off, sliding back a couple of steps at most when rammed. Add in my axe hacking away, and before long a heap of corpses had piled up at the door, with a few crippled ones buried underneath, still struggling to crawl out. That round of slaughter netted me another 140+ experience. I couldn't be bothered with the last few kills, so I handed those off to the 2 women. They were thrilled. Ruan Qinghe, once she'd gotten a taste of leveling up, had 0 resistance to killing zombies now. Mom, you get to level 3 first. Lin Xuan gave the kills to her lower-leveled mother. Ruan Qinghe nodded and jabbed her spear into the crippled zombies while Lin Xuan covered her. Seeing they had it handled, I left them to it and turned to survey the lobby. The daylight was bright, so I hadn't noticed at first, but now I realized the elevator bay's lights were actually on. There was still power here? Looked like this place wasn't on the same grid as our old complex. City power is complicated to begin with. Some buildings even have multiple lines. With the power plant unable to cover the whole city now, it wasn't strange for some areas to still have electricity. With that thought, I headed for the elevator bay. And just as I reached it, ding, a soft chime, and one of the elevator doors suddenly slid open. I thought I was reckless enough already. Turns out today, I'd meet someone even more reckless than me. I'd walk down the first-floor lobby to the elevator bay at the far end, just in time to see 2 people step out of the elevator. Both sides caught sight of each other, froze for a second, and stopped in our tracks at the same time. The 2 who'd come out were girls, both clearly barely 18. The one in front was about 5'6", with long, light blonde waves, a small, delicate face, pretty eyes, upturned eyeliner, striking features, only dragged down by cheap makeup, so she'd actually have looked better barefaced. She wore a white off-the-shoulder crop top with a heart-shaped cutout at the chest, a sapphire belly stud glinting at her navel, and a super short denim skirt below. The whole looked sharp and hot, sweet cool with real presence. She looked like one of those tough little street girls, but without all the flashy tattoos. But a second later I realized I had her wrong. When she opened her mouth, I spotted a blue-tongued stud. She had a lot of skin showing, but her neck and forearms were wrapped in thick layers of cloth, and her right hand gripped a blood-smeared fire axe. The handle actually lashed to her wrist with strips of cloth. Clearly, she'd already killed zombies. Han Saiwei, HP, 199 level, 2 Constitution, B rank. Skill, Street Fighting Expert. Talent, Iron Body, Rare. Reading her stats, my eyes narrowed slightly. Well, a little girl with a B rank Constitution on par with a grown man's. No wonder she could kill zombies and hit level 2. Iron Body was probably defensive and Street Fighting Expert. Did that mean she was good at gang brawls? The other girl was much shorter, under 5'3", in a pink Lolita dress, her chopstick-thin legs snugly wrapped in white knee-high socks, little pink flower shoes on her feet. She had a tiny head, a full head of jet black hair tied into 2 braids draped over her shoulders, each braid finished with a pink mesh flower. Her small face was exquisite, her makeup done far better than her friends, all soft and rosy, especially that little mouth, like something out of a comic. The whole of her was small and skinny, arms impossibly thin. She couldn't have weighed 80 pounds. I figured that, with my strength, I could pick her up and toss her around however I liked. Zhuang Xiaodia, HP, 88 level, 1 Constitution, D rank. Skill, none. Talent, Voice of Heaven, Rare. Another rare talent? I was floored. Why did nearly everyone I ran into have a talent? And not just a talent, but a rare or unusual one. Was it survivorship bias, with everyone talentless already dead? Still, Judging by her bottom-of-the-barrel Durant constitution, there was no way she'd killed zombies on her own. Looked like these two weren't fake friends. They were the real deal. Seeing me stare at them for a while without a word, Han Saiwei's face flickered with impatience. How'd you get in? No more zombies outside. I nodded, all wiped out. If you're after food, get to the supermarket by the entrance, quick. She clearly didn't believe me and walked over to the corner herself to look out at the lobby. Her eyes went wide in an instant. Zhuang Xiaodai trailed behind her like a little tail, her small mouth also falling open in surprise. Just then, Ruan Qinghe and Lin Chuin came back, done clearing the zombies. Ruan Qinghe had finally hit level 3. Han Kaiwei was a sharp one. She knew I was the one who'd done most of the killing out there. She turned back to me. Thanks, big brother. Thank you, mister. Zhuang Xiaodia's voice was faint as a mosquito, like she was squeezing it out of her throat. You'd have to lean your ear right up to her mouth to hear it. My hearing was good enough that I didn't need to, though. As she spoke, she lifted her eyelids, a pair of big, sparkling eyes gazing at me with curiosity. Han Kaiwei turned to head for the supermarket, but Zhuang Xiaodai didn't move. She tilted her little head and asked me, Are you here to find someone, mister? Which room are you headed to? Can you tell me? I'm Xiaodai. Qinghe. 1313. I kept it short. Her eyes flashed. The person you're looking for must be a really pretty girl, right? I'm so jealous of her, getting a big hero riding in on a rainbow cloud to save her. Not like Xiaodai, with only one dopey friend to lean on. Han Kaiwei frowned. Who are you calling dopey? Hee. Zhuang Xiaodai let out a soft laugh, still looking at me, clearly expecting me to say something to her now. Lin Chuin walked past the two of them over to my side, frowning at Zhuang Xiaodai as she came. Zhuang Xiaodia's eyes darted around. Don't be upset, big sis. A boy as amazing as this, of course lots of girls like him. If it were me, I'd only be happy, wouldn't be jealous at all, just want to take good care of my big brother. As she said it, she snuck me a little wink. You coming or not? Stay and starve, then. Han Kaiwei called out impatiently. Zhuang Xiaodai winked at me again. If fate wills it, we'll meet again. Bye-bye, big brother. She turned and caught up with Han Kaiwei. Lin Chuin curled her lip and muttered under her breath. Skinny little bean sprout. Surviving this long is pure luck. Ruan Qinghe immediately shot her a glare. How can you talk about people like that? I couldn't be bothered climbing the stairs, so I walked straight into the elevator and hit the 13th floor. The doors closed and the elevator rose. Lin Chuin looked up at me. This teacher Jiang of yours, is she really that pretty? Not a blush, not a skipped heartbeat. She's just my teacher. She looked out for me a lot, so if I can lend a hand, I will. Ruan Qinghe nodded, moved. Well said. Staying alive these days isn't easy. Lin Chuin curled her lip and shot her mom a resentful look. What a hopeless mother. 13th floor. The elevator doors opened. Rower, a female zombie, instantly lunged at me. My reflexes were quick too. One kick sent it flying. Bam! It slammed into the opposite wall and dropped, then flipped over and got back up. One axe blow finished it. Experience +9. It was some blonde-haired kid with earrings. For whatever reason, these low-end apartments were crawling with tough-looking little punk boys and girls. The hallway was empty, just this one zombie, probably drawn to the door by the noise the elevator had made. Bang, bang, bang. Hearing the commotion, frantic pounding immediately started up behind several of the security doors to the left and right. I ignored it and headed straight left, took some effort to find 1313, and raised my hand to knock. The pounding in the neighboring unit started right back up, louder now. I frowned and was about to go deal with the zombie inside when I heard a lively voice from behind the door. Who is it? Unmistakably Jiang Xin. I lowered my voice. Teacher, it's me, Qinghe. Click. The security door opened, cautiously. Inside stood a tall woman, easily over 5'7", who didn't have a pretty teacher back in their school days. I was no exception. If it weren't for He Yaoting, Jiang Xin might well have become my one true crush. At the Shanghai Theater Academy, where beauties were everywhere, being the unanimous campus belle was no small thing. And with looks like hers, she'd chosen not to study acting but to specialize in vocal music, and her voice really was something full of life. Her jet-black wavy hair fell soft and full, making her face look even smaller. Her features were fresh and gentle, willow leaf brows, round almond eyes, a high-nose bridge, a small mouth with thin lips. Her skin fair and healthy, clean and free of any excess adornment. She wore a fitted white blouse, the front swelling high, the buttons nearly bursting, and below her slim waist, a snug navy pair of yoga pants, curves full and round, a pair of long legs perfectly straight. Her face looked a bit haggard. Clearly she hadn't freshened up yet. Seeing me, her weary face lit up with joy in an instant. But then, catching sight of Ruan Qinghe and Lin Chuin behind me, she paused for a moment. She didn't press it, though. Qinghe, you really came. That whole trip here. Teacher, Let's talk inside. Oh, right, right. She hurriedly ushered us in and gently locked the door behind us. It was a studio apartment, 30 or 40 square meters, aside from the bathroom, just a basic cupboard. Past the entryway were a big bed, a small sofa, a coffee table, a clothes rack, a wall-mounted TV. The balcony curtains were drawn, and on the sill sat a low little table with 2 round floor cushions. I noticed the shoe rack was all women's shoes, plus 2 pairs of pink women's slippers. Sorry, my place is so shabby. She looked apologetic. The kitchen counter was spotless. Clearly she never cooked. Aside from a few empty water bottles, there wasn't even a snack wrapper in the trash can. Teacher Jiang wasn't one for snacking normally, which meant she'd been going hungry for 2 full days. I skipped the pleasantries, took off my backpack, set it on the coffee table, and unzipped it. There's food in here. At the word food, Jiang Xin couldn't spare a thought for anything else. She reached in and pulled out 2 chocolate bars, tugging hard at the wrappers, but she couldn't get them open no matter how she tried. She got so frustrated her eyes went red. I took them, tore them open, and handed them back, while Ruan Qinghe thoughtfully cracked open a can of Red Bull and set it on the table. Standing by the coffee table, she stuffed her mouth in big bites, and partway through she started sniffling, tears rolling down. I reached out and patted her back, partly to comfort her, partly so she wouldn't choke. She couldn't hold it in anymore and threw her arms around me, her mouth full of food, sobbing. She cried against my shoulder for a good while before finally forcing down what was in her mouth and mumbling, "Qinghe, stop touching your teacher's butt." Huh. Only then did I notice my hand had wandered off course at some point. Beside us, Ruan Qinghe was blushing, giving me a strange look, while Lin Chuin wore a teasing expression and pursed her lips at me. Sheepishly, I lifted my hand away. It was way too round, though, practically as perfect as a basketball. Jiang Xin lifted her head off my shoulder, wiped her tears, and looked at Ruan Qinghe. "I'm sorry. You must think I'm a mess." Ruan Qinghe smiled. "It's completely understandable. The zombies descend. A woman holed up alone in her apartment with not a scrap of food, toughing it out for 2 days. How desperate that must be. As desperate as those 2 days were. That's how overjoyed she was to see me now. Losing control of her emotions was only natural. Then she asked, "How did you all get here? It must have been so hard, right?" Honestly, when Qinghe said he was coming to save me, I was thrilled and terrified at the same time. If it weren't for that message of yours, I don't think I'd have made it this far. Lin Chuin pulled a self-heating rice box out of the bag and, while activating it, said, "Teacher Jiang, have this." "Thank you," Ruan Qinghe said. "I'm Ruan Qinghe, and this is my daughter, Lin Chuin. Everyone calls her Chu Chu." Thank you, Chu Chu." The rice was ready in no time, and Jiang Xin, dropping the pleasantries, said, "Make yourselves comfortable," and sat on the sofa to eat. There wasn't even a stool in the room, so the 3 of us could only sit on the bed. The bed was clean, with a sweet, fresh scent, the same as the one on her. At the foot of the bed lay 2 black bras and camisoles she'd just changed out of, clearly with no energy to wash them. The cloth wardrobe across the room was half unzipped, stuffed with clothes. Everything in the room gave off a sense of just making do. I found it a little odd. Living in a place like this, she'd have been better off staying on campus. Faculty got dorms. Jiang Xin finished the rice, let out a long breath, and rubbed her little belly. I watched her, then finally voiced the question in my mind. "Teacher Jiang, the setup here isn't great. Why aren't you staying on campus?" Her expression shifted slightly, and the corner of her eye twitched. I read her expression and suddenly understood. "What? Is someone at the school harassing you?" As pretty as she was, there was no way nobody at the school had their eye on her. If it were just some ordinary guy pestering her, there'd be no need to move out. Judging by the situation, this person was no small fry, probably somebody with a bit of power at the school. Jiang Xin gave a slight nod, then smiled it off. "It's all in the past." I nodded too. Right. It was all in the past. Whatever there'd been before, it was history now. Humanity's history had already turned to a new chapter. "Qinghe, can you tell me how you got here?" From the subway station. I was just about to give a quick rundown when a burst of frantic pounding came from outside, followed by a man shouting, "The hell? Keep banging then. Let's see how cocky you punks are now." The words were barely out before another round of furious door pounding. I frowned inwardly. Was this guy insane? His voice was so loud he'd stirred up nearly the whole floor. Frantic banging came from behind a bunch of the security doors, ours neighbor included. Pity zombies couldn't work doorknobs, or they'd have charged out long ago. Ha 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 ha. Bunch of dumbass. The man outside was even more smug now. I put my eye to the peephole, but the hallway was too narrow. I couldn't see a thing. Damn, never thought 2 days of learning to pick locks would actually come in handy. Then I heard the sound of lock picking. After a moment's thought, I got it. I'd killed the only zombie in the hallway on my way in, and some man holed up in his room had immediately gotten cocky, ready to Jimmy open other doors and look for food. His shouting a moment ago wasn't entirely crazy either. He was using the noise as bait to figure out which rooms had zombies and which didn't. Rooms with zombies might have food, but were dangerous. Empty rooms had a slim chance of food. It just depended on which he'd pick. Oh, SH. Just then a furious curse suddenly rang out from beyond the door, followed by a burst of frantic footsteps. I was honestly at a loss for words. This dumbass, with all his shouting, had summoned every zombie on the nearby floors. Through the peephole, I saw two zombies in yellow uniforms flash past, like a couple of delivery drivers. "Don't come near me," the man outside shouted, followed by a burst of frantic footsteps. Ah, and then a scream. I was a bit speechless. This guy was a lousy lockpicker. He'd spent forever failing to Jimmy open his target door, and then hadn't managed to make it back to his own room in time before the zombies pinned him. What an idiot. Of course I was in no mood to save him, and it was too late to step in now anyway. The scream cut off after just one cry. I went back and sat down on the bed. The soundproofing here was terrible, so everyone had heard the commotion outside clearly and had a rough sense of what was going on out there. Ruan Qinghe and Lin Xuan looked unfazed. Only Jiang Xin's face was a little pale. Lin Xuan smiled. "Don't be scared, Teacher Jiang. Your student here is really something. He can take out over 100 zombies." Jiang Xin steadied herself a little and looked at me gratefully. She and I actually weren't that close. Only a 2-month teacher-student relationship since the semester started, so the fact that I'd come to save her still touched her deeply. As for the mother-daughter pair who'd come along, she found it a bit odd. If she remembered right, my girlfriend was also a student in my class, named He Yiting. That thought led her to ask, unable to help herself. "Oh right, he." She'd barely gotten the he out when she suddenly remembered the class group chat. Something unpleasant seemed to have happened between He Yiting and me. Sure enough, my face darkened instantly. She changed course on the spot. "Qinghe, what's your plan going forward?" "The girls in our class, Shihua and the others, there's still a bit of food in their dorm, but it probably won't last 5 days. In theory, a person's fine going 3 days without food, and even 5 is manageable, but their water supply was probably the issue. You can skip meals, but you definitely can't hold out without water." Her implication was that she wanted to go rescue her students, my classmates, at the school. I mulled it over. Getting from here to the school is probably about 300 miles, a dozen or so minutes on foot. She walked to the school every day, so of course she knew. But that was before. These days that mile was no easy walk. Half of it went down Sioux Road, the other half along Yan'an Road. Sioux Road was a main street, easy for large numbers of zombies to gather. Yan'an Road was one of Shanghai's arterial roads, definitely jammed to hell. Fighting our way through that whole stretch, there was no telling how many zombies we'd run into. I shook my head. Going now would just be suicide. We need to prepare first. Jiang Xin seriously thought back on the morning traffic conditions, and a chill ran through her too. That route was packed with people, especially during rush hour. More people meant more zombies. I went on. Ideally, we'd get a drone, send it ahead to scout. Otherwise, the second we get bogged down in a swarm of zombies, we're finished. I suddenly remembered the guy from the day before who'd used a drone to fly himself around. A drone could scout a path and also make noise to lure zombies. Very useful. A drone. Jiang Xin frowned. She didn't have one. I knew I wouldn't get any leads from her, so I'd just have to spend the time searching. This was an apartment building, mostly young people. Someone might well have one. Also, I looked at her. You need to level up fast, or you won't even be able to run when we head out, and then you'd become a... I didn't say the word burden, but she caught it. Her face changed, and she said awkwardly, what should I do?" She was a woman. How was she supposed to kill zombies? Especially now that nearly all the zombies were level 2 or higher, and an ordinary person without a firearm had 0 chance. I sighed. "I'll help you." That was exactly what she wanted to hear, but hearing me say it stirred up a deep sense of guilt in her. I was only her student. If I helped her like this, how could she ever repay me? Just as she was at a loss for what to say, there was a sudden knock at the door. Everyone looked up in surprise. I shot a glance at Jiang Xin first. One look at her face told me it couldn't be anyone she knew. I thought to myself, could it be Zhuang Xiaodai and her friend? Then came 2 more knocks, followed suddenly by a man's voice. "Teacher, it's me, Qinghe." Hearing that, we all jolted. Those were the exact same words I'd said when I first came knocking, and even the voice sounded somewhat similar. Listening closely, there were differences, but at first hearing, it was as if I were the one out there calling at the door. But I was clearly sitting right here. Jiang Xin was even more alarmed. She shot to her feet and looked at me in horror. If she got hit with a, which is the real Qinghe situation right now, she'd probably lose it. Bang, bang, bang. The pounding came again, setting off the door banging in the other rooms once more. "Teacher, it's me, Qinghe." The person outside said it a few more times. This time it sounded rather mechanical. Even Jiang Xin could tell something was off, and looked at me in confusion. So did Wan Qinghe and Lin Chuin. Hard as it was to believe, I had a feeling the thing outside parroting the words was a zombie. Zombies could not only speak now, but learn human speech and mimic other people's voices. A parrot zombie? I stood up and picked up my shield and fire axe. Time for us to get out and stretch our legs too. This apartment building had 30 floors, with 20 or 30 rooms per floor, 8 or 900 rooms total. Searching them one by one, even at an average of 5 minutes each, would take several days. But I had no better option. If I wanted to head out, I still needed a drone to be safe, and there was nowhere nearby selling them. Whatever, we'd search today and see. Lin Xuan picked up her shield too and handed her spear to Jiang Xin. Jiang Xin had thought about changing into a different skirt, but on second thought, it was all zombies out there. What did it matter if they looked? So she took the spear and nodded her thanks to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan pulled a javelin from her mom's bag to use as a weapon and stepped forward to open the door. Standing outside was a young man, his shirt torn, chunks of bloody flesh ripped from his shoulder and stomach. He'd already turned into a zombie. So it really had been him talking. This zombie could not only speak, but knock on doors like a normal person. Clearly one of the freaks among the zombies. As I opened the door, I caught its stats at a glance. Special Zombie, LV 1 HP, 56. Skill, Parrot Mimicry. By now I'd seen 4 types of zombies: ordinary zombies, leaping zombies, elite zombies, and special zombies. Ordinary ones went without saying. Leaping zombies had incredible jumping ability. Elite zombies were the equivalent of elite mobs, and special zombies possessed some kind of unique ability, though not necessarily much combat strength. Leaping zombies, by rights, should also count as special. The reason they weren't was probably that special zombies' skills were the kind that didn't enhance combat ability. My guess was quickly confirmed. One swing of my axe killed it. Experience +1. Acquired skill, Parrot Mimicry. Huh, didn't expect to draw this skill. Parrot Mimicry can mimic another person's voice to speak, provided you've heard them say that exact sentence before. This skill was kind of useless. Without that last condition, it'd be a great tool for messing with people. I basically got the picture. This Parrot Mimicry was probably the guy who'd been shouting up a storm in the hallway earlier. He lived nearby, had heard me calling at the door before, and after turning into a zombie, mimicked my voice to call at the door. Just as I was thinking that, 2 delivery driver zombies charged over. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 axe swings sent these 2 fellow co-workers packing. Experience +9, experience +9. The hallway quieted down, leaving only the door knocking from the room next door. I decided to start with the occupied rooms. Empty rooms might be vacant units, hard to be sure about. Naturally, we'd start with the neighbor. I yanked the door open, and whoosh, a figure came bursting out. It was a female zombie, average looks, heavy makeup, and she was actually wearing a black body stocking, with a hole torn in it. Zombie, LV 2 HP, 268. Skill, Seduction. Seduction? I don't feel the least bit seduced. Garbage skill. Still, from the way she was dressed, I guess there might be more than just her in the room, so I lunged and pinned her to the wall, peering inside, and what I saw made me pause. Seeing me pin the zombie, Lin Xuan instinctively moved to stab it, then quickly thought of Jiang Xin. Teacher Jiang, good chance, stab her. Jiang Xin took a deep breath, gripped the spear with both hands, and drove it into the zombie's neck from the side. Then she froze. Clearly she'd killed the zombie and started receiving information. I let go of the shield and turned to look at her stats. Jiang Xin level, 1 Constitution, C rank. Skill, Precision Throw. Talent, Instruction, Unique. Seeing the word unique, I froze instantly. Instruction? What the heck was that? And it was a unique talent. But now wasn't the time to ask questions. First, inside. If you want to survive the apocalypse, caution is the #1 must. Of course, I wasn't exactly a cautious person, which was why I had to make a deliberate effort to cultivate it. Everyone filed in and locked the door behind them, and when they saw the scene inside, they all went slack-jawed. Actually, we'd already heard a rhythmic mechanical sound in the room. Now, taking a look, there was a big round bed set up inside, with 2 skimpy cosplay outfits tossed on it. Looked like they'd been worn, a flight attendant costume and a police uniform. In front of the bed stood a mount holding a phone, apparently live streaming equipment. Beneath the mount sat a cement mixing machine, still humming away. Seeing all this, everyone understood, and the 3 women's faces went instantly red. Looked like the room's owner was a streamer, the borderline illegal kind. Surely she hadn't turned into a zombie midstream? First thing in the morning? Talk about dedication. I gave a dry cough to break the awkwardness. Quick search, focus on drones. Don't grab anything useless. Lin Xuan suddenly cleared her throat and pointed at an open suitcase on the floor. This stuff, does it count as useful? The case was crammed full of colorful little outfits and stockings, along with plenty of a female streamer's daily use gear. The three of them quickly finished searching the female streamer's room, without any big finds. At the door of the second room, I glanced back at Jiang Xin. Her face was still flushed crimson, and she was clearly still spacing out. Having a neighbor like that was really. From the look on her face, she must have overheard some things before, but seeing it with her own eyes had shattered her brain all the same. The second room held a middle-aged man, a bit strong, so I just cut him down myself. By now, killing low-level zombies gave me no experience, so I left anything below level 3 to them, Jiang Xin being the main one I was training up. We cleared the whole floor with nothing to show for it. It was already past 12, so I decided to head back to the room to eat and rest, then get back to it in the afternoon. Over the course of the afternoon, we cleared 4 floors above us. This building had a pretty high occupancy rate, mostly late sleepers. Most residents were still in their rooms and hadn't gone out. But what was shocking was this. Across 4 floors, every occupied room was full of zombies. Not a single living person. The turn rate was really high. Of course, in multi-person units, one person might have turned and killed all their roommates. And we couldn't rule out some idiot turning from drinking unboiled water. All sorts of scenarios we couldn't foresee. Those 5 floors turned up no drone, but the gains weren't small. Lin Chuin and Ruan Qinghe hit level 4, and Jiang Xin reached level 3. I have to say, killing zombies this way was a bit inefficient, but the safety margin was really high. My lockpicking skills could open nearly every door in the building. An apartment security door was never going to be top of the line. Usually each unit had 1 or 2 zombies, most often a man and a woman, though 2-woman units weren't rare either, and there were a very few punk parties with several people. The 4 of us taking on 2 zombies in a cramped room, we could kill them practically at will. It was getting late, so I decided to do 1 more floor and first hit level 7. Everyone went up to the 19th floor, and as usual we started with 1901, knocking gently. If there was a response we opened it, if not we moved on, marking the unchecked rooms with a marker for later rechecking. Zombies were very obedient. As long as you knocked, one inside would always respond. But this time, the response was a human voice. Who is it? A low male voice. I was startled. Finally, a living person. I answered. Open up, we're spreading some warmth. Warmth. The man inside was baffled. Then another voice, a woman's. Honey, whatever you do, don't open the door. Ah, a young couple. I couldn't be bothered with the back and forth and just forced the lock. Click. The door opened. Ah. A startled cry came from inside. I looked, and there were 2 people in the room. One was a man, thick-waisted, broad-shouldered, with a full beard, not tall, but very stocky. The other was also a man, fair and clean-looking, nestled against the husband like a delicate little bird. Puffed. Lin Chuin covered her mouth and nearly threw up. The corner of my mouth twitched too. Honey, hurry, get them out of here, don't you come in. HSSSS. Hearing that, I couldn't help giving an involuntary shudder from head to toe. I wasn't going in either, just took one sweep of the room, and it burned my eyes even more. Forget it. I just asked outright. We're looking for a drone. Do you have one? The bearded, burly man stood rooted in place the whole time, staring dumbly at me, then shook his head. I couldn't be bothered to ask more and turned to leave. Just then the burly man suddenly chased after me, calling softly. Hey, little brother. He caught up to the doorway and, ever so amiably, said to me, Little brother, look, it's all zombies out there now. Way too dangerous. We ought to band together, become one, so we can survive, don't you think? As he said it, he widened his pair of little eyes and gazed at me with a face full of hope. My face darkened in an instant. I hefted my fire axe and gritted through my teeth. If you've got a death wish, just say so. Misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding, isn't it? The bearded, burly man immediately backed into the room with an ingratiating smile and shut the door. Honey, what's that supposed to mean? Did you take a liking to that pretty boy? Hearing that, Lin Chuin couldn't hold it in anymore and doubled over laughing, hand over her mouth, until she was crouched on the floor. Ruan Qinghe looked at me with a face full of sympathy, and Jiang Xin gazed at me too, struggling to hold back her laughter. Whap! Ow! I kicked Lin Chuin in the butt, sending her flying. She rolled on the floor, flipped herself up, and started laughing again. I was a bit depressed myself. Was this really Shanghai? Cough, cough, stop laughing. Ruan Qinghe stepped up and patted her daughter, getting her to stop. The 3 of them continued checking rooms. We opened the next door, and a foul stench hit us in the face, along with a horde of zombies charging straight at us. Luckily, the apartment entrance had a narrow little foyer, so at most 2 could squeeze out at once. I stepped aside, let 2 come out, and brought my axe down. The first 2 out were a couple of bare-assed young men, both the same height. One axe swing cut through both their necks at once. Experience +9, experience +9. Next came a tall, strapping young man, also with dyed blonde hair, big and heavily muscled. He actually blocked the doorway all by himself. I likewise waited for him to step out and killed him with one axe swing. Experience plus 11. Following him came out a short one, red-haired, covered in tattoos, complete with earrings and a nose stud, and even a genital piercing. One look and I actually froze, baring my teeth reflexively. What are you spacing out for? Jiang Xin was quick on the draw and stabbed it to death with a single thrust of her spear. After half a day of training, Teacher Jiang's skills were already pretty decent. Killing zombies was something nobody found revolting anymore. The last to run out was a dyed blonde girl, large swaths of her body tattooed, piercings all over. She was young, with even features, actually quite pretty, with a nice figure too. Jiang Xin caught sight of her, furrowed her brow, and sighed. An entire room of Emperor's new clothes. How could anyone not know what they'd been up to? 4 men and 1 woman. A perfectly good girl. There was plenty she could have done. So how did she end up? Whoosh. One axe swing killed this last female zombie. Experience plus 1. Well, this female zombie had probably been left with only half a health bar by the time she turned. The room reeked, but we'd come this far. We had to at least take a look. I led the way in, and the sight inside left all 4 of us stunned, jaws hanging open. A gentleman is careful even when alone. So a word of advice, everyone. Before you turn into a zombie, be sure to put your pants on, close out the video, and delete your browsing history. Otherwise, someone's going to see. The room was a wreck. The bed was too disgusting to look at, with dried up stuff on it. No wonder it stank. The floor was strewn with clothes, cigarette butts, liquor bottles, barbecue skewers, grease stains, snacks, cake boxes, and even vomit. Looked like it had been a birthday party. The girl was well liked, with this many people coming to celebrate her birthday. There wasn't a single thing in this room I wanted to touch. One glance told me there was nothing worth taking, so I turned and left, pulling the door shut behind me on my way out. That left only 4 corpses sprawled in the hallway, and now nobody was willing to go near them either. This many corpses, given some time, wasn't Shanghai, Mo-do, going to turn into stink-do? I couldn't help worrying to myself. This city was becoming unlivable. We really needed to find a way out. Only, easier said than done. At least it wasn't the height of summer. It was almost December, so the weather should be turning cool, right? As I was thinking, Lin Shuin had already knocked out the next target. All 3 women looked at me, waiting for my performance. By now I was getting more and more skilled at lockpicking. A door with this kind of deadbolt took me under a minute. Whoosh! The moment the door opened, a figure came charging out with incredible speed, and then, thud, it tripped over its own pants and fell flat on the floor. See, this is what happens when you don't pull your pants up before turning into a zombie. But why was this guy so fast? A real speed demon. Without a shred of mercy, I brought my axe down and cut through the back of his neck. Experience plus 9. This room was actually pretty clean, just a few wads of tissue on the floor used to wipe his nose. The projection screen was frozen on the end of video frame. A certain Japanese teacher, looking thoroughly satisfied, though she was awfully greedy, hadn't even wiped the corner of her mouth. I scanned the room. Really clean, nothing at all. So with 9 cold experience points, I brought this boy's life to a close. Oh, and he was probably still a virgin, too. Wanqing has shot teacher Jiang a strange look, as if to say, what kind of dump are you living in? How is it such a mess? Jiang Xin misread it, gave a slight start, and touched her own face. Wanqing turned away, a little embarrassed. Lin Shuin went on to knock on the next door. Just then, 2 figures suddenly darted into the hallway. At almost the same moment, I opened the room door too. The 2 sides met, gazing at each other from a distance, and both froze. The newcomers were none other than Han Kaiwei and Zhuang Xiaodai, the 2 I'd run into downstairs earlier. Whoosh! A zombie came charging out of the room, and I killed it with a backhand swing without hardly a glance. There was only the one inside. Staring at the open door and the zombie I'd cut down, Han Kaiwei and Zhuang Xiaodia's eyes went wide with surprise. The 2 of them rushed over, and Han Kaiwei looked at me, stunned, and asked in a low voice, "You can pick locks too?" Zhuang Xiaodia's gaze swept over Wan Qinghe's and Lin Qian's faces and settled on Jiang Xin's, staring at her without blinking. I nodded at Han Kaiwei and asked, "What are you 2 up to?" Han Kaiwei curled her lip. "Killing zombies, obviously. Searched the whole building. Can't find a single zombie anymore." I pointed outside. "That's no problem at all. Plenty of zombies out there." Han Kaiwei rolled her eyes at me. Zhuang Xiaodai explained, "Big brother, there are too many zombies outside, and Xiaodai can't fight. The 2 of us would die out there." Of course I understood. They didn't dare go outside. There were too few zombies in the hallways, and they couldn't get the doors open. Wanting to level up, but unable to kill anything, they were at a stalemate. Han Kaiwei looked at me, her eyes flashing. "How about we team up?" "Thanks, but no." I refused outright. Seeing her friends teaming up attempt fail, Zhuang Xiaodai began deploying her own skill. Big brother, have a little pity on us. We've been wandering around all day and haven't run into a single zombie. If we can't level up, Xiaodia is going to end up eaten by zombies too. With just those two sentences from Zhuang Xiaodai, I felt my stamina and spirit recover quite a bit again. I looked at her, sinking into thought. Wan Qinghe and the other two women also felt the change in their bodies, full of confusion, not understanding what was going on. Seeing that I hadn't refused outright, Han Kaiwei immediately pointed at her friend. Her talent is Voice of Heaven. Just the sound of her voice can restore teammates' stamina and lift their spirits. You've already felt it, haven't you? Very practical. My talent is Iron Body. All damage I take is reduced by 30%, and when my HP drops below 30%, I can trigger a semi-berserk mode. At the cost of canceling the fixed damage reduction, my combat power goes up 50%. My combat talent is really practical, and I've been getting into brutal fights since I was a kid, so my fighting ability is strong. Only now did I understand what Voice of Heaven and Iron Body did. She probably wasn't lying. So her skill, Street Fighting Expert, was, by the looks of it, experience built up from street brawls? Street Fighting Expert, might as well call her Street Fighter. I gave it serious thought and finally nodded. All right, but on one condition. Han Kaiwei asked, what? You two join my team, and everything is my call. Han Kaiwei glared. If you told us to go to bed with you, we'd have to do that too. I glared right back, as if to say, you still care about that? Big brother wouldn't do that. Zhuang Xiaodai immediately jumped in to smooth things over, sneaking a glance at Jiang Xin. With a sweetheart this pretty, how could big brother take an interest in two ugly ducklings like us? Lin Xuan gave a start, wariness flashing across her face at once. No wonder Qinghe was so eager to come save some teacher. So that's what it was. Jiang Xin's heart lurched too, and she was secretly startled. Qinghe took such a huge risk to come save me. Could he actually have a secret crush on me? It wouldn't be strange at all for a male student to have a crush on her. But Qinghe had a girlfriend. Oh, not anymore. For a moment her feelings grew complicated. In the past, of course she could never have dated a student, but now she hesitated. If Qinghe really confessed to her, what should she do? If she said no, would he just leave her? In a situation like this, if Qinghe abandoned her and she was left all alone, HSSSS. Even though she'd killed a few zombies with my help, she wasn't naive enough to think she could kill them on her own. Hey, wait. What did Qinghe mean by bringing along this mother and daughter? He couldn't have something going on with Lin Xuan, could he? In an instant, Jiang Xin jumped straight from inner conflict to worry. Zhuang Xiaodai watched the shifting expressions on Jiang Xin's face, a slight smirk tugging at the corner of her mouth, and suddenly asked me, Qinghe, big brother, do you have a girlfriend? No, a no slipped out of my mouth reflexively. Dating? A dog wouldn't date now. Hearing that, Lin Xuan immediately pursed her lips. Zhuang Xiaodai covered her mouth and snickered. Big brother doesn't have a steady girlfriend, then? But Xiaodai doesn't mind. Could Xiaodai be one of your girlfriends too, one among many? Huh. Everyone's eyes snapped to her all at once. That spotless Lolita dress, the skirt flaring out. She looked like a little princess. Small and thin as she was, this girl really did have a pretty face, like she'd stepped out of a cartoon. But she's short. She's got a small chest. But wow, she's a scheming little T. Wan Qinghe, Jiang Xin, and Lin Xuan quickly passed judgment on her in their minds. Zhuang Xiaodai glimpsed the looks in the three women's eyes out of the corner of her own, and as if deliberately showing off, she stepped forward and pressed close in front of me, cupping a hand at the side of her mouth like she was about to whisper. But while she normally spoke very softly, this time she was actually a bit louder, just loud enough for everyone to hear. Big brother, Xiaodai may not have the big rice buns the older sisters have, but Xiaodai can put out fires, you know. And being little, I'm really cute too, you know. HSSSS. Wan Qinghe didn't catch her meaning, but Jiang Xin sucked in a cold breath. In that moment, even she had to admit this Zhuang Xiaodai was just two. Lin Xuan, meanwhile, fixed her eyes on Zhuang Xiaodia's little mouth, and a comparison flashed through her mind. Then she shook her head, gazing at Zhuang Xiaodia's pair of big, sparkling eyes. Whether it was an optical illusion or the effect of her makeup, her eyes really were too big, taking up an almost disproportionate share of her little face, truly like a cartoon character. Facing her eager gaze, for a moment I honestly didn't know what to say. Everyone stayed locked in this standoff for quite a while. Finally Han Kaiwei said impatiently, Fine, fine, he's all yours. Let's go. She meant to go find the next target and have me open the door. That one line broke the awkwardness, and I got up and walked into the room. Zhuang Xiaodai watched my back, covering her mouth and snickering, then swept a sideways glance over Lin Xuan and the other two women, a smug look surfacing on her little face. Han Kaiwei was the last to follow into the room, and watching everyone rummage through drawers and cabinets, She asked in confusion. What could there possibly be in a place like this? For food and drink, the supermarket downstairs has it all. What are you looking for? I explained, a drone. Having one would make things a lot easier. Han Kaiwei thought about it, and her eyes lit up. Oh, right. But she quickly recalled the difficulty and frowned. Searching room by room like this, it's no better than looking for a needle in a haystack. You have a better idea? Han Kaiwei was instantly at a loss. Just then Zhuang Xiaodai suddenly said, Big brother, Xiaodai has an idea, you know. Whoosh, all eyes turned to her. Zhuang Xiaodai looked a little pleased with herself. If we head out and go east along Huaxian Road, then 200 or 300 meters past the intersection, there's a Suning superstore. They have drones there. I gave a start. You're sure? Suning was an electronics store. Did they sell drones too? She nodded. Absolutely, 100% sure. I was just there a couple of days ago. I was overjoyed. That close. It was worth a trip, and I'd just walked through that intersection on the way here. No zombies around. After mulling it over a moment, I said, no time to waste. Let's move out right now. Everyone's eyes went wide in surprise. But it's about to get dark. That's exactly why we need to hurry, I said. Zombies move around. There were no zombies at that intersection when we came through today, but after a whole night, who knows? Everyone started to waver. Wan Xinghe and Lin Shui knew what I was capable of, so they had no objections. Besides, they'd come with me today and knew I was right. Jiang Xin hesitated a little, but quickly dismissed her doubts. Having chosen to follow me, she naturally had to do as I said. Our teacher-student relationship these days seemed to have flipped somewhat. Han Kaiwei and Zhuang Xiaodai objected the most. It was too dangerous outside. Wasn't it better to hole up in this building, with food and water, slowly killing zombies to level up? 2 zombies per room at most. How much safer could you get? I saw the 2 of them wavering and cut in first. You don't have to come. Their faces immediately fell. If they didn't come and I left, they couldn't get any doors open. So how would they kill zombies? Zhuang Xiaodai sounded a little reluctant. Then, once you get the drone, big brother, will you come back tonight? I looked at her without answering. At a time like this, anything could go wrong once you stepped outside. Whether we could come back wasn't for me to say. And close as the Suning store was, it lay in the direction of the school. Since I was leaving, why would I come back? In this city now, even a few hundred meters of road was something to reckon with. There might be over 100 zombies packed into it, and getting through one stretch could mean killing several hundred, even 1,000. Killing zombies could level you up, but this wasn't the way to do it. Zhuang Xiaodai was sharp. She actually read my thoughts off my face. She pondered a moment, then suddenly asked, Big brother, you're not planning to come back. Do you have some other destination? Jiang Xin looked at the 2 girls and nodded. We're headed to the Shanghai Academy of Traditional Opera. In her heart, she still hoped these 2 would come with us. Han Kaiwei had a combat talent and would be a help. Zhuang Xiaodai couldn't fight, but her support talent was very strong. There's strength in numbers, after all. Zhuang Xiaodai looked at Jiang Xin, then at the 3 of us, and said in surprise, You're students at the Opera Academy? Jiang Xin didn't bother correcting the slight slip in her phrasing and just nodded. Han Kaiwei frowned deeply, still hesitant. There was no doubt I was the strongest fighter among them. All those zombie corpses downstairs had already proven that. And on top of that, I held the crucial lockpicking skill. If I was the one proposing we head out, I surely had confidence in it. But the question was, once we were outside, would I use her and Xiaodai as cannon fodder? Even setting that aside, if we really ran into danger, I'd definitely prioritize saving the mother and daughter I was closer to, Wan Xinghe's pair, or Jiang Xin, whom I cared about. In terms of priority, it would absolutely never come around to the 2 of them. And even if it did, I'd surely look after Zhuang Xiaodai first, because her talent was more useful to me. Unless, Wei, I think we should go with Big Brother after all. He looks like a responsible man. Han Kaiwei was still torn, but Zhuang Xiaodai spoke up first. A responsible man? I curled my lip inwardly. I'll never take responsibility for anything again as long as I live. Han Kaiwei sighed and nodded. This friend of hers looked all soft and delicate, but she actually had a good head on her shoulders, and besides, they had no other choice. Zhuang Xiaodai said to me again, Big brother, I'm really good at flying drones, you know. I nodded. 10 minutes. Regroup downstairs. The 2 groups split up to go back to their rooms and pack. Beyond food and drink, we had to bring at least a few changes of clothes. Our side packed fast, and Jiang Xin just grabbed a few clothes and some toiletries. She had plenty of clothes, but dragging a suitcase around at a time like this would get you killed when it came time to run. The 4 of us headed downstairs first and waited a while in the lobby before Han Kaiwei and Zhuang Xiaodai came down, each carrying a large and a small pack. Han Kaiwei still had her fire axe, but Zhuang Xiaodai's hands were empty, clearly signaling, I don't fight. Still, I had Wan Xinghe give her a spear. The division of labor was this. Myself, Ruan Qinghe, Lin Xuan, and Jiang Xin would each carry a riot shield to hold the formation. Carrying the shield was the most exhausting job. If you couldn't withstand the impact, you were done for. Han Kaiwei and I would do the main killing with fire axes. Lin Xuan would carry a shield in one hand and a spear in the other. Zhuang Xiaodai would only be a spear bearer. Ruan Qinghe and Jiang Xin would each carry a shield in one hand and a short javelin in the other. Jiang Xin had the precision throw skill, so the extra couple of short javelins went on her back too. She could get off a ranged strike at a critical moment. The angle grinder was heavy, but I still stuffed it into my pack. It had come in handy as a tool and for breaking through obstacles, and it was lightweight. It was already fully charged back at Jiang Xin's place. The electric drill and such were too heavy and not that useful, so I left them behind. Lin Xuan griped. Here I am, an elite marksman, and I've ended up a sword and shield grunt. I'll get you a sniper rifle down the line. That'd be pretty hard to come by. A pistol was one thing, but a sniper rifle would be tough to get. I gave a quick rundown of the formation and tactics, then took point and headed out as usual. The pile of corpses at the apartment entrance was already drawing flies. How were there still flies this time of year? There was no danger in the alley. I crept up to the intersection on tiptoe and stuck my head out for a look, then frowned. Without my noticing, the zombies on the left had drifted closer. The nearest was only 30 or 40 meters from the intersection. Stepping out here, we'd definitely be spotted. I wasn't afraid of these few. What I feared was that making a move would alert the ones farther off, a whole street's worth of zombies. I waved for everyone to fall back into the lobby and asked in a low voice, "Is there another exit?" Han Kaiwei looked to Zhuang Xiaodai. She nodded. "The east gate. Step out and you're on Sioux Road. We can go through the underground parking garage to get there." I waved my hand, and everyone went down to the second basement level and headed for the east gate. There were quite a few cars parked in the garage, luxury cars everywhere. One car had crashed into a pillar, its glass shattered, but no one inside. There had to be zombies wandering around here, so I went on alert at once. But we walked the whole way through empty space, without running into a single figure. Coming out the east gate, sure enough, it was a main street, right near the intersection. The street was pretty empty, but a commotion of zombies came from the right. Something had stirred them up. Overturned cars were everywhere, making visibility terrible, but that also concealed our movements, a double-edged sword. As luck would have it, some good soul in the distance had lured the zombie horde away, so I seized the chance to get ready to cross the street. Just then Jiang Xin suddenly tugged at me and pointed diagonally across the way, a pharmacy with its doors open. I gave a start. The importance of medicine went without saying. After a moment's hesitation, I decided to detour over. The group quickly cut across the street and rushed into the pharmacy. The glass doors were shattered, and the inside was bare. Everyone was young, no underlying conditions, so we just grabbed iodine, alcohol, bandages, band-aids, Yunnan Baiyao, and anti-inflammatory and fever meds. While we were picking things out, Jiang Xin pulled me over to a corner again and dug out a box. I took one look, epinephrine auto-injectors. I'd never studied medicine, but even I knew how important these were. Life-saving in two ways. In a crisis, they could unlock the body's potential, and on the brink of death, they could temporarily drag you back from the gates of hell. A whole box packed with pin-shaped injectors, convenient to use, 96 in all. Not a small number, but they took up too much space. I hesitated, then took out two small boxes, 48 injectors, and said to Han Kaiwei and Zhuang Xiaodai, "Pour out some of the water in your packs to make room for these." The two of them changed color. Water was the single most important resource right now, more precious than food, but it was heavy and took up space. This time, even Zhuang Xiaodai balked. "If we pour out the water, what are we going to drink?" "Don't worry," I said. "As long as I've got a mouthful of water to drink. So do you." Ruan Qinghe blushed. She had a whole ton of water stashed inside her body. So of course there was enough. Reluctant as they were, with me putting it that way, they had no reason to refuse. Besides, our packs were all crammed pretty full. In the end, the two of them gritted their teeth, poured out the water they'd just scavenged, and loaded in the two boxes of epinephrine. The other medicines didn't take up much room and could just be stuffed into the packs. By the time we finished, it was nearly dusk outside. The lights had come on in some places, and the sparse glow only made the deepening night seem darker by contrast. The commotion in the distance had died down, and there were still no zombies to be seen on the street. I wasn't about to pass up an opening this good, so I immediately led everyone hugging the wall and rushing to the right, stopping at the intersection. I stuck my head out and looked right first, a two-way, three-lane road, not wide, littered with garbage and toppled e-bikes, with a pile of gridlock cars up ahead nearly sealing off the whole road. This side of the roadblock was dead silent, no figures in sight, though there were plenty of storefronts on both sides. Move. I made the call on the spot. Better to just get into the Suning superstore and be done with it. We hadn't gotten far when a zombie smashed through the glass door of a roadside shop and came charging out. I glanced at it and ignored it. Han Kaiwei on the right wing dropped it with one swing of her axe. The sound of shattering glass blew the lid off everything. A commotion immediately broke out on the other side of the roadblock straight ahead. Creak, creak. That pile of cars blocking the road was actually being shoved along. The zombies on the far side were trying to push the cars toward us. The ones with strong leaping ability had already jumped onto the car roofs, vaulting over the roadblock and lunging at us. By now I could see the Suning sign, but the zombies on the opposite side were closer to the store. By my calculation, we'd probably reached the entrance at the same time. And just then a cry of alarm came from behind us. Without looking back, I knew. Another big wave of zombies had come pouring out of some storefront. Even more screwed up, after another couple of steps, I realized Suning's main entrance was sealed shut with a roller shutter. Closed. How the hell do you run a business without opening your doors? I couldn't help but curse. Creak. The cars up ahead were shoved aside, and zombies came surging in from the front like a tide. No matter how fast my lockpicking skills were, they couldn't hold back this wave. I decisively gave up, cut right, and rushed into the Genfeng building next door. The door was open, but just as I charged in, a pack of zombies inside happened to be rushing out. The two sides collided head-on. A head-on collision like this was the thing I hated most. Hold for 3 minutes. Staring at zombies practically pressed against my face, my adrenaline instantly spiked, and with a roar I shoved forward with my shoulder against the shield in a savage charge. Ruan Qinghe and the others reflexively started to turn back when they heard me. But one look at the wide-open entrance and the zombies swarming in from outside drained the color from their faces in an instant. "We can't hold," Lin Chuin shouted, then whipped around and kept pushing forward with me. Forget 3 minutes. They couldn't hold for 3 seconds. Ruan Qinghe and Jiang Xin also turned back and pressed on. Zhuang Xiaodai, walking in the middle of the group, could see clearly both front and back and immediately shouted, "Arrow formation, push forward, get into the elevator." We didn't know this terrain. Taking the stairs, forget whether we could even find them. Judging by the scale of this building, the stairwell was probably narrow too, and taking the stairs would be a slow death. Only the elevator gave us a shot at making a stand at that narrow door, provided the elevator had power. From the lights in the lobby, it should. Now we could only pray there weren't zombies in the elevator. Office buildings in Shanghai usually start work at 9. The zombie outbreak had hit at 8. Luck couldn't be that bad, right? By now I had no time to worry about anything else. Relying on brute strength, I bulldozed 7 or 8 zombies flying and slammed open a clearing in the lobby, with Han Kaiwei alongside me picking off the stragglers with her axe. Just then, a bald, burly man suddenly charged out from behind the zombie horde and actually came slamming straight at me head-on, force against force. Bam! Man and corpse collided, and the riot shield shattered outright. I swung the axe up for a heavy overhead chop. But to my surprise, this zombie actually pulled back the instant the axe came down and dodged. Following the tremendous momentum of my downswing, my body launched into a Thomas flare in midair, and gripping the axe with both hands I came down with another vicious chop. A zombie with no sense of self-preservation rushed in from the middle and got swatted flying by my charging axe. The bald one retreated again, knocking away another zombie that had rushed up from behind it. In a duel between masters, a weakling who catches even the tailwind will end up dead or crippled. Whoosh, chunk, the heavy axe came down, the blade biting in through the bald man's left shoulder and severing his shoulder and half his chest in one stroke, his organs spilling out with a wet slop. Experience plus 322. Level up current level, 7. Base constitution, S rank. Skills, Xingyi Fist LV3, Bagua Palm LV3, Lockpicking Mastery LV3, Gun Fu LV1, Mimicry. Talent, I have Insight, unique. Only after killing it did it register. This was another level 5 elite zombie. From engaging to slaying, it had taken all of 2 seconds, so fast I hadn't even felt threatened. But there was no time to think. Zombies were surging in all around, and Ruan Qinghe and the others were desperately trying to reach me, but looked about to be cut off by the zombies in the lobby. And the far larger horde outside had already smashed through the glass doors and come pouring in. I flung the broken shield out with a snap of my arm. It slammed right into a zombie's head, caving in her face and knocking her flat on the ground. Then, gripping the axe with both hands, I launched into indiscriminate slaughter. Before, with one hand, I'd found the handle too short. Now with both hands, it still felt too short. Whoosh, 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 thud, thud, thud. At that moment, I was like a man possessed, alone in the middle of the mob, whirling the fire axe in a mad frenzy of hacking. Han Kaiwei, the closest, tried to come help, but the moment she got near, blood flung from my axe splattered across her whole chest. It stung even through her clothes. She halted in terror, staring at me, and suddenly felt that the street fighting she'd taken such pride in was child's play. As for the way she killed zombies, which Shout I had always thought was so badass, compared to me, that seemed like child's play too. Whoosh, I smashed a zombie's head off with the axe, and that flattened head spun off at high speed like a bullet leaving the barrel, flying into the horde and bowling over a whole row of them. In a scene like this, no one dared come within a few meters of me. Lin Chuyin and the others could only hug the wall and skirt around me, rushing into the elevator bay first and pressing the button. Careful, there might be zombies in the elevator, Zhuang Xiaodai reminded them as she hit the button. Yuan Qinghe immediately stepped forward and jammed her shield against the elevator doors. Ding! The doors opened, and sure enough there were two zombies inside, a big-bellied man in a suit and a pretty female secretary in a black business outfit. Squelch, squelch. Before the two of them could even react, everyone, ready and waiting, struck at once, for spears and javelins driving in along the sides of the shield and skewering both zombies clean through. Never mind the corpses. Get in quick. Where's Qinghe? Qinghe, come on. She shouted, but I didn't come. Lin Chuyin rushed out to look. Out in the lobby, I'd already gone berserk. All the original corpses had been hacked to pieces, severed limbs and mangled bodies littered around me, and now I was going at it again with the newly arrived horde. Fortunately, I hadn't gone completely out of my mind. I knew to fall back toward the elevator bay to narrow the space on both flanks. Qinghe, come on, let's go. Lin Chuyin shouted again, frantic. Only then did I snap out of it. Let's go. Lin Chuyin worked in perfect sync with me. Knowing she couldn't keep up with my speed, the moment I answered, she immediately spun around and ran for the elevator. I hacked down another 4 or 5 zombies, then wheeled around and chased after her into the elevator. Quick, 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 close the doors. Elevator doors are slow to close to begin with, and this time it felt like a century. Sure enough, the horde came surging right into the elevator bay, and the doors hadn't even started to close. Seeing this, everyone's heart lurched. My expression went blank as I took the riot shield from Yuan Qinghe's hands, jammed it against the elevator doorway to hold the zombies back, and at the exact moment the doors began to close, I gave a sudden shove outward, pushing the horde back, then pulled the shield in and tossed it to Yuan Qinghe. The whole string of movements flowed in one seamless motion. The women in the elevator were dumbstruck. Zhuang Xiaodie's and Lin Chuyin's eyes were practically sparkling with little stars. Just then, swish. A small, thin female zombie sprinted in at the very last moment before the doors closed, slamming into my chest. She was about the same build as Zhuang Xiaodai. I grabbed her by the throat with one hand, spun her around, and pinned her hard against the elevator wall, holding her like a chick by the scruff. Squelch. Zhuang Xiaodai drove a spear into the base of her neck and claimed the kill. I let go, and the female zombie slid down the wall to the floor. The elevator began to rise, and a harsh, grinding scrape of metal came from below. The horde had forced the elevator doors open, but there was no longer an elevator behind them, only the pitch-black shaft. The zombies that forced the doors open fell straight in, and those behind, heedless, kept crowding forward, plunging down one after another. But we couldn't see that scene anymore, and zombies don't scream. The women leaned against the walls, watching me, blood-soaked from head to toe like a blood gourd, with amazement mixed with worry. A moment ago, I'd pushed back the whole horde with one arm and a shield. How much strength did that take? Even Xiangyu, the conqueror of Chu, probably couldn't have managed it. In fact, I'd already leveled up to 8. In that wild melee just now, even I didn't know how many I'd killed. I'd leveled up straight away, which was also why the killing had felt so good. At level 8, my constitution had been strengthened 7-fold, and that was 7 times over the S-rank baseline. Honestly, even the conqueror of Chu might not be able to take me on now. Qinghe, are you okay? Jiang Xin asked in concern. I waved a hand. I'm fine. I was fine, but with that many zombies gathered downstairs, getting to the Suning store anytime soon would be tough. Oh well, in this world, chaos is the norm. Since we're here, we might as well make the best of it. I glanced up at the elevator panel, still rising. This building had 24 floors total, and they'd pressed 18. I looked puzzled. Who pressed the 18th floor? Lin Chuyin immediately lowered her head guiltily, and the others each studied the middle distance, nose to nose. Seeing no one speak up, Lin Chuyin defended herself. I just pressed it at random. Too low a floor, and I was afraid the zombies would catch up. I had nothing to say. Too high a floor, and going up and down would be a pain. As I thought this, I pressed 12. Ding! The elevator stopped at the 12th floor. This was an old office building, small floor plate, elevator in the center, the whole thing an H-shaped corridor with steel security doors lining both hallways. It looked more like an apartment building. We hadn't gone far when, behind us, the elevator doors were slammed open with a bam, and a zombie came charging out. I gave a start. Where had this thing come from? Had it clung to the back of the elevator on the way up? The zombie didn't care about any of that. It charged straight at us. Han Kaiwei raised her axe to meet it, but Lin Chuin was faster, striding past her and driving a spear into the zombie's face. Han Kaiwei stopped in her tracks, frowning at Lin Chuin, a flash of displeasure crossing her face. She'd actually gotten the kill stolen? Apparently, after that last battle, and inspired by my dominant performance, these women had not only lost their fear of zombies, but had even gotten aggressive about stealing kills. After all, a kill in hand was your own experience, and even if things went sideways, they trusted me to bail them out. A lone zombie, you'd be a fool not to kill it. But the next moment, another zombie came charging out of the elevator shaft. Han Kaiwei didn't hesitate and rushed forward to cut it down, but she'd run too fast and ended up right at the elevator doorway. Turning her head to look down into the shaft, her eyes went wide in an instant. Right then another zombie charged out and, caught off guard, she was tackled to the ground. Luckily, she braced the fire axe horizontally at the critical moment, blocking it, or she'd have been bitten. Even so, staring at that hideous face, she broke out in a cold sweat. I lunged forward and kicked the zombie flying. But that zombie clung to the axe handle and wouldn't let go. Han Kaiwei lost her grip, and the fire axe was actually torn from her hands. Just then a third zombie charged out of the elevator, and I kicked it backward with a reverse heel, sending it crashing into the wall and sliding down. I came to the elevator doorway and looked down, frowning. In the pitch-black shaft stood 2 steel cables, and a string of zombies was climbing up them. Only 2 days in, and the zombies weren't just leveling up, they were getting smarter. Anyone else seeing this would probably feel their scalp crawl, thinking there was no way out. But for me it was actually a good thing. Climbing up the cables, they could only come one at a time. Was there any better sitting duck than that? You all, come get some XP, I said. I was already level 8, while these women were still bumbling around between levels 1 and 3. Even the highest, Lin Chuin and Han Kaiwei, were still short of level 4. With an opportunity this good, I had to get them leveled up, otherwise too big a level gap would turn them into dead weight. As for zombies, there were plenty, more than we could ever kill. We simply couldn't kill them all. Lin Chuin poked her head over for a look and got it right away. How do we split it up? There was no way to split this that would satisfy everyone, so I just said, take care of the lower levels first. Zhuang Xiaodai immediately raised her hand. I'm the lowest level. Squelch. Lin Chuin stabbed to death a zombie that came leaping out at her, pressed down on the spears but to slide the corpse off, and while dumping the body she said to Zhuang Xiaodai, then get in here. Zhuang Xiaodai hurriedly rushed over cradling her spear, and the others gathered at the elevator doorway too. Before the formation was even set, another zombie climbed up. Yeah, Zhuang Xiaodai shrieked as she thrust the spear out, missed, and the spear instead flew out of her hands into the elevator shaft. Jiang Xin, standing at the doorway with her shield up, flicked her short javelin to catch it and stop its momentum, and the spear dropped to the floor. Lin Chuin, meanwhile, let the zombie past and drove a spear into its back with a backhand thrust. Over on the other side, the female zombie I'd kicked flying slammed into the security door at the T-junction across the way, actually denting the door. Robbed of her weapon, Han Kaiwei chased after it in shame and fury. But as the female zombie stood up, it held the fire axe in both hands and glanced at it in confusion. Seeing Han Kaiwei charging, it actually raised the axe with both hands and chopped down at her. HSSS. This zombie was getting a little clever. It already knew how to use a weapon. Even though its technique was crude, like an instinct wired into its genes, it still gave Han Kaiwei a scare, and she reflexively halted. Just then I came rushing in from the side and lopped off the female zombie's head with one swing, then bent down to pick up the axe from the floor. Seeing the corpse still gripping it tightly, I just chopped, chop, through both her wrists and tossed the axe, hands and all, to Han Kaiwei. Han Kaiwei didn't care in the slightest. She peeled the 2 hands off the handle. Thanks. Over at the elevator doorway, Lin Chuin pinned a zombie with a spear, and Ruan Qinghe followed up with a thrust through the back of its neck. Zhuang Xiaodai picked her spear up off the floor, her little face flushed red with embarrassment. Whether you can do it or not, you only find out once you actually try, and she felt she really wasn't cut out for fighting. Ruan Qinghe consoled her gently. It's okay. Take your time. Everyone's like that the first time. Lin Chuin curled her lip but said nothing, and took the initiative to direct positioning and tactics. The 5 women stood in 2 rows on either side of the elevator doorway, first letting the zombie leap out, then pinning it with a stab from behind, and finally letting Zhuang Xiaodai take the kill. The zombies could only climb out one at a time, so in theory they were just handing over free kills. Before long the elevator bay was littered with corpses, and Zhuang Xiaodai had leveled up to 3. Most of the ones that could climb up were level 3 zombies, with few even at level 2, so the experience shot up. Of course, that was for the lower level ones. I didn't lift a finger, just backed them up from the side, stepping in only when they hit a tough one. Nobody noticed that behind a security door at the far end across the way, a man was hiding, watching them intently through the peephole, his face full of envy, gazing at those slender, graceful figures, his eyes brimming with greed. Zhao Yicheng was a lucky man. He usually didn't get to the office that early, but that particular day he'd arrived early, and no sooner had he gotten there than the zombie outbreak hit outside. He was the only one in the whole company. He locked the door, and it became his own private little kingdom. Even luckier, the storeroom was piled with mid-autumn festival gift benefits, mooncakes, rice, flour, and oil, all hard currency in the apocalypse. As for why so much of it was still left, it's a long story. In short, every mid-autumn festival their company not only handed out benefits to employees, but also prepared a set for clients, with the sales staff delivering them door to door. Worth a lot or not, it was the thought that counted. This year, an ambitious young woman joined the administrative department, hell-bent on making her mark, and when she caught wind of this, she flew into a rage. You still have to hand-deliver benefits to each client's door? Are you salespeople or lapdogs? Call the clients and have them come pick them up themselves. As a result, not a single client came to pick anything up. The woman was utterly baffled, but she still wrote it up as a work achievement. Cut company costs, boosted sales efficiency, win-win. As for why the sales team would listen to an admin employee, don't ask, it's a long story. Anyway, alone and guarding this much food, Zhao Yicheng suddenly felt like he'd finally stood up straight. It was as if he'd bid farewell to that miserable corporate drudge and become, overnight, the protagonist of the apocalypse. Isn't that how apocalypse stories always go? Pretty female neighbors coming to your door to borrow food. Ha ha ha. He gazed at that group of slender, pretty girls outside the door and swallowed hard again. So you've got food now. Just wait. In a few days when you're going hungry. Ha ha ha. The peephole was a bit blurry, so he took off his glasses, 500 degrees, and rubbed his eyes hard before putting them back on. Just then, swish. A zombie in the shaft suddenly vaulted over its fellows and leapt out ahead of them. This one was young, a full 6'3", wearing a basketball jersey and basketball shoes. For humans, a big, 200-pound frame is a mark of combat power, and the same goes for zombies. Backing them up from the side, I caught sight of it at a glance, my eyes narrowing slightly. Leaping zombie, LV7, HP, 1100. This zombie was too fast, and it jumped high. Lin Chuyin and the others couldn't react at all. By the time Jiang Xin's delayed thrust went out, the leaping zombie had already sprung high off the spot, legs bent, its right hand even reflexively cocking into a basketball shooting motion as it lunged through the air at Zhuang Xiaodai. Zhuang Xiaodai had no shield. Startled, she tried to dodge, but at her speed she clearly wasn't going to make it. At the critical instant, I leapt up hard and kicked the leaping zombie square in the body, sending it flying sideways. Whoosh bam! It slammed straight into the security door of Zhao Yicheng's company at the far end of the corridor, the heavy impact denting a chunk out of the door. Behind the door, Zhao Yicheng, who'd just put his glasses back on, was so startled by the crash that he plopped down flat on his backside. A level 7 leaping zombie was quite tough and had high base stats, so a hit like that left it all but unharmed. The moment it landed, it sprang up again, clearing 5 or 6 meters in a single bound and hurtling through the air toward the group. Bam! Another flying kick from me sent it back. Thud! It slammed into that door a second time. On landing, it didn't even bother brushing off the dust and leapt straight into another charge. Bam! Thud! My third flying kick. Bam bam bam. Thud thud thud. Both the leaping zombie and I moved lightning fast, trading blows several times in the blink of an eye. By trading blows, I mean my feet were hard and its frame was hard too. But under the relentless pounding, the door to Zhao Yicheng's company finally gave out. Thud! I put my full brute strength into the last kick, and the leaping zombie slammed into the already buckled door, knocking it clean off and crashing into the room, zombie and door together. I landed on both feet and, without hesitation, charged in after it. Inside the door was a spacious front hall, desks and chairs lining the right side, with an office and a storeroom farther in, a small company. The leaping zombie, wearing the door on its back, crashed into the far wall and moved to spring up again. Jump this, you son of a bitch. This time I forced it into the corner, absolutely refusing to let it leap freely again, and closed in fast, my right-handed fire axe swinging so hard it nearly whistled through the air. Whoosh! This thing had extremely high combat power for a level 7 and wasn't completely brainless. At the critical moment it kicked off the wall and just barely dodged the strike. Riding the momentum of the missed swing, I went into another Thomas flare and brought the axe down hard into its right shoulder. Crack! The sound of bones splintering came, but to my surprise, this chop didn't cut it in half. The blade bit in from the left shoulder and lodged near the right chest. My heart tightened. As the levels rose, the zombies' bodies had gotten tougher too. HSSS. Oh, Seems I'd gotten tougher myself. Never mind, then. The leaping zombie, axe still stuck in it, tried to bound up again, but the moment it rose I, already braced for it, smashed it down with a straight leg axe kick, knocking it flat onto its rear on the floor. I stomped down hard on its right shoulder, yanked the axe out with both hands, and brought it down in another vicious chop. Go on and jump again, you bastard. Jump for me. Squelch, squelch, squelch. Experience plus 220. I swung the axe in a furious frenzy of hacking, finishing off the leaping zombie cornered against the wall. Lin Shuin and the others were still blocking the elevator doorway, killing zombies, and only glanced back occasionally. After today, my image in their minds had become as solid as a mountain, and there was no need whatsoever for them to worry about my end of the hacking. Once I'd finished it off, I turned my head and only then noticed a middle-aged man standing in the room. Short, scrawny, wearing thick-lensed glasses, staring at me blankly, looking utterly meek and honest. What are you staring at? Who the hell are you? Once I got worked up hacking zombies, a fierce, aggressive edge would creep out all over me, my temper impossible to hold down. Startled by my shout, the man in glasses shuddered all over and immediately answered. My name is Zhao Yicheng, 30 this year, unmarried, employed at. Hearing him introduce himself like he was on a blind date, looking about to cry, my face twisted oddly. Was I really that terrifying? Just stay put. I ignored him and turned to leave. Thump. After I left, Zhao Yicheng plopped down on the floor, lips trembling, brimming with grievance. What was going on? Wasn't he the protagonist? Shouldn't he be turning the tables on the intruding bad man at a moment like this? Why wasn't it anything like it was written in the apocalypse novels? I strode out the door, returned to the elevator bay, flicked the blood off my axe, and went back to watching the women kill zombies. There still weren't many high-level zombies at this point. That level 7 leaping zombie earlier had just been an exception. Most were still level 3, with very few at levels 4 or 5. The 80-20 rule held true even among zombies. After a long stretch of hacking, the women's experience had shot up like a rocket too. Lin Shuin, Jiang Xin, and Han Kaiwei had all reached level 5, Wan Qinghe level 4, and Zhuang Xiaodai level 3. There was nothing for it. Even at level 3, Zhuang Xiaodai had only barely reached the overall constitution of a normal adult man. So at first we could only pin the zombies down and let her stab them. Seeing that no more zombies were coming out of the elevator shaft, Lin Shuin shook out her aching hand. That wave of zombies downstairs, we didn't wipe them all out, did we? I shook my head. Although I hadn't seen the whole horde, there were definitely more than this. Rest a bit. We'll talk about our next move after dinner. With that, I scanned the surroundings and walked back to that room from before. The leaping zombie in the basketball jersey was still in the corner, hacked up almost beyond recognition. But when I walked in, I didn't see Zhao Yicheng, so I called out, "Hey Zhao, what's his name Cheng?" After some rustling, a figure clambered up from behind a desk. It was Zhao Yicheng, still gripping a table leg he'd just pried off. I was baffled. What are you doing? Seeing me covered in blood, the courage he'd just worked up for himself instantly deflated, and he mumbled, I was just checking whether this desk was sturdy. Me? Never mind, it doesn't matter. You work here. He nodded. Do you know which room would be good for resting? Room 1206, in the corridor across the way. He was halfway through when I'd already turned and walked off. Resting? It suddenly dawned on Zhao Yicheng. Those 5 girls, each with a different air but all peerlessly gorgeous, were all going to follow me into that room to rest. Rest? You son of a bitch, is resting what you're really going in there for? No. Zhao Yicheng felt a heavy blow to his heart, as if he'd rediscovered the feeling of a breakup. We came to room 1206 at the very end of the corridor across the way. I pushed the door open, and everyone was stunned. It was a very large room, situated at the building's corner, with big windows on 2 sides, an excellent view. You could see straight out to the road in front and to that Suning building next door. The other 2 sides were against walls. In front of one stood a big round red bed, along with some recreational installations. The other had a large bathroom with a heart-shaped tub, the shower area partitioned off by glass walls, all glass doors, everything in plain view. The whole room was steeped in pink temptation. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, it'd be hard to believe an office building would have a room like this. It was probably some boss's private restroom he'd set up for himself. Bam, click. Hearing the door lock, several of the women's hearts skipped a beat. Han Kaiwei looked down at the blood on herself, then over at the tub, and licked her lips. There's water and power here. Can we shower? Most people who survived the apocalypse weren't stupid. Many had realized that exposed water might be a problem and didn't dare use it. Her asking was really just to see if we had any way around it. Wan Qinghe looked at me and, seeing my clothes soaked through with blood, the dried blood now stiff and wrinkled, said with concern, "You really should wash up and change clothes. You're covered in zombie blood." If you accidentally get a lick of it, that'd be trouble. That was exactly my thought. I was uncomfortable all over. Wan Qinghe scanned the room. There doesn't seem to be anything to heat water with. Never mind, I said. The water you stored isn't cold anyway. Just spray it right on me. At that, her face instantly went red, especially with so many people around. Except for Lin Chuin, the other women all looked at the two of us in bewilderment, unsure what riddle we were playing at. Fortunately, they figured it out soon enough. Jiang Xin sat on the S-shaped sofa by the bed. To keep the blood off it, she'd already taken off her outer pants, leaving only the thin yoga pants underneath. She gazed out the window, but her ears had turned bright red. She simply couldn't believe her own eyes. She was clearly looking out the window, yet somehow seeing nothing at all. In her impression, Qinghe was a sunny, cheerful, well-mannered young man. Of course, being polite out in public didn't necessarily mean being polite about intimate matters, but this contrast was a bit much. Still, you couldn't really blame him. Just look at that bunch of women. Han Kaiwei and Zhuang Xiaodai were one thing. You could tell at a glance they were the sassy, streetwise type. But whenever she thought of the other two, Jiang Xin's face burned, her whole worldview shattered on the floor. Wan Qinghe looked so gentle and refined, well-read and cultured, blushing at the slightest thing. How could she possibly? Okay, fine. If you're going to shower, you need her to supply the water. That's understandable. Water was scarce now, and to conserve it, showering together was normal too. Ah, how was it that? Think about it as she might. Every unreasonable thing became reasonable once you added the phrase, forced by circumstance. Unbidden, a scene from when she'd once stood at the lectern came into her mind. Qinghe, sitting below, would occasionally look at her with that kind of gaze, the way a man admires a woman. She wasn't surprised by it. He wasn't the only one, after all. A graceful maiden a gentleman seeks. Even the ancients said this was human nature. As a modern, educated woman, she certainly wasn't futile about it. Feelings arise, but propriety restrains, perfectly normal. But now, she felt the images in her head suddenly go haywire. The restraint had vanished, and even propriety, crooked and warped, seemed to have turned into something far less decent. Qinghe, are we staying here for the night, or still going to the Suning store in a bit? It's this dark. We're still going out at night. There are still zombies on the streets. But there aren't many zombies right now. What if there are more again tomorrow? I think it's better to move tonight. A few hours rest is enough. Zhuang Xiaodai, you're hemming and hawing. What exactly are you worried about? Well, someone's worried that. I heard the first time affects your mobility. Lin Chuin, huh? That's true. She had experience with this. But this Zhuang Xiaodai and Han Kaiwei looked just like a couple of little delinquents, and yet they were still. Zhuang Xiaodai at least had a bit of a good girl look, but Han Kaiwei, a virgin? Still, this kind of thing couldn't be faked, and they had no reason to lie. I let out a breath. Rest first, move at midnight, so we don't invite complications from dragging things out. All right, there's about enough water in the tub now. Annie Qinghe, thanks for the hard work. You go wash up first. Qinghe Jiejia's talent is just too good. Hey, why are you calling her Jiejia? Idiot, shut it. Qinghe, give her your mouth. Splash, #% yen. Jiang Xin badly wanted to cover her ears, but wouldn't that be too affected, too out of step with the group? And besides, why was her heart growing hotter and hotter, her ears pricking up higher and higher? Out on the streets, none of the streetlights were on. Only some shops and special buildings still had their exterior lights lit, many of the night lights on automatic timers. Boom! Another explosion sounded in the distance, someone somewhere fighting the zombies. Combat meant there were still living people, which made it feel a little less lonely. It was just a pity that as the night wore on, the streets grew ever more deserted and the noises ever fewer. Jiang Xin suddenly stood up and looked out the window. The zombies on the street had abruptly turned agitated, having stood around listlessly, unwilling to move. The instant they heard the explosion, they perked up and ran toward its source. Just like that, the street outside was swept completely clean. She got excited at once and, forgetting everything else, called out, Che, Qinghe, the zombies outside all ran off. As she called, she reflexively turned her head to look, then whipped it back. There was nothing for it. Even a virgin couldn't bear to see that. But intel this urgent couldn't go unreported. Qinghe, should you maybe come take a look first? There was a moment of quiet, and then I strode over. Hearing only my footsteps, she quietly let out a breath of relief and turned to look at me. And then, her eyes went wide in an instant. I walked to the window and looked down. Just as she'd said, the zombies on the street below had all vanished. Though there was only a little light on the street, something as big as a human figure was still easy to make out. Firelight rose in the distance. Something somewhere had exploded, flames leaping skyward and tearing through the night. So bright that even the waning moon overhead dimmed. Just from the firelight, It had to be at least an entire building ablaze. After studying it carefully for quite a while, I nodded. Good opportunity, get ready to move. Lin Shuin finally, with difficulty, turned her head to look outside too, and let out a long breath, like a fish in the water finally crawling up to the surface for a gulp of air out of the stifling, oppressive atmosphere beneath a summer storm cloud. 15 minutes later, everyone was ready, and we started heading downstairs. There were definitely still zombies on the first floor. This time we took the stairs. Zhuang Xiaodai rubbed her cheeks with her small hands and glanced at Han Kaiwei. The two exchanged a look, their eyes holding both chagrin and relief. Zhuang Xiaodai had guessed right. We really were going to move out. Going down was quick, and she could just barely keep up. Luckily, having reached level 3, her stamina had been strengthened considerably. Down at the second floor, I, in the lead, suddenly slowed my pace, and the others followed with a soft, held breath, all going on tiptoe. The pitch-black stairwell had only the beam of a flashlight, which made it seem all the more eerie. Turning onto the final flight of stairs, I first switched off the flashlight and stuffed it back in my pocket. From the stairwell exit, you could already see the light of the first-floor lobby. The stairwell exit was well hidden, a narrow passage outside the door leading straight to the lobby. I reached the doorway and peeked out. A single zombie was wandering around aimlessly. The others finally stopped too and breathed a sigh of relief, and Lin Shuin gave her legs a good rub. A woo, came a zombie's roar, followed immediately by rapid footsteps rushing toward us. My guess had been right. Not all zombies had the ability to climb the stairs on just 2 steel cables. There were still zombies on the first floor. And this bunch had decent eyesight. I'd only stuck out half my head and been spotted. One roar instantly alerted the other zombies, and hurried footsteps immediately filled the lobby. I raised a hand and pushed backward, and everyone drew back. They were all familiar with a few simple hand signals by now. One look at my gesture, and they knew I was going to snipe the zombies at this narrow doorway. Zhuang Xiaodai immediately grabbed her spear and ran back up onto the stairs to take the high ground. The others each spread out. Lin Shuin and Ruan Qinghe each raised a shield and stood on either side of the doorway, neither blocking the path to avoid a head-on collision, nor letting the doorways go unchecked to keep multiple zombies from pouring in at once. The preparations were thorough, but I hadn't expected there to be a ringer hidden in the horde, extremely skilled, one that hadn't gone to climb the stairs earlier but had stayed on the first floor. Leaping Zombie, LV5, HP, 950. This was a fitness woman, a green tank top with black yoga pants, a great body, especially long legs, big pecs, muscular arms too. Clearly someone who worked out seriously, just, poorly laid out. Of course, I had no time to pay attention to any of that right then. The leaping zombie bounded straight over the heads of the whole crowd of zombies, arriving first though it set out last, and charged into the passage. Whoosh, I stepped forward, fire axe coming down straight ahead. At the critical moment it actually sprang up, and the chop that was meant for its head landed instead below its lower belly. Chunk. The axe wasn't especially sharp, but with my powerful boost it still split it open. Human and zombie swapped positions, and when I turned to look, it had already bounded onto the stairs, its yoga pants split open, those long legs looking even longer, and with a single movement of its body, its intestines spilled right out. But it couldn't have cared less and kept leaping up to attack me. I bent both knees to lower my height, and waited until it was about to leap over my head before exploding upward with a chop. Experience plus 19. Skill Bound acquired. Bound. LV1 jumping ability enhanced plus 50%. Current level, 8. Skills, Xingyi Fist LV3, Bagua Palm LV3, Lockpicking Mastery LV3, Gun Fu LV1, Mimicry, Bound LV1. Talent, I have Insight, unique. At the sight of the new skill, my eyes instantly lit up. I'd killed quite a few leaping zombies, and I'd finally rolled the jumping skill. This was incredibly useful. I'd even be willing to trade Bagua Palm for it. From years of martial arts training, my jumping ability was already decent, and a 50% boost on top of that was substantial. Past a certain height, every additional centimeter becomes extraordinarily difficult. As I was now, if nothing else, I could definitely sweep the Olympic gold medals in high jump and long jump. What a good zombie. But it had been chopped flying, and I'd gotten splattered with blood, its intestines even wrapped around my neck. My shower had been for nothing. But there was no time to worry about that. The horde outside the door had already charged in. I stood at the front, Han Kaiwei at my side, the others flanking with shields on both sides and jabbing wildly with spears. I swung the axe one-handed, chopping left and right, and before long the stairwell doorway was piled with corpses. Han Kaiwei and I could only fight standing on the bodies, and Lin Shuin and the others on the flanks started climbing up the corpse pile too. Soon the bodies were stacked half the door's height. The zombies' charging momentum outside completely blocked, and they too could only climb the corpse pile. only 2 able to come in at a time. As they slowed, they got even easier to kill. Finally, the high-stacked corpses sealed the doorway completely. Those outside couldn't get in, and we couldn't get out either. Everyone seized the chance to catch their breath, and gazing at the corpse pile before them, none of their faces looked good. Zombies though they were, they had been human once, and this gory scene was somewhat disturbing. Ruan Qinghe looked at me, covered in blood, and, forcing down her nausea, pulled the intestines wrapped around my neck off, reflexively giving them a squeeze. Its intestines are so clean, how'd it manage that? What kind of colon-cleansing tea did it drink? No one answered. Everyone looked at her with strange eyes. She got a bit sheepish. Bringing this up at a time like this was somewhat inappropriate. Let's go, I said in a low voice. We'll take the other stairs. With that, I led the way up. A building like this had at least 2 stairwells. At the second floor, I spotted, of all things, a gym here, and thinking of that leaping zombie. It all clicked. She'd most likely mutated on her way to work out in the morning. It was a 24-hour smart gym with facial recognition entry. Looking in through the glass walls, 7 or 8 men and women in workout gear wandered inside. The door locked, sealing them all in as zombies. Some had intact clothing, some bore bite marks. Spotting us, the pack of zombies immediately rushed over, gathering at the glass wall and pounding on it. I gave them a scan. These were all level 2 or 3, none very high level, at most with some bonus to their base physique, nothing strong. I walked to the door, picked the lock, and opened it. Roar, the zombies inside immediately came charging out. I sidestepped out of the way, leaving them to the women to handle, and only casually chopped one of the later ones dead and kicked another flying. Then strode into the gym. The fire axe in my hand was no longer very well suited to me, and I meant to pick out a weapon here. Sweeping my eyes around the room, I quickly locked onto the barbells. When I reached the barbell area, that level 2 female zombie I'd kicked flying earlier charged over again and got kicked flying by me once more. Killing a level 2 zombie like this earned only a sliver of experience. I couldn't be bothered. I randomly picked out a barbell, stripped off the plates until only the bar remained, hefted it in my hand, and gave it a bounce. About 7 feet long, roughly 40-odd pounds. Not bad, well suited to me. The fire axe had good chopping power, but every time it bit into a zombie's body, I had to yank it back out. Not very efficient, and it was a bit short too. The barbell bar had both length and heft, with locking nuts on each end, so it packed a real punch when swung. Just as I was getting a feel for this iron rod, that female zombie charged again and got kicked flying a 3rd time. By now the 5 women, having easily finished off the zombies outside, walked over, and Lin Chuin teased. "Oh ho, playing around with her? She's pretty cute, too. Want us to hold her down for you?" Ruan Qinghe shot her daughter a reproachful glare. Jiang Xin's face instantly went red, while Han Saiwei's eyes lit up, as if she wanted to watch. Zhuang Xiaodai had already rushed over with her spear and stabbed the fallen zombie to death before it could get up. She had the weakest build and leveled up the slowest, so she snatched up every easy kill she could. Han Kaiwei frowned, a look of disappointment crossing her face. How boring, killing it off. Jiang Xin walked over, looked at the fire axe on the ground, then at the iron rod in my hand. "You're switching weapons?" I nodded. She picked up the axe. "I'll go wash it. Let's bring this along too." I nodded. Teacher Jiang really was thoughtful. Carrying the blood-stained axe, she headed toward the bathroom in the corner. "Careful, there might be zombies," Lin Chuin cautioned, and followed her. Zhuang Xiaodai laboriously pulled her spear free and watched the 2 of them with a slight frown. This Lin Chuin, was she trying to win Teacher Jiang over to her side? In the bathroom, Jiang Xin and Lin Chuin checked the stalls for zombies. None, and began cleaning their weapons. Lin Chuin suddenly said, "Teacher Jiang, are you planning to keep yourself separate from the rest of us?" Jiang Xin's face instantly reddened, recalling the way Lin Chuin had just looped her arm around Qinghe's neck. This young woman was really kind of provocative. Mouth dry, she stammered, "But I'm his teacher." Lin Chuin scoffed. "That one over there is my mom." "Huh." Lin Chuin said no more. Once she'd washed her shield and spear, she turned and left. She'd said her piece, and whether Jiang Xin could come around to it was up to her. In the gym, everyone searched around for anything useful, but this place was all big blocks of iron, heavy to carry and of little value. Zhuang Xiaodai, though, had set her sights on the yoga mats. Rolling one up, she said, "Let's take these. They're comfortable to lie on. We can put them down to sleep on when we're outside." Everyone agreed it made sense. Rolled up, a yoga mat wasn't big and had no weight, so they all went and rolled one up. Ruan Qinghe rolled up too, bringing one for me as well. She was a traditional woman, and now that her heart had opened to me, she naturally thought of me in everything. Finally, Jiang Xin hung the clean fire axe on my backpack for me. Everyone's packs were bulging, with things hanging off the outside too, making them look even more like travelers on a long journey. A pity we couldn't set out just yet. Suddenly, just as we were getting ready to leave, the lights abruptly went out, and the street outside the windows went dark too. The power had gone out on this street as well. In the pitch-black gym, you could barely see a thing. Everyone tensed up at once, but no one cried out. I quickly pulled out a high-powered flashlight and twisted it on, dialing down the brightness and beam width, just enough to see the way. The women gathered toward the light, and we all headed out together, following the corridor to the other stairwell to go down. This stairwell was completely empty. I led the way to the lobby, also empty, all the zombies having crowded over to the other stairwell entrance. I made a hushed gesture, and everyone hugged the wall, softening their steps as they moved outward. After all this time, we'd adjusted to the dark, so I switched off the flashlight and came to the building's entrance to look out. Though the street was dark, it was relatively bright. There were still lights, firelight, and starlight in the city, after all. There wasn't a single zombie on the empty street. They'd all been drawn off by the explosion in the distance. No telling how many had gathered by now at that spot where it had gone off. I was in no mood to concern myself with anyone else's safety. I led the group to the Suning superstore next door, pulled the roller shutter up a crack, lay down on the floor, and shone the flashlight inside. A store like this would have virtually no one in it after closing, and sure enough, the sales floor was empty. I pulled the shutter up a bit and slipped in first, the others following one by one, and finally lowered and locked the shutter behind us. This place specialized in appliances, TVs, washing machines, air conditioners. Zhuang Xiaodai knew her way around and led everyone straight to the drone counter on the second floor. Drones of every kind were there, though unfortunately none of the big ones that could bear an adult's weight. She was very familiar with drones, explaining as she picked. Not too big, so they'd fit in a pack, battery life as long as possible, and night vision. In the end, she chose 6, one for each of us to carry, and grabbed some batteries and accessories too. The food and water in everyone's packs had dwindled quite a bit more, especially the water. Everyone kept only 2 bottles for emergencies, and once those were gone, they'd just ask Wan Xinghe. Her talent was too useful. Even though the shower had used up 200 kilograms, there were still nearly 1.8 tons left, more than enough drinking water. Thinking of this, I suddenly asked, "Teacher Jiang, what's your talent?" Although I could see the name of her talent on her stat panel, I couldn't see its specific function. I added, "We're one team now. There's no need to hide things like this." Han Kaiwei shot me a glance, thinking, "Then why don't you tell us your talent? Don't tell me you don't have one." But she only thought this to herself. She wasn't about to invite trouble by saying it aloud. Jiang Xin didn't hide it. "My talent is tame, a unique type. I can control zombies whose level doesn't exceed mine. Up to 3 at present, gaining control of 1 more every 5 levels." Everyone looked at her with envy. A unique talent, controlling zombies, and a growth type at that. Her survivability was incredibly high, and since it was marked unique, it proved no one else in this world could control zombies. I nodded. "Sounds like it depends heavily on level. You'll have to work hard to level up from now on." That's all. "Thanks to you for helping, Qinghe," Lin Shuin asked. "Then how come we haven't seen you use it?" Jiang Xin got sheepish. I'm just not quite used to it yet," I said. "Give your shield to Han Kaiwei and switch to a spear. From now on, when we run into zombies, use a zombie as a meat shield. Then use that meat shield zombie to control the other zombies, and you just stab with the spear." Her eyes instantly lit up, and without hesitation, she handed her shield to Han Kaiwei. "Thank you." Han Kaiwei was a bit surprised by this arrangement too. Seems he didn't treat her as an outsider. He was a good man, not the ruthless, sword-drawing type. Zhuang Xiaodai, though, watched Jiang Xin and thought, "This woman seems all simple and honest, but she doesn't look like a good sort either." If Qinghe hadn't asked, how long was she planning to keep her talent hidden? Lin Shuin and I had brought 3 shields out from the subway station, and her dad had taken 1 home, 4 in all. Mine had shattered, leaving 3. Lin Shuin, Wan Xinghe, Han Kaiwei, plus Jiang Xin made 4 meat shields. 2 spears, 1 each for Jiang Xin and Zhuang Xiaodai. Also, Jiang Xin's throwing skill shouldn't go to waste, and it just so happened I'd noticed a building materials store across the way on our way here. There were bound to be useful things there. I beckoned and led everyone over. The shop wasn't big, packed with all kinds of stuff. I looked for steel pipes first, cutting them into roughly 1-foot lengths and sharpening both ends. High throwing power and not heavy. A building materials store never lacked for cordless power tools of every kind. I made 20 throwing spears, felt that was about enough, then turned and asked Han Kaiwei if she wanted a spear. She shook her head. "I still like the axe. The chopping has power." I didn't press her. Just as I was about to search for more good things, I suddenly heard footsteps outside the door. "Brohua, this is the shop. They've got a chainsaw in here. Totally badass." "Watched too many movies, did you? A chainsaw? With all that noise, you trying to get yourself killed? And a jam's easy too." A nail gun's way better. Take the safety off and it'll drop a guy from a dozen meters out. A nail gun's not exactly quiet either. Everyone gave a start. It seemed to be another group of survivors who, seeing no zombies on the street, had come to the building materials store looking for weapons. What now? All the women looked at me. The footsteps outside stopped, followed by the sound of metal scraping against the floor. Pry the door open. Bronyo, that little wife of yours is such a hottie. How about you let me have a turn with her tonight? Hearing survivors approaching, I'd actually been hesitating over whether to try communicating first. After all, we were all survivors. The reason I hesitated was that apocalypse novels always wrote that living people were more dangerous than zombies. But novels are novels, and reality is reality. Yet after that last line, I gave up entirely. Damn, reality is sometimes even more surreal than fiction. Right after, a genial-sounding male voice said, "Hey, we're all brothers. It's no big deal. Come join in." Bronyo's a real class act. Bronyo's the man. Screech. The roller shutter was pried loose and hauled up. By this point, we'd long since hidden on either side of the door. In the pitch-black shop, nothing could be seen. A very bright beam of light suddenly shone in. Whoosh. Gripping the iron rod, I thrust it out in a single jab. Thunk. A 40-pound iron rod is no joke. I instantly heard the crack of bone. Holy shit. In the moment that jab bought me, I stuck my head out and got a clear look outside. 6 men, holding crowbars, cleavers, baseball bats, and the like, thick books strapped to their arms, some with soft armor stuffed against their chests, one using a small table as a shield, and one holding a compound bow. Having reached level 8, my eyesight was keen and my reactions extremely fast. One of the 6 had already been knocked flying, and of the remaining 5, the highest was level 5, the rest all level 1 or 2. I had no time to take in any other details. I sprang out and charged straight at the man with the bow, the 7-foot iron rod swinging almost hard enough to whistle. Bam! A man holding a tabletop shield blocked his path and got smacked flying by my rod. The tabletop splintering, the man spraying blood while still in midair. Experience +1. Experience +1. Receiving these 2 kill notifications, I froze for an instant, a chill running through my hands and feet. Killing people gives experience too? Though I'd frozen for a moment, the iron rod in my hands hadn't stopped, continuing to swing at the compound bow man's right temple. He was already scared stiff, reflexively going to draw the bow, but the next moment, thunk, the iron rod smashed into his head, and his head split apart like a watermelon. Experience +9. The compound bow man had reached level 4, and the kill experience was actually the same as a zombie's. With 1 iron rod, I'd instantly killed 3 people. Han Kaiwei charged out second, shield in one hand and axe in the other, lunging at one of the men. He reflexively raised the small tabletop to parry, but Han Kaiwei didn't earn the title street fighting expert for nothing, completely disregarding form. She brought the axe swinging up from below, straight for the crotch. A woo! The man leapt up with a howl like a wolf, the tabletop and baseball bat both flying out of his hands. Lin Shuin followed right behind, charging at the man with the cleaver, a shield bash sending him staggering, her short spear thrusting out in its wake. That left only the level 5 leader, so frightened stiff by this savage scene that he turned and ran. Whoosh! Jiang Xin, who'd just rushed out, hurled her spear straight out, and it lodged precisely in the man's back, right over his heart. Thump! The running man pitched forward. From before my first strike to now had taken less than 10-odd seconds. Ruan Qinghe and Zhuang Xiaodai, the last out the door, both stared blankly. That easy? After a heavy pause, Ruan Qinghe said uneasily. They were people, weren't they? Han Kaiwei chopped. Thunk. The crotch split man's head off and said coldly, "What are you trying to say?" Her eyes turned dangerously toward Ruan Qinghe, as if she'd strike at the first wrong word. In the apocalypse, a bleeding heart do-gooder was the most dangerous teammate. And Han Kaiwei would absolutely never keep company with that kind of person. Lin Shuin, who was picking up the compound bow and quiver, glared at her. What's with the hostility? My mom just made a passing remark. She's not a brainless idealist. A compound bow was a fine thing, ranged, nearly silent, and her talent was sharpshooter, a perfect match. Only then did Ruan Qinghe snap out of it. She pulled her daughter close and said to Han Kaiwei, "I didn't mean anything by it." Han Kaiwei gave a humph, flicked the blood off her axe, then wiped it clean on a corpse. Jiang Xin retrieved her spear. "Are we heading to the school now?" Han Kaiwei glanced at her. "What for?" "If you ask me, the urgent thing right now is to figure out how to get out of the city. Any later, and we may not be able to get out at all. You've all seen it. The zombies are leveling up fast, and if we get trapped and die in the city, that's really the end of us." In half a day, Han Kaiwei had suddenly gone from taciturn to sharp-tongued. It seemed she'd accepted this team, or else there'd have been no point wasting words. She'd have just walked off. Of course, The one she'd mainly accepted was probably just me. Lin Chuin agreed in her heart too, but couldn't stand Han Saiwei's attitude, and shot back. How? And to where? Easy to say. Han Kaiwei was stumped for a reply. Jiang Xin said, I suggest the Huangpu River. There are lots of docks and boats there, and we should be able to get hold of a boat. As long as we have a boat, we can get into the Yangtze, out to sea, go anywhere. Zombies can't swim either, right? Being on the water is safest. Everyone's eyes instantly lit up. As expected of a teacher, quick thinking. Zhuang Xiaodai was a bit unconvinced. But we're not close to the Huangpu River either. Can we even make it there on foot? She actually agreed too. She just couldn't stand the other woman's attitude. Jiang Xin killed the argument with a single line. Is there a better option? Everyone fell silent. After a pause, seeing no one speak, Jiang Xin said, if there isn't, then this is the only option. She wasn't wrong. Going any direction from our current position meant densely populated urban districts. This was one of the most economically developed regions in the country. It was no exaggeration to say that even 100 kilometers out, the population was still dense. The water route really was best. Of course, I understood in my heart that Jiang Xin had a selfish motive. The fastest route to the Huangpu River was Yinxi Road, which happened to pass by the school, so she could rescue her students along the way. Naturally, I had no objection. For one thing, my two classmates Han Shihua and Bai Yuanji were both pure, innocent beauties, and single at that. Wouldn't it be too much of a waste to leave them behind? Waste is shameful. The four beauties of Ma Xi's class of 26 freshmen were no empty boast. He Yuting had been rated a 95 by an upper-class woman, and that girl was a professional matchmaker with a wickedly discerning eye. Han Shihua, Bai Yuanji, and Hu Xiaoyou were in no way inferior to He Yuting. At most, He Yuting had been so well-nourished under my care that her skin was nearly flawless, which counted as a slight edge, but those three each had their own advantages too. Sure enough, Jiang Xin said, the nearest route to the Huangpu River is Yinxi Road, which happens to pass by our school. We could regroup there along the way. All the women looked at me. I said nothing, which was clearly tacit assent. Lin Chuin curled her lip, thinking, I bet Ching has got his eye on his pretty classmates, this horny guy. Zhuang Xiaodai watched Jiang Xin and thought, cultured people really are the crafty ones. Bringing a few pretty girl students over both Curry's favor with Qinghe and gives her a natural clique of her own. Thinking this, she broke into a smile. Qinghe classmates must be people who matter to him, and since it's on the way, there's no harm in saving them. Han Kaiwei curled her lip and said nothing. After all, we'd have to find somewhere to sleep at night anyway. And how could you hack zombies without a good night's rest? I said, since everyone agrees. Let's go. We'll eat once we reach the school. We'd eaten a late lunch today and then done half a day of physical labor. So at the word eat, everyone got hungry. Environment really does change people. Before, it was normal for this bunch to skip dinner, but now missing a single meal made them inexplicably anxious, as if there'd be nothing to eat tomorrow. And in fact, that might well be true. While there were no zombies on the streets, making time was what mattered. There were two routes to the school. Going forward and turning onto Yinxi Road via Jining Road was closer, so of course we chose the former. The group cut through the messy streets and pressed forward, but stopped before even reaching the intersection. We'd spotted, far off, zombies shuffling about in the dim shadows. Luckily, we'd been taking cover behind cars the whole way and hadn't been noticed. Just then Jiang Xin tugged my sleeve and pointed to an alley mouth ahead on the right, meaning we could cut through there. She'd studied here for years and knew the area well. I nodded, and taking advantage of a gap at the intersection, sprinted a few steps to the alley mouth. It was a small alley, walls on both sides, almost no storefronts, very quiet with no one around. I beckoned, took the lead, turned in, and moved slowly forward. After a stretch, we came to the entrance of a residential complex. Looking inside, quite a few zombies were wandering around. Ah, a scream came from somewhere up in one of the buildings, and the zombies on the ground immediately rushed toward it in a commotion. I didn't continue until everyone had arrived. It went smoothly the whole way. We only alarmed 3 zombies at the entrance of the second complex, but they were blocked by the closed iron gate and couldn't get out. Just ahead was Yinxi Road, one of Shanghai's main arteries. I didn't press on, but tucked us out of sight at the entrance of a complex's parking lot and had Zhuang Xiaodai send up a drone to scout. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The drone flew out with its lights blinking, and everyone crowded around the screen for a look. Yinxi Road ahead was practically chaos. The elevated highway and the ground below were strewn everywhere with cars lying every which way, for all the world like a massive multi-car pileup. Barely a single gap to be seen, some zombies pinned beneath the cars still struggling. The side roads, green belts, and pedestrian areas on both sides were teeming, packed with zombies as far as the eye could see, no telling how many. Perhaps because the background noise was so loud, the drone's buzzing went unnoticed by comparison. I inwardly sighed. Right now, forget about reaching the school. Even the plan to take Yinchi Road to the Huangpu River was shot. Charging through a zombie horde that dense would just be suicide. I had Zhuang Xiaodai keep scanning left and right along the road, but both sides were a solid black mass of heads. As I was watching, whoosh, something was hurled out from the hotel beside us, aiming to knock down the drone, but the distance was too great, and it fell short. Zhuang Xiaodai pulled the drone higher and swung the camera toward the hotel. An open window. Inside it, a paunchy middle-aged man, a fresh-faced young woman standing behind him, both in pajamas. The man kept waving his hands at the drone, mouth moving soundlessly. I couldn't read lips, but I understood he wanted us to come rescue him. Keep dreaming, I silently sneered. As if that silent jab had somehow been overheard, the middle-aged man turned, pulled out a watch, a big gold chain, and an LV bag, and started waving them around. Offering payment? Had these rich guys had their brains stuffed stupid with money? Look at the times we were in. Who cared about that junk of yours? It's worth less than the woman behind you, huh? After waving the stuff around a few times, the man set it down, pulled the woman behind him forward, and yanked open her pajamas, generously displaying the snowy white flesh. He was raising the stakes. Zhuang Xiaodai curled her lip and simply swung the camera away, not looking at them, and went back to surveying the ground. She flew over one intersection without finding a suitable route, then flew the drone back and headed west, all the way to the big intersection on the western side. Well, now, it was pretty lively here too. Up in a building, some lunatic kept flinging things down to hit zombies. Madness as far as the eye could see. The nearby zombies had all clustered at the base of the building, heads tilted up staring, though the floor was too high to climb. The street-level shops on the ground floor were the unlucky ones, crammed to bursting. There were just too many zombies here. Even a bit of commotion could hardly draw them. I'd earlier considered using the drone to lure them, but seeing this complex terrain and the teeming zombie masses, it didn't seem like it'd work. Beep, beep, beep. Wee-oh-oh, wee-oh-oh. Just then a burst of ambulance sirens suddenly blared out, extremely loud, instantly grabbing our attention. The sound seemed to come from the direction of Huaxian Road we'd just passed, or maybe Jining Road. Oh, it must be near the intersection of the two, where there was a hospital. Could it be hospital survivors trying to drive away? No, buddy, then why turn on the siren? I immediately pulled a drone out of Lin Chuyan's backpack, eager to fly it over for a look. Zhuang Xiaodai handed the control stick to Lin Chuyan, took the new drone from me, and quickly worked the controls, flying it back down the alley. The drone rounded the intersection and quickly reached Jining Road. And when we saw the scene there, our eyes all went wide in an instant. On the screen, a front loader like a steel monster was barreling north up Jining Road, its bucket scooping up cars and zombies alike from the road surface. Behind the loader followed an ambulance, but its lights were off and its siren silent. Just as we were puzzling over where these two vehicles had come from, another ambulance came weaving crookedly out of a hospital's gate at the roadside, siren wailing, chasing after the loader ahead. So the loader and ambulance had both driven out from the hospital, probably too many zombies inside to stay, forcing an evacuation. But if you're evacuating, then just evacuate. What's the deal with the siren? I couldn't fathom this person's train of thought, but that siren really blew the lid off. All the nearby zombies surged over, and the dense mass of zombies on Yinchi Road also came pouring like a tide toward Jining Road, chasing the ambulance. Lin Chuyan couldn't help muttering. They're real angels, aren't they? Sacrificing themselves to save others. Han Kaiwei gave a TCH and pointed at the siren-blaring vehicle. Look how crooked it's driving. 10 to 1 it's a woman driver who doesn't know the equipment and can't turn off the siren. Lin Chuyan sucked in a cold breath. Then aren't the loader and ambulance up front totally screwed? That's why one idiot teammate is scarier than a god-tier enemy. Sure enough, the loader was powerful, but with these road conditions it couldn't build up speed, and the zombies behind it caught up like a tide. That ambulance driving like a drunkard weaved along, the driver even sticking her head out the window to look back. Yep, a woman driver. Seeing the tide of zombies behind her, her face contorted with terror and her mouth opened in a scream. Crunch, she wasn't watching the road and slammed straight into the ambulance ahead. The front vehicle was hit sideways and flipped over, and the rear one stalled. A male doctor climbed out of the front vehicle and without so much as a glance at the charging zombies, pointed at the woman driver and launched into a warm greeting. Though we couldn't hear it, from his furious state the greeting was surely very warm indeed. The woman driver started crying, wailing as she spoke. Reading her lips, it looked like, "How is this my fault? You've got no responsibility here." Roar, the tide of zombies rushed over and swallowed both ambulances. Just then, Jiang Xin suddenly tapped me. I turned to look. On the screen, all the zombies alongside Yinchi Road had poured into Jining Road, and this stretch was nearly empty, with only a few lame-legged zombies straggling behind, struggling toward the intersection. And the alley we were in was right beside Jining Road. The area outside the alley mouth had emptied too. The woman driving that ambulance, with her string of blunders, had inadvertently opened up the road to the school for us. Jiang Xin said quickly, "If we go out from here, we're on Yinchi Road. It's only 300 meters to the school's northwest gate. We can make a run for it." Everyone's heart was pounding. Too risky. This stretch of Yinchi Road was clear of zombies, but not far off it was packed with them, and one wrong move could send the zombies from both sides flowing back, trapping us right in the middle of the intersection. Jiang Xin continued rapidly. "We cut through the school to Huashan Road on the other side, and we can keep heading east toward the Huangpu River. It'll get us right around the jammed-up Yinchi Road." Han Kaiwei asked, "And if Huashan Road is jammed with zombies too?" "Not likely. It's not a main artery. The key issue is that whatever route we take, we'll run into situations like this. But this road," she pointed at Yinchi Road, "is out of the question no matter what." Han Kaiwei was convinced and nodded. I gazed at the screen, rapidly assessing. 300 meters. These days I could run 100 meters in 6 or 7 seconds at least. 300 would take half a minute at most. Zhuang Xiaodai was the weakest, but even a minute would be enough. Plus, this stretch of roadside had no storefronts, so no fear of zombies bursting out of shops to intercept us. The risk wasn't great. And going to the school had another advantage Jiang Xin hadn't mentioned, and maybe hadn't thought of. The Mashi campus was surrounded on all sides by high walls, with a relatively low population density inside, an enclosed environment. Getting to the Huangpu River and out of the city was the ideal scenario. Best if we could pull it off. But from here to the Huangpu River was at least 5 kilometers, all through Shanghai's busiest, most zombie-dense districts, and I wasn't sure we could push through. If getting out of the city failed, the school wasn't a bad defensive position either. The dorm building and library were tall and sturdy with few entrances, defensible to the last. Being besieged was of course a poor option, but when there was nothing else, it was at least a way out. I was always one to act the moment I decided, and I made the call at once. "Go. We'll charge through and recall the drone after." I got up first and walked out of the underground garage into the alley, and once everyone had assembled, I was the first to charge out, the rest immediately following. The moment I burst out, I saw the teeming zombies on Yinchi Road in the distance, and my adrenaline instantly spiked. A zombie missing a foot was limping toward Jining Road. Hearing footsteps, it turned its head and saw me charging over, and immediately whirled around to rush at me. I paid it no mind at all, cutting diagonally under the elevated overpass toward the far side of the road. By the time that gimpy zombie hobbled over, even Zhuang Xiaodai had already run far off. We crossed the road smoothly, but when we reached the other side of Yinchi Road and ran east, we ran head-on into a few zombies. I immediately accelerated. "You all follow Teacher Jiang and charge." As I spoke, I raised the iron rod and rushed forward, one swing sending the lead zombie flying. Its spine snapped clean through, its upper and lower halves landing folded together. Thunk, thunk, thunk. I struck lightning fast, the iron rod battering wildly, smashing apart the heads of the remaining few zombies outright, and Jiang Xin and the others hadn't even caught up to me yet. I was startled, then instantly overjoyed. No wonder the ancestors called the spear the king of weapons and the staff their progenitor. This iron rod was just too handy. Right now, far ahead of me, both sides of the road were packed with zombies, and I was charging straight toward them. My heart pounded, thrilling. A few seconds later, as I spotted the school gate, some zombies in the distance finally saw me and came rushing head-on. The school's main gate had 2 iron-grated panels, one open and one closed, high walls on both sides, and a thick gatehouse structure above. I knew all this, so I wasn't too worried about the distant zombies. As long as we made it inside and shut the gate in time, a small number of zombies wouldn't easily force it open. Just then, as I passed the entrance of a convenience store, a girl in a clerk's uniform suddenly came bursting out of the shop, clearly already turned. I could dodge her easily, but Teacher Jiang and the others behind me definitely couldn't. I paused my steps slightly, gave her a swing of the iron rod, and kept running. Gasping and panting, the group charged into the campus and immediately shut the iron gate. The little courtyard was dead silent. The campus streetlights were, incredibly, still on, casting a dim yellow glow. Among the buildings near and far, some old ones were completely dark, while many others had their lights on. The iron grating didn't block the line of sight, so to keep the zombies from spotting us and getting interested, I immediately waved everyone into the campus interior, out of the gate sightline. But then a stream of zombies suddenly emerged from the parking lot ahead on the right, charging at us diagonally. "Keep going." I gave them a glance and ignored them, running forward along the road. A big iron gate keeping out zombies worked on the same principle as a U-lock keeping out thieves. It stops the honest, not the dishonest. Without a target, zombies wouldn't ram at full force, but let them see something they wanted inside the gate. and their full-force ramming would blow right through it. After running a while, cutting through two old buildings, we came upon a garden plaza ahead. To the right were classroom buildings, fairly open. Ahead and to the left was the theater, and across from the theater was the sports field. A fair number of zombies had gathered on the field. Everyone who came to Moshi had decent looks pretty much across the board. Every zombie, male or female, was slender, but now they'd all turned. Seeing them, Jiang Xin's face instantly changed. She hadn't felt much looking at strange zombies before, but these before her were all her schoolmates and students. To the theater. The way ahead was blocked, and the zombies behind had caught up. The theater was where stage performances were normally held. At 8 in the morning it should be mostly empty, and its ground floor had two doors, one on our side, and another that opened out near the dorm district. I planned to duck into the theater to shake off these zombies, and led the charge inside. The group rushed toward the theater, inevitably drawing the attention of the zombies on the field across the way, and they immediately charged over too. I'd anticipated all of this. The whole point was to lure them all into the theater so we could move about freely once we came out. Teacher Jiang, take the lead. Upstairs, out the other passage. The moment I rushed into the theater, I dodged aside. Jiang Xin wasted no words, leading the group straight through the lobby toward the stairs. As Zhuang Xiaodai, the last one, dashed in, the frontmost zombie was practically glued to her backside. Bam! I'd been waiting for this moment. One swing swept the zombie back, knocking down several behind it, and chaos erupted outside the door instantly. Just then a crashing sound came from the lobby too. There might not have been many people in the theater, but that didn't mean there were none, and they'd run into zombies. Still, this group had basically all reached level 5, so a handful of zombies was nothing. I held the door a while, and once I figured Teacher Jiang and the others had made it upstairs, I gave chase forward. Roar! The big mass of zombies came tumbling and scrambling in. When I reached the C-shaped staircase, I saw Teacher Jiang and the others had already climbed to the top. This time the three leading the way ahead of her were 3 zombies. The group could just barely hold their own now. I brought up the rear, and the lobby below quickly grew lively as a huge horde surged up the stairs. The slower ones simply trampled down by those behind, the zombie mass rolling upward like a cresting wave, incredibly fast. By the time I reached the top of the stairs, the zombies behind had already caught up with me. I frowned inwardly. Why did the zombies in the school seem generally a bit higher level? Did they eat well here? At this rate, we couldn't shake them. I immediately shouted, into the theater hall. Teacher Jiang wasted no words, leading everyone straight in. The so-called theater hall was basically like a movie theater, horseshoe-shaped, with the narrow front section being the stage on the ground floor, and the opposite side all packed with seats, sloping up from the first floor to the second. Teacher Jiang led the charge from the back rows toward the front, and the seats were so dense that the 3 frontmost zombies immediately tripped and tumbled downward. She ignored them, jumping straight onto the seats and running forward across them. Roar! The zombie horde chasing in behind faced the same situation. The moment they charged into the seating area, they tripped, those behind trampling over the bodies of those in front to rush forward, then tumbling down to the left. The whole horde advanced while tilting and rolling down the slope, its forward speed drastically reduced. A few zombies, though, chased up through the narrow rear passage, leaping and lunging at us. Whoosh! My feet never stopped. One sweep of the rod sent zombies flying like autumn leaves before the wind. I ran a stretch, more zombies charged, another sweep. 3 sweeps in, Jiang Xin at the front reached the small door at the end of the passage and pushed it open. Once everyone was out, she and I slammed it shut together. Bam! And everyone finally breathed a little easier. The zombies at the other end were still pouring endlessly into the theater hall, and with this door shut, as long as there was no other commotion, they'd just stay inside, watching the show for a good long while. Outside the door was a T-shaped corridor. We didn't linger, following the corridor to the main hallway and rushing toward the staircase at the other end. A lone zombie stood on the stairs doing who knows what. I lunged over in a single stride, leaping up from above and bringing the rod down on its head to knock it over, then vaulted over the railing in the next bound and landed on the first floor. TSK, jumping high and far really does feel great. Reaching the theater's exit at the other end, I looked out first. The zombies on the field behind and to the right had thinned by more than half, and the remaining ones were farther off now. To the right across the way was the library, facing the field directly. From my side, I could only see the wall. Going left, the dorm building was on the left and the cafeteria on the right. The cafeteria definitely had no shortage of zombies, but luckily this route skirted around it. I led the group down the steps, walked left along the base of the theater wall, and then saw the lit-up dorm building. Only a few windows were lit. The ones with curtains drawn probably had survivors. Many zombies had gathered on the open ground in front of the dorm. This was Moshi's old campus, with just over 1,000 people total, and only one dorm building. Such a large campus with only 1,000 people was one of the reasons I wanted to make this a defensive stronghold, easy to clear out. Just the zombies we'd killed these past 2 days probably numbered in the hundreds, not to mention the several hundred we'd just lured into the theater. The rest of the campus probably had only a few hundred zombies left. Judging by the timing of the outbreak, there shouldn't be many people left in the dorm building, so we could clear it out first. Clear out the dorm, cafeteria, and library, and this place could serve as both a fallback route and a base. Even for long-term survival, drinking water was no worry, and for food, forget what the cafeteria had stockpiled, just the convenience store on the dorm's ground floor had plenty. The whole dorm was 18 floors. Floors 1 through 3 were shops, server rooms, and management offices and residences. Floors 4 through 10 were men's dorms, and floors 11 through 18 were women's dorms. My dorm was on the 10th floor. Suddenly, thud, with a scream, a figure plummeted from above and slammed into the ground. My eyes were quick. One glance and I saw it. A stark naked girl, black hair, and Asian face. Snap, I looked up. In a corner room on the 18th floor, the light was on and the window open, and a bare-chested, muscular blonde man stood there. Backlit. I couldn't make out his features, but as he closed the window and turned, I saw the corner of his mouth curl into a cold sneer. A foreigner? It suddenly hit me. Floors 17 and 18 housed the international students, both men and women. This bunch, at 8 in the morning, most likely wouldn't have left the dorm. The fallen girl immediately drew the attention of the surrounding zombies, and in a few of the lit rooms upstairs, curtains parted a crack as people poked their heads out to look. My eyes narrowed, cold light flashing in them. That girl had screamed as she fell, so she'd been alive. But wasn't the 18th floor all international students? I'd been here only a short time, so I wasn't entirely familiar with the dorm building situation. Before long, the zombies on the open ground in front of the building had all clustered around the fallen girl. I sprang out in a single stride, swinging the rod at the zombies from behind, and dealt with a dozen-plus zombies in short order. Sun Wukong. A girl's startled cry came from a window upstairs, then went quiet again. I didn't look up, nor did I look at the fallen girl, but charged straight into a convenience store on the ground floor. The shop was empty. In the front door and out the back was the ground floor lobby. Flanking the lobby were a barber shop, a print shop, and the like, and there was even a Lamborghini showroom, brightly lit, the 2 cars dazzling. From my very first day here, I'd wondered why there was a Lamborghini showroom in a student dorm building. What was the meaning of it? I couldn't help thinking of He Yuting again. After coming to Shanghai, she'd casually brought up the subject of money with me several times. Like, Lamborghinis are so gorgeous. Wouldn't it be great if we had one? Or so-and-so's bag is so pretty. I hear one costs over 100,000. Are these rich people all idiots? I shook my head to myself. I hadn't paid attention at the time, but thinking back now, He Yuting had called those girls idiots. Yet she herself soon became one of those idiots. The fame and fortune arena of show business had been foreshadowed from the moment a freshman walked into the dorm and saw that showroom. Entering the lobby required a facial recognition gate scan, though of course you could just vault over it. I walked up to the gate and was about to jump when the turnstile automatically recognized someone and opened. Jiang Xin came to the dorm building often, so naturally she had access to. Roar. A few zombies wandering the lobby charged over. The fastest was a female student, barefoot, wrapped in nothing but a bath towel, a meal card tucked into the towel at her chest, with a first-rate figure. College students these days really are something, coming down to eat wrapped in a bath towel. After 2 or 3 days, the towel's knot had loosened. Maybe she ran too fast, but it suddenly came undone and flew backward, the meal card dropping. A rather bizarre scene. Whoosh! I didn't hold back, thrusting the rod at her. Bam bam bam. 4 swings dropped the 4 zombies in the lobby. Ow wow. Lin Chuin and the others clambered over the gate one by one, but Zhuang Xiaodai, the last, couldn't make it over and pitched forward onto the ground, kneeling and lifting her head, her eyes instantly reddening, her little mouth pressed into a pout of grievance. Ahead was the elevator lobby, to the left was the stairwell. The 2 elevators were separated by gender, facial recognition scan, and my access only went up to the 10th floor. After hesitating a moment, I decided to take the stairs. Everyone's level had gone up now. Our stamina was up, so climbing was no problem. Before, someone like Lin Chuin climbing 20 floors would definitely have collapsed halfway. Each level raised your constitution by 30%. Reaching level 5 had already boosted it nearly 3-fold, and even for the girls that was no small margin. And I was level 8 now, my constitution boosted 6-fold. Han Kaiwei had a B-grade base constitution and was level 6. Using her as a reference, my level multiplier was 2.5 times hers, and an S-grade base strength was nearly 3 times her B-grade. By raw strength alone, I was now roughly over 5 times her. Even if she also reached level 8, I'd still have nearly triple her constitution. Simply put, the higher the level, the greater the gap between people of different base constitutions. The 5 constitution grades weren't classified purely by current strength, but by reference to potential value. Potential peaks in one's early 20s and declines with age. Tyson at his peak in his mid-20s, with 500 kilograms of punching force, would definitely have been S-grade then. But at 60, he'd never make S-grade. I trained in boxing for 10 years, and 2 months ago, I tested my peak single punch at 240 kilograms, far exceeding the average manual labor youth, though a huge gap from top boxing champions and strongmen. But that didn't affect an S-grade rating. My punching force now was definitely well over 1,500 kilograms, with a peak probably breaking 2,000. And strength doesn't fully equate to combat power. My 10 years of Xingyiquan weren't practiced in vain. Even if I'd stepped into the ring before the apocalypse, facing a boxer with 300 to 400 kilograms of punching force, I'd definitely get KO'd. But a no-holds-barred fight to the death was another matter. Real Xingyiquan is no joke. My tested punching force definitely exceeded my grandfather's. Yet that didn't stop the old man from laying me flat for days with a single punch. I'd guess his Xingyiquan was at level 4 or 5. Though it's hard to say, the 20-year-old Zhang Suishan once thought Zhang Sanfeng's martial arts were only half a notch above the golden-haired Lion King's. But what good is fighting ability in modern society? You still eat purple pills. Yet as levels rose, the terrifying growth rate of my S-grade constitution was becoming more and more apparent. We first climbed to the 10th floor, where the stairs ended. Ahead was a fire door into the 10th floor corridor, and on the left was a heavy fire door locked shut, impassable. I was startled. So used to taking the elevator, I'd forgotten the 10th floor didn't connect to the 11th. The men's and women's dorms were physically separated. The always open fire door in front stood open, directly facing the water room, with a corpse lying on the floor. A zombie corpse lying here meant this floor's survivors had already fought their way out. No surprise, after 2 or 3 days everyone had a head on their shoulders, so naturally there were brave ones. And besides, there weren't many zombies here. I walked into the corridor first, looked to the right, and sure enough there were several zombie corpses on the floor too. Not only corpses, from the 2 dorm rooms nearest the stairwell, a rope had been tossed out and laid on the ground. I understood at once and walked forward. Just as I reached the rope that had been lying on the ground suddenly snapped taut and rose up, catching me right at the shins. A tripwire. This trick was effective against zombies. Trip them first, then charge out from both sides to hack them down. Much easier. There's no shortage of clever people in this world. Twang, I kicked the rope away. Holy shit. Shouts immediately rang out from the dorm rooms on both sides. Bang bang. The doors opened, and several male students charged out wielding bed legs and fruit knives. Swish. I abruptly backed off, and the boys lunged into empty air. Just as they twisted around to continue attacking, they suddenly caught sight of the several pretty girls behind me and froze, sizing them up for a few moments before asking, "You guys are people? If I were a zombie, you'd have been dead already." The boys frowned, and one barked, "What class and department are you from?" Chingha. Just then another boy poked out from a dorm room, freezing the instant he saw me. Swish. All eyes turned toward him. I looked. It was my classmate Lu Qifan. He stared at me blankly, his face full of shock. You actually came?" I'd said in the class group chat before that I'd come back to school if I got the chance, so of course he'd seen it, and evidently remembered. I also remembered what he'd said in the group, and immediately gave a slight smile. I heard someone said that if I could make it back to school, he'd eat shit standing on his head. Lu Qifan's expression changed. "Cut the crap, serious business first." "Huh? Teacher Jiang came too?" Actually, it wasn't just their class. Most of the boys in the whole school knew Jiang Xin. She was just too famous. Anyone who saw her once wouldn't forget. It was just that now, standing among a group of beauties, the scene was too dazzling, and these guys' eyes couldn't keep up, so they hadn't noticed her at first. Jiang Xin nodded. "Qifan, where are the other students from our class?" Lu Qifan's expression instantly changed. My eyes narrowed slightly. "Where are Lin Boxiao and Cheng Zhanyu?" These two had spoken in the group chat before, still alive at the time. Lu Qifan said, "No. When we found them, they were already dead." His eyes shifted evasively. I sighed inwardly. Lu Qifan, this guy, was utterly unreliable now. Their class had 15 boys total spread across 4 dorm rooms. Me, Lu Qifan, Lin Boxiao, and Cheng Zhanyu were each in different rooms. It seemed that of the class, only he and Lu Qifan, 2 boys, were left at the school now. "Lu Qifan, this guy's from your class." Just then, a strong, muscular young man standing in the center of the group, 6'2", obviously a regular gym-goer, spoke up. "Ah, yes, Bro Chong. This is Chungha from our class." Lu Qifan was still trying to explain who I was, but Bro Chong couldn't be bothered to hear him out halfway. His gaze swept past me and glanced over the faces of the women, and he smiled. Teacher Jiang, my name is Zhou Wenxiang, a year below you, though not the same department. You've probably heard my name? Jiang Xin's gaze swept over quickly, and she nodded with a smile. Never heard of it. The smile on Zhou Wenxiang's face instantly froze. One of his lackeys beside him immediately chimed in. Our bro Chong is a level 3 powerhouse. A strange look crossed my face. Character, Zhou Wenxiang HP, 195 level, 2 base constitution, A grade skill, sloppy brawling talent, performer, rare. The talent, performer. This guy hadn't gone into the acting department? What a waste of talent. Though he was only level 2, he had a high base and a skill on top of it, so showing off in this group, he was indeed qualified. Most of the others were only level 1, all B grade base constitution, and even 2 C grades, as weak as the girls. Most right. Lu Qifan hadn't killed a single zombie, and didn't even have level information. Besides him, one other person had no level either. But one of them caught my attention. Character, Kong Bowen HP, 66 level, 1 base constitution, C grade talent, concealer, uncommon. Talent grades from highest to lowest were unique, uncommon, rare, common, and mass, 5 tiers. This guy's concealer was actually uncommon. It must have a big use. I didn't know Kong Bowen, short, scrawny, glasses, a very timid look about him. I hadn't been at the school long, wasn't good at socializing, and what little time I had was largely taken up by He Yiting, so I couldn't even recognize all my own classmates, let alone those from other classes and departments. Seeing the look in my eyes, Lu Qifan volunteered an explanation. This is Kong Bowen, incredibly lucky. When his roommates turned into zombies, he happened to be asleep, and somehow he dodged the whole thing. I nodded to myself. Could concealer let him avoid being detected by zombies? If that were true, that'd be amazing, and even uncommon would be underrating it. But was Lu Qifan trying to curry favor with me? Zhou Wenxiang had just gotten his composure back after his lackey's flattery, and Lu Qifan's interruption soured his mood again. To keep him from cutting in again, Zhou Wenxiang immediately said, Teacher Jiang, it's fine if you don't know me. You will, in time. Now that you've come to us in the boys' dorm, we'll take responsibility for your safety from here on. The eyes of the several boys instantly lit up. Han Kaiwei didn't coddle him at all, sneering coldly. You? A level 3 little loser. Puffed. Lin Chuin outright laughed. Zhuang Xiaodai mediated. His heart's in the right place after all. Zhou Wenxiang's frozen expression had just eased a bit when her next line slapped it right back down. Even if he is a little out of his depth. Seeing the two sides talking past each other, Lu Qifan hurriedly played peacemaker. Enough, enough. Jiang Xin, still worried about her students, asked, Where are Han Shihua and the others? Hearing that name, Lu Qifan's expression changed slightly. They're not in a good situation. What happened to them? Lu Qifan's face turned grim. The international students upstairs. The dorm building had never lost power. The wireless network was largely down, but the wired network that the Wi-Fi connected to still worked, so even though they couldn't meet face-to-face across the doors, Lu Qifan still knew the situation in the women's dorms upstairs. On the 18th floor, there was a British international student, tall and burly and very strong, who quickly cleared out the zombies on the 18th floor thanks to his advantages, roped in a batch of international students as lackeys, and then cleared out the 17th floor too. Floors 17 and 18 both housed international students, while Han Shihua and Bai Yuanji lived on the 16th. Today, the international students had begun reaching their hands down to the 16th floor, breaking down doors everywhere to gather food and grab girls to toy with, even flinging the ones they got bored of straight off the building to their deaths. Han Shihua and Bai Yuanji had been badly frightened hearing the commotion in their dorm, but didn't dare go out. Those international students were vicious. They deliberately left 2 zombies on the girls' floor, so they couldn't run down even if they wanted to. Hearing this news, everyone's face changed in unison, instantly furious. Lin Chuin jabbed her finger at Zhou Wenxiang's nose and cursed. A whole bunch of you boys, and you won't even go help your own female classmates being bullied by outsiders. And you're still standing here, shamelessly showing off. One of the boys pointed at the corridor. See that door? Go open it if you've got what it takes. That door's completely sealed off. Can't be opened at all, and we can't get up there. Damn it, they wall us boys off from the girls like we're thieves. But the international students' dorm connects to the girls' dorm with no barrier at all. On this subject, the whole group was filled with righteous indignation. I said nothing, turned, and walked toward the stairwell. Zhou Wenxiang and the others put on amused expressions. That was no ordinary fire door, practically a wall, and their side didn't even have a keyhole. There was no way to damage it even if they tried. They exchanged glances and all followed to watch me make a fool of myself. I strode up to that welded shut door and, thunk, one kick sent the door flying right out. Holy shit. Everyone was instantly stunned. They'd studied that door for more than a day, and nothing they tried had budged it in the slightest. Yet I kicked it flying with one kick. Was this guy even human? Lu Chifan's anxiously suspended heart finally sank. This was the powerhouse who'd fought his way out of the subway station. So Qinghe really did no martial arts. I ignored them, rushed through the door, and climbed up the stairwell. Jiang Xin and the others chased close behind, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't catch up to me. Zhou Wenxiang, at the back, was even more dejected. He found he couldn't even outrun a few little girls, and Zhuang Xiaodai, that little squirt, could leave him in the dust. Was this reasonable? I strode along, and before I'd even charged up to the 16th floor, I heard screams from upstairs. Help! Get away from me. I sprang up in 2 bounds, leaping straight onto the 16th floor and charging into the corridor. It was a scene of chaos. 2 female corpses lay dead, no telling whether human or zombie. 2 men wielding weapons had just broken open a dorm door and were dragging a girl out. Strangely, both of them had black hair and Asian faces. Another blonde man and an Asian-faced man were battering down another door, and one abnormally tall blonde man stood in the middle of the hallway watching coldly. The instant I saw this man, I was almost certain he was the one who'd just thrown the girl off the building. Character, Titus Crane HP. 495 level. For base constitution, A-grade talent. Strength enhancement, common. An ordinary talent, but a very high base constitution. No wonder he was so arrogant, reaching level 4 even inside a dorm building. Were there that many zombies here? Oh, maybe these international students all slept in late, so most had stayed in their dorms. Bam! The other door was broken open too. Ah! A girl's scream came from inside. Qinghe, save me. Hearing my name called, I immediately knew who it was and dashed over. Haha! Scream all you want. Scream your throat raw and no one will come save you. One line, dripping with that villainous officer vibe. The 2 Asian-faced men holding the girl caught sight of me head-on and both froze. One roared at me. Percent Sumnida? Die you. I lunged over in one stride and smashed that South Korean student's head to a pulp with one swing. The other was also a South Korean student. Before he could get a word out past his terror-widened eyes, his head was smashed to a pulp too. Thump! The 2 headless corpses hit the floor, and the girl who'd been grabbed knelt on the ground, eyes vacant and dazed, clearly scared out of her wits. By now Crane had spotted me too, still with his arms crossed over his chest, sneering. Using a stick. Are you a monkey? Whoosh! I swung the rod out. Crane's expression instantly changed dramatically. My swing was too fast. He couldn't dodge at all. I'd held back some force on this swing, but it still snapped his spine clean through. Crane collapsed to the floor and outright started crying. The other 2 male international students who'd just broken down a door and were about to charge in, seeing their leader dropped by a single swing, were instantly dumbstruck. The tall blonde man immediately said, I am of the great British EMP. British you're. One punch sent his mouth full of teeth flying. Yeah, yemmit. The last one, a short Asian-faced fellow dripping with that villainous officer accent, was obviously a Japanese international student, and he dropped straight to his knees. Your Britain is worth jack shit. I cursed and stomped a foot down on the blonde youth's chest. Crack! His sternum shattered completely. Only then did I turn back to the kneeling Japanese international student. Your yamit is so damn revolting. Slap! A backhand. His head spun around several times on his neck, then, snap, broke off and fell. Splurt! Hot blood sprayed out. A pity he was too short, and even shorter kneeling down, so the blood didn't reach the ceiling. Only then did I turn to look inside the dorm. 2 girls held a fruit knife and a wash basin to shield themselves, huddled in the innermost corner. It was exactly Han Shihua and Bai Yuanji. After 6 eyes met for a long moment, Han Shihua was the first to drop the basin and rush out, giving me a bear hug outright. Qinghe, you finally came, Lo. Bai Yuanji went limp, the basin and fruit knife in her hands both dropping to the floor. Her hair was damp with sweat, and leaning against the wall she said feebly, Thank God, you came. Han Shihua was clearly badly frightened, sobbing endlessly against my shoulder, and I had no choice but to ramp up the comforting. After comforting her for a good while, her crying gradually quieted. I looked past her at Bai Yuanji inside the dorm, and seeing her sit on the ground and not get up for a long while, I asked, Are you okay? Bai Yuanji was very fair, the classic cold fair complexion, with an air about her whole person that said keep your distance, and I'd heard her family had quite a background too, a standardized beauty. Though the 4 beauties of Mashi's class of 26 freshmen were ranked equal, after Jiang Xin, Bai Yuanji had the loudest support to be the new campus queen of the Shanghai Theater Academy. Han Shihua was 163 centimeters, baby-faced, and her most prominent feature was her magnificent bosom. I hadn't felt much before, just thought she must get tired walking, but only now did I realize she was in no way inferior to even Ruan Qinghe. Opposite the cool and aloof by Yuanji, Han Shihua was the class livewire, loving to talk, laugh, and cry. Apart from He Yating, she was the female classmate who'd left the deepest impression on me. Bai Yuanji gazed at me, her pretty face reddening slightly. I can't get up. Having said this, her clear, bright eyes looked at me. Hearing this, Han Shihua's crying suddenly caught. She'd understood Bai Yuanji's implication, that she wanted me to go help her up. Han Shihua was slightly taken aback. 2 months into the semester, Bai Yuanji had always avoided contact with male classmates. Forget physical contact, she basically kept over 2 meters distance from all males. So what had gotten into her today? Oh, maybe she was just hungry. She'd given the last of today's crackers to Han Shihua to eat. Unfortunately, I seemingly didn't catch her implication and gave Han Shihua's bottom a pat. You go help her up. Han Shihua's pretty face flushed, but somehow, hearing this, her heart felt oddly pleased. From the start of the semester, she'd been very interested the first time she saw me, not purely for my looks, but because she felt I had a lot of character. It was just a pity I already had He Yating. But now, what's he screeching about? Just then Jiang Xin and the others walked over. Han Kaiwei was an academic washout who dropped out in middle school and couldn't understand English, so seeing Crane sprawled on the floor endlessly crying "Meum," she found it a bit odd. Lin Chuin said with a touch of sarcasm, "He's calling for his mommy." TCH. Han Kaiwei couldn't be bothered to give him another glance. That look, in Crane's eyes, did more damage than that swing of mine. He'd actually been scorned by a little girl. He was the proud Crane. But regrettably, he couldn't even crawl up now. Seeing Han Shihua, Jiang Xin hurriedly walked over. "Shihua, are you okay? Where are the others?" "Teacher Jiang." Han Shihua said, "Yuanji's inside. I don't know about the others." "Oh right, Yuanji's too hungry to get up. I need to go help her." Halfway through, she turned to look and saw that Bai Yuanji had already climbed up on her own and couldn't help being startled. "Here, I've got food." Jiang Xin took Han Shihua's hand and walked into the dorm, pulling food and water out of her backpack for them. "Whoa, this is wonderful, Teacher Jiang. You're an absolute angel. These past 2 days, Yuanji and I really didn't know how we'd survive." A flash of shame crossed Jiang Xin's face, and she stole a glance at me. This is all thanks to Qinghe. Otherwise, even I would have. Han Shihua couldn't be bothered with anything else and first chugged half a bottle of water, then tore open a chocolate bar and stuffed it into her mouth. Seeing Bai Yuanji walk over, and worried she might not have the strength to tear open the packaging, she gnawed on hers while tearing one open and handing it over. Bai Yuanji took it but didn't eat, first telling me, "Pei Jing is diagonally across the hall, the others." She didn't finish, but her meaning was clear. Only the 3 of them girls were probably left here. I nodded and turned to walk forward. As it turned out, Pei Jing's dorm door had been broken open, and there was no one inside. No way to tell whether the door had been broken by zombies or... At that thought, I said, "You all search this floor. I'll go up and take a look." Han Kaiwei said, "I'll go with you." Lin Chuin immediately added, "Me too. Kaiwei alone is enough." Lin Chuin instantly pouted her little mouth. Han Kaiwei was secretly delighted, then froze. What am I so happy about? Just then Zhou Wenxiang's group climbed up too, panting for breath. They looked at the headless corpses on the floor, then at the iron rod in my hand stained with blood and hair, and instantly understood. I'd climbed 6 floors in one go lugging such a thick, long iron rod, and killed 5 male international students. Hard-headed ones were, after all, a minority. The wise submit to circumstance, and everyone's gaze toward me immediately turned reverent. I happened to pass right by Crane and pointed at him with the iron rod. "You guys come up with a way for him to die? Whoever's the most creative gets a reward from me." The classmate who'd flattered Zhou Wenxiang earlier immediately said, "Don't worry, Boss Qinghe. Tao Chengyue, will definitely set it all up crystal clear for him. Guaranteed to satisfy you." Lu Qifan cursed inwardly. Damn it, he beat me to it. Lugging the iron rod, I came up to the floor above. The 17th floor corridor was in chaos, with many zombie corpses on the ground, every door broken open, the rooms inside either empty or holding only zombie corpses. After looking around, I climbed up to the 18th floor. This one was actually clean, clearly cleared out, probably because Crane and his crew wanted to live here. Likewise, many doors were broken open, and many were shut. I couldn't be bothered with pleasantries and just kicked the doors open with my foot. Bam! One clean-looking dorm had 4 girls huddled inside, all Asian faces with black hair and black eyes. The instant the door burst open, the girls trembled all over in fright, then looked up and were startled to see me and Han Kaiwei. "What country are you from?" One girl said timidly. "We're all South Korean international students, imprisoned here by Crane and the others." I immediately recalled that Crane had 2 South Korean male international students under him. Your own countrymen wouldn't even look out for you. The four girls instantly gritted their teeth in hatred. They're not men. South Korean men only know how to lick European guys' hooks. Hearing this, I felt somewhat satisfied. These girls could be spared, since they were victims after all, and the international students who could be brought here were quite easy on the eyes too. I asked, "Do you know where the Chinese students who were captured are being held?" The four girls shook their heads. I turned and left, not even bothering to close the door, and continued forward. The second dorm held two blonde beauties. "What country are you from?" "We're from Ukraine." The third dorm. I kicked the door open, and the moment I saw the scene inside, I froze. There was actually a blonde woman's corpse lying in the dorm. A human corpse, definitely not a zombie. She'd fallen backward, eyes wide open, a bloody hole in her chest, blood soaking a large patch of her clothes. She clearly hadn't been killed by a zombie, otherwise she'd have turned into one already. From the wound, she'd obviously been stabbed to death with a sharp weapon. Judging by the blood, she hadn't been dead long. Strange, Crane's whole crew had gone downstairs, so who killed her? I couldn't figure out the situation for the moment. When I can't work something out, I just stopped thinking about it. I continued forward and came to the fourth closed dorm. Before I even lifted my foot, the door opened on its own. "Sir, you're back." An Asian-faced girl was kneeling on the ground, reaching out to take off my shoes as she spoke. The next moment, she suddenly froze, looking up to see clearly that it was me, and was instantly dumbstruck. I looked at her coldly. "Whose shoes are you taking off?" She stared at me blankly for a couple of moments, then hurriedly poked her head out to glance around, lowered her voice, and said in heavily Hokkaido-accented Chinese, "Get out of here, fast. There's a demon here." She was obviously a Japanese international student. I was puzzled. "Then why don't you leave? It's all zombies outside. Where could a lone woman like me go? Besides, my boyfriend is still here." I was startled. "Where?" He submitted to the demon. "This demon you're talking about. It's Crane, isn't it?" She nodded. I understood in an instant. So that Japanese lackey of Crane's I'd just killed was her boyfriend. I crossed my arms over my chest and looked down at her. "Your boyfriend went off to lick Crane's stinking feet and handed you over to Crane too. And then you submitted as well." A flash of panic crossed her face, and she seemed about to say something, but in the end she just nodded and changed her tune. "The strong are to be revered." I lost interest in talking with her and finally asked, "Where are the Chinese girls you captured?" She shook her head. "I don't know." I turned and left, giving Han Kaiwei a look. Han Kaiwei stepped forward and swung the fire axe. Since I'd killed that Japanese male student, his girlfriend naturally couldn't be spared either. Ah! A short, sharp scream in the dorm cut off abruptly. Then Han Kaiwei walked out lugging the bloody axe. In the corridor, the two Ukrainian students saw this scene and trembled all over in fright. On the other hand, one of the South Korean students said resentfully, "Well killed. The Japanese are the biggest cowards." I'd searched every floor from 16 to 18 and hadn't found Pei Jing, which puzzled me somewhat. Could she have been killed and her body dumped already? But soon I put the matter out of my mind and looked at the South Korean student who'd cheered. "What's your name?" This South Korean girl was very tall, 172, a standard South Korean beauty, commonly known as a plastic surgery face. But whether she'd had work done or not, tell me, wasn't she a sight for sore eyes? "My name is Park Hyunhae." "Hyunhae?" Before I could speak, she suddenly dropped to her knees, tears in her eyes. "That bastard left us no way to live. You're a freshman this year too, aren't you?" "I've seen you." "Huh." I was a little surprised. Was I really that famous at school? How did I not know? "I beg you, for the sake of being schoolmates, give us a way to live." The other three South Korean girls knelt down too. The remaining two Ukrainian beauties seemed not to understand what was going on, but knelt as well, saying in stammering Chinese, "We were the same." I looked at them. "Fine. Behave yourselves, and you can come with me." "Thank you, schoolmate, we'll behave." "We will behave too." I continued searching to see if I'd missed anything. The 16th floor. Full and watered, Han Shihua and Bai Yuanji both let out long breaths. Everyone else had gone downstairs, leaving only the two of them on this floor. Han Shihua gazed at Bai Yuanji and suddenly said, "Do you think Chinghe will break up with He Yiting?" "He will, right?" Bai Yuanji pursed her lips. "We don't even know whether He Yiting is dead or alive." Han Shihua suddenly lowered her head, a flush creeping over her face. Bai Yuanji looked at her oddly. "What's wrong with you?" Han Shihua kept her head down. Hey Yuanji, I. Bai Yuanji grew a bit impatient. "What are you actually trying to say? What do you think about me and Chinghe?" Bai Yuanji was startled and gazed at her quietly. "You and Chinghe? Are you even in the running?" But she didn't say it out loud. Back in the dorm, whenever Chinghe came up, Han Shihua's eyes would light up. How could Bai Yuanji not have noticed? And after all, Han Shihua was her close friend, and now that the world had turned into this, they'd have to depend on each other to survive from here on. At that thought, Bai Yuanji couldn't help cautioning. It probably won't be easy. Han Shihua nodded. I know, which is why this needs a clean, decisive cut, no dragging it out. So that he doesn't get snatched away by some other girl. Bai Yuanji was dumbfounded. They say big boobs mean no brains, and Han Shihua was the perfect proof. Girl, didn't you even see the whole bunch of women Xinghe brought along? And there's Teacher Jiang, Teacher Jiang, she? Bai Yuanji's eyes instantly went round. So, I have an idea. Han Shihua suddenly looked up, her sparkling eyes gazing at her. Huh? You have an idea too. Han Shihua didn't catch the sarcasm at all, and nodded earnestly. I'll pretend I sprained my ankle and get him to bathe me. How about that? Bai Yuanji blinked. Seeing she said nothing, Han Shihua tugged at her hand. Just tell me how it sounds. Pretty bold, pretty good. Heh. I think it's a good idea too. It's just so embarrassing. As she said this, Han Shihua covered her face. Just as they were talking, footsteps and voices suddenly came from the corridor outside. Han Shihua made a shoo and whispered, I'll go tidy up a dorm for him and let him stay in the girls' dorm tonight. Bai Yuanji sighed inwardly. Why not just let him stay in our dorm directly? Isn't this dropping your pants to fart? But seeing her close friend so eager and excited, she couldn't bear to burst her bubble. After Han Shihua left, Bai Yuanji sat pondering for a while, then suddenly stood up and went out too, to help her tidy up the dorm. When I returned to my loyal 16th floor, Zhou Wenxiang's group of boys was gone, and Crane was gone too. Ruan Qinghe had been waiting at the mouth of the corridor the whole time. Seeing me return, she volunteered an explanation. They said they were afraid we'd have to look at the gore, so they dragged the foreigner downstairs. We've already cleared out the 15th floor. They'll stay there tonight and take charge of the night watch. Oh, and there's someone who claims to be your classmate, Lu something or other, who quietly told me he'll keep watch all night. She swept a glance over the group of female international students behind me, but didn't ask anything more. I nodded. I couldn't be bothered with these matters either. It really had been a busy day. It was almost midnight. Ruan Qinghe looked at how exhausted I was, feeling a pang of tenderness. Go rest first. Everything else can wait till tomorrow. Your female classmate already tidied up a dorm for you. Lin Chuin yawned, worn out, and Zhuang shouted I was listless too. All right, everyone turn in early. I followed Ruan Qinghe into a girls' dorm. A 4-person room, very clean, the 4 bunks split on either side of the aisle, desks and chairs below, beds above, all hung with privacy curtains. There was a lot of stuff in the room, but it was tidied up nicely. In Han Shihua's dorm, she'd stayed by the door, keeping an eye on the goings-on outside, and suddenly spotted me returning. She immediately wanted to rush over, but just as she lifted her foot, she abruptly remembered she'd sprained her ankle. She paused, braced against the wall, and hopped out of the dorm on one leg, only to see Ruan Qinghe follow me into a dorm and close the door. She was startled. After pondering a moment, she gritted her teeth and hopped over anyway. Lin Chuin suddenly came over and blocked her. What are you doing? I'm Qinghe's classmate. I need him for something. Whatever it is can wait till tomorrow. Qinghe's already very tired. Huh? Han Shihua was startled, thinking to herself. Qinghe fought his way from the subway station all the way to school. He must be exhausted. How could she still make him bathe her? I really deserve to be smacked. How did I not think of that? Do I actually love Qinghe, or do I just love myself? After a bout of self-reflection, she said with a red face, Okay then, tomorrow it is. Hey, that person who just went in was. Lin Chuin cocked her head and looked at her. Classmate, you talk too much. Also, we're all very tired. Might I trouble the two of you to keep watch tonight? Is that okay? Han Shihua's brain didn't have much capacity. She was in the middle of mulling over the question she'd just asked, and hearing keep watch instantly buried her curiosity. She immediately thumped her chest. No problem. UNG and I have been so hungry these past 2 days our bellies were touching our backs, and all we did every day was sleep. Leave tonight to us, guaranteed no problems, so rest easy. As she thumped her chest, she'd already set her raised left foot back on the ground. Seeing Lin Chuin look oddly at her foot, she suddenly remembered her left foot was already sprained. Her pretty face flushed, and she immediately lifted her right foot instead, turning to hop toward the dorm. Lin Chuin pursed her lips and turned to go inside. I gave myself a quick wash, casually hopped onto a bed, lay down, and got ready to sleep. I really was worn out today. Ruan Qinghe was still showering in the bathroom, and after Lin Chuin came in, she went in to shower with her too. Just as I lay down, I inadvertently turned my head and suddenly saw a photo stuck on the wall at the head of the bed, a couple's photo. The male lead was me, the female lead was He Yiting. I immediately sat up and looked at the bedding. Tossed on the bed was a black dress, very familiar. It was exactly the one I'd bought. Black lace, also something I'd bought. This was He Yiting's bed. No wonder I'd felt the faint fragrance around me was a little familiar the moment I got in. Who set up this dorm for me? Instinctively, I wanted to switch to a different bed to sleep. But on second thought, I was letting appearances get to me. I lay back down and pulled up the blanket. Oh, this blanket was mine too. He Yiting and I had been swapping blankets to sleep with ever since high school, and the habit had carried on to now. In the naive days of youth, holding the other's blanket was like holding her, and you could still smell her scent. A pity, that was all history now. My brain wanted to think about more, but the moment my head touched the pillow, an immense weariness washed over me, and I soon fell asleep. The next day, the moment I opened my eyes, I found myself sleeping inside a pink bed canopy, with faint snoring coming from behind my head. Turning to look, someone was sleeping head-to-head with me in the neighboring bed, a bed curtain between us, so I could only see a blurry silhouette. This was a girl's dorm? In that instant, a marvelous feeling welled up in me. The first time in my life sleeping in a girl's dorm, with a girl sleeping right beside me too. But soon a wave of hunger came on. My stomach was already flat with emptiness. I pulled open the bed curtain and saw Wan Qinghe sitting alone in the room, head down, looking at her phone. Sensing the movement, she looked up and smiled. "You're awake." I nodded. "What time is it?" "Almost 4 in the afternoon." Huh, I'd actually slept that long, but it was a truly satisfying sleep. Right now, my whole body felt refreshed and comfortable, with a captivating sensation, the feedback of deep rest after immense exhaustion. Hungry, right? I'll make you some instant noodles. Wan Qinghe picked up the electric kettle, took the lunchbox, and walked toward the bathroom. She first scalded the lunchbox and chopsticks with boiling water, then made the noodles, unwrapped 3 braised eggs, and dropped them in, and opened a can of luncheon meat too. I got out of bed and stretched, gazing at my lean, muscular, fair-skinned figure. Wan Qinghe's eyes lit up. Right now it was just the two of them, and she didn't mind sneaking a look. I turned my head toward the window. Hanging on the balcony was a bunch of colorful clothes, several of them mine. I was startled. "You washed all my clothes?" Everyone had been so tired last night, yet Wan Qinghe had actually found time to wash my clothes. She nodded. "Your clothes were all soiled with blood. If they weren't washed, you'd have nothing to change into. I'd only had the one set of clothes, and lost it a while back. After that I'd been wearing Lin Chuyan's father's clothes, which didn't fit too well, but made do. Here, I saw this girl's night dress is pretty big. Make do with it for a bit. Your clothes should be dry soon." Wan Qinghe tossed me a pink night dress. I understood right away. This was the night dress of He Yaoting's roommate, tall girl. That girl was 183, her height nearly matching mine, and everyone privately called her tall girl. Holding the pink night dress, I furrowed my brow. Wear a woman's clothes? How improper is that? Just then a yawn suddenly came from the bunk up and to the side. A pale, slender arm pulled open the bed curtain, and a pretty, sleepy-eyed face appeared. Teacher Jiang had actually slept in this dorm too last night. Seeing me holding a girl's night dress and seemingly studying it, she was instantly dumbstruck. No way, does Qinghe have this kind of fetish too? I frowned as I looked over tall girl's pink night dress, then tossed it aside with a look of distaste. After a pause, I suddenly sensed something and looked up to see Teacher Jiang on the upper bunk diagonally across, staring at me blankly. I was startled and instinctively shifted a little, then realized Jiang Xin's gaze had gone rigid, and her face flushed red at once. "Hey now, Teacher Jiang. This is just the normal reaction every boy has when he wakes up. You know what I mean, right? All right, it'll be ready to eat in a bit." Hearing Wan Qinghe's voice out of nowhere, Jiang Xin gave a start and immediately shrank her head back, pulling the bed canopy closed. She lay back on her pillow, her heart pounding wildly. "Eat? Eat what? And why does it need a bit longer? Why is it so naughty? Don't catch a chill." Catch a chill? Her scattered thoughts gradually worked their way toward an answer. She only then remembered that Wan Qinghe had washed all my clothes last night. So it must be that, afraid I'd catch a chill, she'd first had me put on someone else's clothes. Sure, a grown man wearing a woman's night dress was a little odd, but in an emergency you make do. As for eating, I'd just gotten up and was surely hungry. So Wan Qinghe must be making me instant noodles. What's wrong with my head? Lately, I keep letting my mind wander to strange places. It's the apocalypse now. Survival comes first. No fussing over trifles. Right. Slurp, slurp. Jiang Xin was startled again. Huh. The noodles were ready this fast? Gurgle, gurgle. Her stomach was hungry too. After all, she'd been exhausted all day yesterday until late into the night, and then slept the whole day today. She rubbed her belly and decided to get up and eat. She sat up to put on her clothes. Yesterday she'd been so tired she'd fallen asleep right after showering, without even changing into pajamas. Picking up her clothes and gazing at the black lace, her mind suddenly wondered, would Qinghe like this? This head of mine. Just as she'd gotten dressed and was about to get out of bed. Wait a moment. The noodles will get soggy in a bit. Huh, wasn't Qinghe just eating noodles a moment ago? and in a bit, Jiang Xin's face went from pale to red. Her brain issued a command for her hands to cover her ears, but as her hands lifted, they secretly pulled the bed canopy open a crack instead. The rain pattered down, neither heavy nor light. In an office on the 7th floor of Huajing Tower, a corpse lay on the floor, a work badge tossed in the pool of blood. The photo showed a pretty girl, labeled Bukaisen Maha number 157. The early rising employees had turned into zombies first. By the window stood a lanky young man, around 30, wearing glasses, his face always wearing a vicious sneer. He was thin but had thick, powerful arms, especially the right one, and in his hand he lugged a meter-long wrench covered in blood. He was a repairman, and carried the big wrench as part of his daily work. When the zombie outbreak hit, he'd been riding his e-bike to work and reaching Huashan Road. In a panic, he'd rushed into Huajing Tower. A security guard at the entrance who'd turned into a zombie blocked him, and without hesitation he'd grabbed the wrench and smashed the guy's head in. After that, he'd felt the whole world was different. So that's how it was. He gradually came to understand everything. At this hour, there weren't many people in the office building, and he'd fought his way from the 1st floor to the 7th, then baited zombies at the entrance to clear out the vicinity, successfully reaching level 5. At this moment, he was brimming with confidence inside and out. Standing at the window, gazing at the moshy campus through the curtain of rain, a cold sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. He took off his glasses and flung them away with a flourish, then picked up a Safi pad and wiped the blood off his face. Moshi, that would be his next target. Who didn't know that place was crawling with beauties? No, scratch that. Moshi's walls were high, relatively enclosed, with few zombies inside, plus a supermarket and a cafeteria, an ideal stronghold. Moshi is mine. Jia Jia. No, that's not right. Ha. Atop another apartment building next to the school, a young man wearing a yellow robe and a bright yellow helmet stood at the window, muttering to himself, "My goddess, I'll be there soon. The world shouldn't be like this. Have you been outside? Have you seen the tens of thousands of zombies? It's all because people did evil that heaven sent down this punishment. If you want to live, you must first atone for the sins upon you." At this moment, I still had no idea that several groups of people nearby had already set their sights on this place. Having just finished my noodles, I was scrolling through short videos. Every major catastrophe brings the rise of some kind of religion, and this video was someone peddling indulgences. The comment section had few takers, mostly a flood of curses. The top liked comment was, "You won't even give out eggs, and you want me to believe?" Compared to the previous couple of days, short videos had dropped off dramatically. Some people had lost power and internet, and some had probably died. Now almost all the content was related to zombies and the apocalypse. Apart from a few horn dogs still doggedly posting henna stuff, most people had begun to face the disaster head-on. I scrolled for half an hour. The most useful post was, "Brothers, the rain isn't poisonous. I've already been standing outside naked for half an hour. Pics, or it didn't happen." I checked the comments. This guy really had stood naked in the rain for a full half hour. And you can even drink the rainwater. Watching the way he tilted his head back to drink the rain, I gave it a hard like. There's never a shortage of heroes, no matter the time. Most of the rest were recruitment posts or requests to form teams. Survivor groups big and small had sprouted like bamboo shoots after rain, each with a name more dashing than the last. Suddenly, a short video popped up. The scene looked like a VIP hospital ward, where a female doctor in a white coat was pleading for help in a low, trembling voice. Videos like this were as common as cattle hairs, but this one caught my attention because the person who posted it was very close to me, right at Donghua Hospital next door to the school. A female doctor could still be useful in the apocalypse, but there'd have to be way too many zombies in the hospital, right? I'd been to this Donghua hospital before. It was packed with people, and the outpatient hall was a sea of heads as far as the eye could see. I hesitated a bit, then still added the person's contact. Whether to go rescue them could be set aside for now, but with just a wall between us, it was quite necessary to understand the situation over there. Just then, a knock came at the door. I set down my phone, got up, and went to open it. The moment I opened it, I saw a figure outside twist their foot, cry, "Ow wow," and topple into my arms. I instinctively reached out to catch her, by UNG. Holding her, I first glanced out the door, then turned back and asked, "What's wrong with you?" "SSS. I sprained my ankle." Her pretty face was pallid, her brow furrowed, and her whole body pressed into my arms. Astonishing bounce. But at this moment, I had no reaction whatsoever. Without thinking much, I scooped her up by the waist and set her on a chair. She looked a little embarrassed. "I heard you have water here for bathing. I haven't washed in days, so I wanted to come borrow some water, but I didn't expect." As she said this, she looked at her right foot, her face full of distress. I crouched down, took off the slipper on her right foot, and pinched at her little foot with one hand. "SSS, Before my hand even touched her ankle, at just a light touch, her foot suddenly shrank back. I was startled. This sensitive? Well, hard to say. Some women have more sensitive feet. Bai Yuanji's pretty face reddened slightly, and she apologetically extended her foot again. I hadn't had much of an impression of her before, just that she was cold and beautiful, and a lot of that even came from He Yuting's mouth. Bai Yuanji, Hu Xiaoyou, Han Shihua, and He Yuting were hailed as the four great beauties of the class of 26 freshmen. Though none of the four said so out loud, they inevitably competed in secret. Bai Yuanji was acknowledged as having the prettiest face. I hadn't expected her feet to be even more exquisite, small and delicate, crystalline and translucent like crystal, the 5 toenails accented with a vivid red. But apart from that, I found nothing abnormal, and the ankle wasn't swollen either. Where does it hurt? With one hand pinching her toes, I pressed toward her ankle with the other. SSS, it hurts. One touch, and I understood. There was nothing wrong with her foot at all. She was faking. I'd practiced martial arts since childhood. Bumps and bruises were a common occurrence, and a long illness makes the patient a good doctor. A minor thing like a sprained ankle, I knew well. I let go and stood up, gazing at her. I really hadn't realized before that Bai Yuanji's acting was pretty good. Her face full of pain, tears welling up and about to spill. If not for this incident, she really did have the potential to be a star someday. But this was no time to coax her, so I asked directly, "What exactly do you want with me?" Huh. Bai Yuanji was startled. She'd put on a whole performance, and this guy didn't have the slightest bit of tenderness for a delicate beauty? Bai Yuanji was beautiful with a good family background. The boys chasing her had lined up in rows since middle school, and there was no counting how many love letters and gifts she discarded. It wasn't that she was aloof. It was that if she showed even a sliver of friendliness, those guys would stick to her like a plaster you couldn't peel off. So she could only maintain the aloof persona to reduce trouble. It was quite effective. 2 months into the semester, hardly any boy had come up to her. She hadn't expected that today she'd lower her guard, plagiarize and swipe Han Shihua's idea to approach me proactively, only for me to treat her coldly and indifferently. At that thought, her heart turned bitter, and she blurted out instinctively, "In your heart, I don't measure up to He Yuting at all. Is that it?" The moment the words were out, both of us froze. My expression visibly darkened. Bai Yuanji knew she'd misspoken and unconsciously smoothed her hair. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought up that name in front of you." I shrugged. "It's nothing. It's all in the past." She answered softly. "I came just to take a bath. Can you help me?" Having said this, before I could answer, she suddenly looked up at me. "Before, when you had He Yuting, I didn't dare say anything, but now I want to say, Chenghe, you deserve someone better." I gazed at her burning eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. What was this? Had I just been confessed to? I couldn't tell how much of the feeling in those eyes was genuine and how much was pretense. But it didn't matter anymore. After looking at each other for a moment, I finally spoke. "For the sake of being classmates, I'll help you, but you can't count on just me either." A flash of disappointment crossed her face, and she nodded. "I understand. I won't drag the team down." I glanced at the time on my phone. "Go back and change your shoes. Get ready to move out." She got up and walked toward the door, then suddenly halted at the threshold and turned back to gaze at me. "Chenghe, you deserve better. You'll come to understand that." With that, she headed toward her own dorm diagonally across without waiting for a reply. Han Shihua sat on a chair, and the moment she saw Bai Yuanji return, she got excited. Did Chenghe come? She'd sprained her ankle and sent Bai Yuanji to call Chenghe over to help her. Bai Yuanji looked at her roommate and close friend, a flash of shame crossing her eyes. "Now's not a good time. Chenghe is getting ready to take us to clear out the zombies in the building." Huh. Han Shihua was a little disappointed. "Hurry up and change your clothes. We're heading out soon." Bai Yuanji closed the door and began changing. 10 minutes later, I led the group of girls down to the 15th floor. Zhou Wenxiang had already gathered the boys at the mouth of the corridor, 8 people counting himself. Adding Bai Yuanji, Han Shihua, and the 6 female international students, this was the last of the building's survivors. Bro Cheng, Lu Qifan took the lead, and the 8 boys shouted in unison. Lu Qifan stepped forward, his face full of respect. "Bro Cheng, we've discussed it. From now on, we'll all listen to you. You're our boss." The words had barely left his mouth when Zhou Wenxiang cut in. "Whoever doesn't accept it, I, Zhou Wenxiang, will be the first to take him down." I nodded. "Since you want to come with me, some hard truths have to be laid out up front. Every one of you. I'll give you the chance to kill zombies and awaken a talent, but everyone who awakens a talent must truthfully report their talent ability. Anyone who won't accept that can leave right now." Zhou Wenxiang cut in again. "Of course, whoever dares hide their talent, I, Zhou Wenxiang, will be the first to take him down." As he said this, his gaze swept viciously over the group. I said, "Now, Those who've killed zombies stand to the right and report your abilities. Zhou Wenxiang took the lead and stood to the right, followed by several of the boys. Lu Qifan stayed put, his gaze carrying a trace of resentment as he glanced at Zhou Wenxiang. Killing zombies could raise your level, and there was a chance to awaken a talent upon killing your first zombie. This was already common knowledge. He'd thrown in with Zhou Wenxiang, doing all the dirty and grueling work, even risking himself to lure the monsters, only for Zhou Wenxiang to refuse to give these outsiders any chance at a kill. Zhou Wenxiang hadn't caught Lu Qifan's look and cut in. The talent I awakened is Performer, classified as rare, then complained. If it weren't for the zombie apocalypse, I could have been Best Actor, but now it's utterly useless. I nodded to myself. Judging by the name, he wasn't lying. If it only enhanced acting skills, this rare was indeed a bit watery. Of course, there's no such thing as a useless talent. It's all in how you use it. Performer was useless against zombies, but the apocalypse had more than just zombies. There were survivors too, and this talent was still effective against people. Lin Chuin asked, level. Zhou Wenxiang was startled, his face turning sheepish. I'm A-grade base constitution, level 2. Hearing level 2, the group of boys looked at him in surprise. I nodded and looked at the second person, a boy who looked frail and cowardly. It was exactly Kong Bowen. Meeting my gaze, Kong Bowen instinctively looked away, head bowed. My name is Kong Bowen, C-grade base constitution. A round of snickers came from all around. Of the 8 boys, only Zhou Wenxiang was A-grade, the rest were B-grade, and Kong Bowen alone was C-grade. Kong Bowen shrank his neck and continued. I've only killed 1 zombie. I'm level 1 now, and I didn't awaken a talent. No talent. Hearing this, a flash of cold light shot through my eyes, and I'd already sentenced him to death in my heart. Lying like this might fool others, but it couldn't fool me, who possessed the Eye of Insight. As for Kong Bowen's talent Concealer, though I didn't know its exact effect, whether or not someone had a talent was plain to see. What I hate most is deception. Wouldn't it be nice if everyone were honest? Who does he take for a fool? I'd originally seen he had an uncommon talent and had a mind to take him as a teammate. What a pity. The question now was, how to handle this guy? Set him up to die during the operation? No, that way the others wouldn't trust me anymore either. They'd only grow estranged. Just kill him outright. While I was mulling it over, the others had already continued their reports. Of the 8 boys, apart from Lu Qifan and another named Duan Lingfeng, the other 6 had all killed zombies. Zhou Wenxiang was level 2, the rest were level 1, and none of them had talents. After everyone had reported, I looked at Lu Qifan and couldn't help recalling the words he'd used to mock me in the group chat. This guy had thrown in with Zhou Wenxiang thinking he'd found a way out, only to not even scrape up a single zombie kill. Truly hilarious. It was very hard for an ordinary person to kill zombies alone. You could only manage it with team coordination, and clearly Zhou Wenxiang had deliberately frozen him out, probably because Lu Qifan and 1 other were freshmen. Zhou Wenxiang was petty and vicious enough. Of course, Lu Qifan was no good either. So annoying. I swept a glance over the group, and suddenly thinking of something, spoke up. Since we're a team, everything should be considered on the premise of the team's survival. So, I paused. Those with talents, and those whose talents are of great use to the team, get priority in leveling up. Zhou Wenxiang was overjoyed, while a flash of panic crossed Kong Bowen's face. The eyes of the others without talents all dimmed. Lu Qifan watched them, secretly pleased. They'd all been pegged, but he hadn't killed a zombie yet, so he still had a chance to awaken a talent. After I said this, I waited a full 10 seconds, and Kong Bowen still didn't speak up. This made me curious too. What on earth was his concealer? It couldn't be invisibility, could it? All right, check your gear, move out. Today we go straight down to the first floor. There's good stuff to eat in the supermarket. Hearing the words, good stuff to eat, everyone swallowed. They'd been quite hungry these past 2 days. If I hadn't given them a little food to tide them over, they probably would have struggled just to kill zombies. I looked back and saw Bai Yuanji and Han Shihua were empty-handed, so I handed the fire axe to Bai Yuanji. Thank you. She took it with both hands, a flash of joy in her eyes. Today's confession had been useful after all, otherwise why give it only to her, and not to Han Shihua? Lin Chuin glanced at Han Shihua and gave her own fire axe to her. The 6 female international students were barehanded, and no one looked out for them. Of the 8 boys, Zhou Wenxiang, Lu Qifan, and Duan Lingfeng used bed legs as weapons, and the other 5 had lashed fruit knives and scissors to mop handles to make crude spears, which were almost useless, worse than the bed legs. But it didn't matter. I took the lead down the stairs lugging the iron rod, the rest following close behind. The 14th floor corridor had only 2 female zombies. I wrapped the stair railing with the iron rod, and the moment the clang 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 rang out, the 2 female zombies immediately charged over, and the sound of doors being slammed against also rose from a few nearby dorms. Lin Shuin pulled her mom, and the two of them raised riot shields to guard the stairwell entrance. The noise just now might well draw zombies from the floors below. Whoosh, whoosh. I stepped forward and swung the rod, beating the two female zombies to death. Seeing their heads smashed open, blood, flesh, and brains splattered all over the floor, everyone's face turned grim, and Han Shihua even opened her mouth and threw up. Bai Yuanji's pretty face went pallid, and she bit her lip and forced it down, which made me unexpectedly give her another glance. Before long, footsteps came from below. Lin Shuin had now learned to identify the number of zombies by their footsteps. 4. Han Kaiwei and the other girls didn't care in the slightest, but the boys' faces changed. I paid the corridor no mind, and looked at Lu Qifan and the other boy who hadn't killed a zombie, then at Bai Yuanji and Han Kaiwei. Next we clear the dorms one by one. You four go first. These four are yours to kill. Thank you, Bro Cheng. Lu Qifan and the other three were overjoyed. As he thanked me, Lu Qifan viciously scorned Zhou Wenxiang in his heart. Just you wait. Once I get stronger, the world turns in cycles, so don't look down on a young man's poverty. I said. Zhou Wenxiang kicked the door. Any problem? The dorms all had ordinary wooden doors with flimsy locks. In theory, one kick should break them open. No problem, watch me. Zhou Wenxiang lugged his wooden club over to a dorm whose door was being pounded from inside. The door was shaking, so no need to pick a target. Raised his foot and kicked hard. Bam! The door opened a crack, but then bounced back. The zombie inside didn't know the door had opened and kept stupidly slamming into it, which ended up locking the door shut again. Zhou Wenxiang's expression turned awkward. He licked the corner of his mouth and was about to say something when the four zombies in the corridor had already come charging up. Lin Shuin and Ruanxing had struck at the same time, and shop, effortlessly harvested four heads. These were basically all level 2 female zombies, not much stronger than ordinary level 1 male zombies, so they killed them with ease. Zhou Wenxiang and the others watched with eyes wide. Bai Yuanji's lips trembled a bit, and she looked at me. As a woman herself, she refused to believe she'd be worse than others. These two had obviously been carried by me. What a pity, if only she'd run into me a step sooner. I lugged the iron rod forward, pushed Zhou Wenxiang aside, and swung the rod hard across. Bam! Punching a hole through the door and knocking the zombie behind it flying. Pushing the door open, I saw only a single female zombie in pajamas inside. It climbed up from the floor and charged at me, snarling. I dodged to the side and stuck out a foot to trip it. It was running too fast and flew straight out, landing flat on its face. Everyone was stunned. Zombies were easy to trip, and Zhou Wenxiang's group had discovered that too, but they had to work together using a rope as a tripwire. Wasn't I being way too casual? Actually, this move only looked casual. Not just anyone could do it. Get the speed and timing wrong, and if you failed to trip it, you'd be face to face with it. Lu Qifan was still standing there dazed, but Duan Lingfeng seized the chance and clubbed the zombie in the back of the head, knocking down the one that had been about to climb up. Unfortunately, the wooden club was useless. 3 swings and the zombie was totally fine, still trying to get up. Only then did Lu Qifan realize these were being left for the 4 newcomers, and just as he was about to charge in, Bai Yuanji beat him to it. She swung the fire axe down hard with both hands, with such force that it even made Duan Lingfeng retreat a step, terrified of getting hit himself. Luckily, Bai Yuanji's aim was true. The blade landed precisely on the back of the neck, beheading the zombie outright. Fortunately, the blood had already congealed and didn't spray, otherwise she'd have gotten a mouthful of zombie blood. Bai Yuanji looked at the girl whose head was now severed from her body. Her hand trembled, and she plopped down onto the floor, panting in big gulps. Some things are easy to talk about, but actually doing them is another matter entirely. I looked at her and mentally gave her a passing grade first. Character, Bai Yuanji. HP, 75. Level 1. Base Constitution, B grade. Skill, Taekwondo. Talent, Spiritual Perception, Uncommon. I have a talent, Spiritual Perception, an uncommon talent. After a few gasps of breath, Bai Yuanji suddenly reacted, joy showing on her face as she looked up and told me. Hearing uncommon talent, everyone was startled and looked at her with admiration and envy. Spiritual Perception? I asked. Even more surprising, Bai Yuanji turned out to be a B-grade talent too. As for Taekwondo, aside from making her body a bit nimbler, it was of little use. I hadn't known she'd practiced it. But from this skill, I once again confirmed, survivors' skills basically originate from themselves. So far I hadn't found any that came out of thin air. They're all tied to some existing skill of the person's own. Like my Zingi Yiquan and Bagwazang, the lockpicking mastery, extracted from a zombie, and Han Saiwei's street fighting expert. Bai Yuanji lugged the axe and climbed up, nodding. I can perceive whether there are living creatures behind a wall. The perception range grows with level. Right now, I can only sense 5 meters. It expands by half a meter per level. A good ability, though the range was too small. It seemed I'd have to prioritize raising her level. She'd need at least 10 or 8 meters for it to have practical combat value, which would require reaching at least level 6 or above. Not too hard, really. It was just that the dorm building's zombies probably weren't enough to go around. Not bad, I praised. Continue. Wait a moment. Lu Qifan, his face covered in sweat, said to Bai Yuanji. Yuanji, can I borrow the axe? Just once. Bai Yuanji glanced at me, and only after seeing me nod did she trade weapons with him. I came up to the next dorm door, kicked it open, and simultaneously kicked the zombie behind it flying. This room had 2 female zombies. I didn't use my feet this time, and just swung the rod, snapping both in half at the waist. This time Lu Qifan didn't hesitate, charging up with the axe, and hacking one to death. Bro. Duan Lingfeng got anxious, calling out twice. Lu Qifan didn't waste words and handed him the axe directly. Duan Lingfeng hacked the other one, still crawling on the floor, to death with one swing. Ha ha ha, I have a talent. I have a talent. Lu Qifan stared blankly at Duan Lingfeng, his face uglier than crying. Why? Why? Heavens, why are you so unfair? His body swayed, and he nearly toppled over. He hadn't awakened a talent. After Duan Lingfeng finished shouting excitedly, he ran over to return the axe to Bai Yuanji, then ran up to me, dropped to his knees with a thud, hugged my legs, and wailed, "Foster father." He had a talent now, and even better, he knew how this talent had come about. Without me, forget a talent. Whether he could even survive was in question. Just look at the classmates Zhou Wenxiang had gotten killed. That he'd survived until now was purely down to luck and a sweet tongue. But he knew in his heart that if I hadn't shown up, in a few more days the ones to die would definitely have been him and Lu Qifan. Indeed, though Zhou Wenxiang had taken the lead in forming a gang to rally everyone for survival, he had selfish motives. Several times he'd made classmates lure zombies and used classmates as meat shields, deliberately screwing over the freshmen. One from Lu Qifan's class, one from his own class, and one freshman from the directing department had all been screwed to death this way. I looked at Duan Lingfeng, my mouth twitching, at a bit of a loss for words. Character, Duan Lingfeng. HP, 85. Level 1. Base Constitution, B grade. Skill, none. Talent, Sprint, rare. Then I looked at Lu Qifan again. Character, Lu Qifan. HP, 80. Level 1. Base Constitution, B grade. Skill, Culinary Arts. Talent, none. Huh. This guy can cook too? Just don't know how good he is. That counts for something, at least. I asked Duan Lingfeng, what's your talent? Sprint, rare. At the cost of consuming double the stamina, it boosts running speed by 50%. I nodded. A decent survival talent, actually. Is there a time limit? Does it strengthen with leveling up? He shook his head. No, none of that. The limit is probably just running out of stamina. I thought to myself, could it be that only uncommon, grade talents and above can strengthen along with their ability? But Lin Shuyan's sharpshooter was an uncommon talent and had no level-based enhancement either, though of course sharpshooter itself was pretty much maxed out already. Wan Xinghe's holy water increased purified water by 20% per level, which I knew best of all. As for how I knew so well, don't ask. As a survival skill, this talent was excellent. Water is the source of life. Han Saiwei's iron body was rare, and by its description should be able to strengthen, but it too didn't scale with level. Zhuang Xiaodia's voice of nature was rare, restoring a fixed percentage of stamina, and it didn't scale with level either, plus it had a cap. It couldn't fully restore, otherwise it'd be too broken. You'd never be able to stop during that kind of activity. As for Jiang Xin's instruction, needless to say, a unique talent, directly increasing the number of zombies she could control as her level rose. Get the level up, and she could command a whole zombie army. All right, get up. I patted Duan Lingfeng's shoulder to signal him to rise. Duan Lingfeng said excitedly, from now on I, Duan Lingfeng, will follow foster father with absolutely no second thoughts. No second thoughts? Then why the hell would you take me as your foster father? Lu Qifan was trembling all over with anger. Damn, how can a person be shameless to this degree? But Zhou Wenxiang watched with his eyes lighting up. How had he not thought of this trick? What a talent. Duan Lingfeng climbed up, and we continued. This dorm had 4 zombies, a 4-person room with everyone present. Why the hell were there still so many girls in the dorm at 8 a.m.? Of the 4 girls, 3 had disheveled clothes and scratch and bite wounds, the worst with a big hole torn in her throat, left with only 30 HP. Clearly one person in this dorm had turned into a zombie and taken out the 3 roommates. I wondered whether those 3 would band together in the underworld and beat the killer to a pulp. Killing a level 2 zombie gave me only 1 point of experience, too much of a waste. I stepped aside directly. Han Kaiwei, the fastest, rushed up and cut down 4, yielding 3 for Zhuang Xiaodai to reap the heads. The others were all tactful and didn't come up to snatch the kills. At the end, only one female zombie with the hole in her throat was left, her legs broken, crawling on the ground like a worm. After Zhuang Xiaodai finished killing, she turned to look at Han Shihua, and everyone's gaze turned to her. Han Shihua strenuously lugged the fire axe with both hands, her face full of terror as she looked at the female zombie crawling on the ground, her whole body shaking like a sieve. Seeing this scene, I immediately furrowed my brow.